Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. They say that staying safe from those with bad intentions comes down to a few simple rules. Stay aware of your surroundings. Don't hesitate to ask for help if something feels off, and leave immediately if you sense danger. But do these rules always work? Can they truly guarantee protection? It's common knowledge that being intoxicated might impair one's ability to survive. People often believe that nothing can harm them, and when judgment is impaired, they may unintentionally place themselves in dangerous situations that have the potential to worsen. The story of Christina Kraft, an American model and well-known personality from the venerable glossy magazine Playboy, made headlines worldwide and sent shockwaves across the nation in 2018. Christina, a young woman in her early 30s, was discovered dead in her apartment. The apartment was in a nice home in one of Ardmore, Pennsylvania's most tranquil districts. The specifics were quite unsettling. The flat itself had been brutally looted, and her body was found in a gravely deformed state with obvious evidence of savage abuse. Law enforcement officials described the site as one of the most gruesome they had ever seen, and the case shocked the local community. The case was made much more disturbing by the fact that Christina had allegedly been robbed and drugged only a few days prior. While the crime was being investigated, investigators started to wonder if the same person could have returned. If so, what is the reason? On November 11, 1981, Christina Carlin Kraft was born in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. She came from a close-knit, loving, and supporting family and was the oldest of 3 siblings. Her mother's Swedish ancestry and her father's German and Russian ancestry made up her heritage. Christina grew up with her sister and younger brother, and the 3 of them had a close and affectionate relationship. Stuart Kraft, her father, ran a little business that supported the family comfortably. Because of this, Christina's mother was able to devote all of her time to raising the children and making the house a cozy and inviting place. Unfortunately, Christina's mother passed away in late 1990, following a protracted and challenging struggle with a degenerative illness. Losing someone so close at such an early age had a lasting effect on Christina, who had just turned 9. Stuart, who was still grieving the loss of his wife, reared the kids by himself for over 4 years. However, he got married again in early 1994. The size of the home suddenly doubled since his new wife also had 3 children from a prior relationship. Luckily, Christina's stepmother got along well with the family almost away, and the newly integrated siblings didn't have any serious arguments. Christina was well known for being gregarious, extroverted, and having an easy time connecting with others. She had no trouble making friends and was frequently the lifeblood of any group she joined. Her positive outlook, excellent sense of humor, and contagious laugh won her the admiration of her peers. She fared well enough academically, but she wasn't at the top of her class. She really enjoyed social studies and literature. Christina had a striking appearance from an early age. When she reached adolescence, she had developed into a beautiful young lady. People always told her that she had the kind of beauty that belonged on the cover of fashion magazines or in Hollywood, so she never lacked attention. Christina longed for a future like that. She started going to casting calls while still in high school in the hopes of getting into modeling. Her efforts were successful. Long-term contracts were still just out of her grasp in those early years, although she did earn a few gigs in advertising campaigns for apparel and accessory retailers. Following her high school graduation, Christina made the decision to live alone in 1999. After relocating to Atlantic City, she accepted a position as a waitress at a renowned casino. She enrolled in a nearby college to study interior design at the same time. Christina cherished the excitement of the entertainment business, the recognition it provided, and the respect she got from everyone. She frequently found herself in brief partnerships, drawing suitors who were utterly enamored with her, and frequently prepared to shell out a lot of money to gain her love. Christina met Alex Chase Cotel, a young and accomplished Wall Street banker, in 2005 while she was employed at the restaurant in the Borgata Hotel. Soon after, the two started dating, and they even had plans to get married, until Christina's untimely death in 2018. Christina never gave up on her goal of being a well-known model throughout the world. She emailed her portfolio to agencies, kept going to casting calls, and ultimately signed with a personal agency. According to her biography on the modeling website Model Mayhem, she is a brunette with olive-toned skin and green eyes, who has Swedish, German, and Russian ancestry. It's interesting that she named New York as her destination, even though she never spent a lot of time there. Christina frequently claimed to like traveling, making new friends, and trying out daring, occasionally outlandish fashions. She said she would go to any state for the proper chance, and was open to doing lingerie and swimwear shots. She started to get more of these opportunities in the middle of the 2000s. She walked the runway with Victoria's Secret's most famous models, got a deal with renowned jewelry designer David Yurman, and made appearances in lingerie and swimwear advertisements for the business. Over the years, Christina developed a network of contacts with prominent designers and photographers, specializing in high fashion and glitz. Several well-known fashion magazines, including Maxim, Harper's Bazaar, Cosmopolitan, Glamour, and others, featured her image. However, being in Playboy had always been Christina's greatest ambition. She yearned to be in the centerfold and on the cover as the featured model. But for some time, she was unable to seize that chance. Christina finally received the offer she had been waiting for in the spring of 2008. She was chosen as the model of the week, and the magazine included her pictures and a brief interview. However, a younger newcomer was given the cover and primary feature. At the time, Christina was 27, which is frequently seen as being near retirement age in the modeling industry. However, she persisted. She continued to hang out at the Playboy Mansion, remained good friends with Hugh Hefner, and even appeared on a reality show. However, her career slowed down after she was featured in the magazine. The controversial nature of the shoot caused some brands to back off, and her bookings began to drop. Christina adored the social scene, high-end venues, exclusive events, and stylish nightlife. Even though she wasn't very good at drinking, she still liked to go out to parties. She occasionally lost control, behaved provocatively, or got into arguments while intoxicated. The 34-year-old model was spending the evening at the Upper West Side of Manhattan at a fancy bar in March 2016. When the bill came, she refused to pay for one of the expensive liquor bottles since she had had too many strong drinks. The situation rapidly became more intense. Other guests noticed the situation that Christina created. She became even more enraged when a manager intervened to defuse the situation, and she retaliated aggressively. The matter reached the courtroom. Christina asserted that she was defending herself after being shoved by the manager, Sergei Inokin. But there were security cameras at the location, and the video made it quite evident that nobody had touched her. The physical altercation started because of her. The staff member was ultimately found not guilty, and Christina apologized in public. Christina's modeling career was almost over by the beginning of 2018. Although she was still occasionally approached for photo shoots at the age of 36, the big jobs had ceased to come in. Alex formally proposed to her at that point, and she gladly accepted. The pair started organizing their nuptials. They decided to move to a more tranquil area since they both wanted to settle down and establish a family. They relocated to Ardmore, a quaint little town in Pennsylvania with fewer than 16,000 residents. In one of the safest and most sought-after communities in the area, they bought a condo in a posh residential complex. Christina found the change difficult. She found it difficult to adapt to her new surroundings. It appeared like the glitzy gatherings and late-night parties were over. Now she spent her days taking care of household chores and beautifying their house, which were tasks she wasn't very good at. She missed the attention, the excitement of traveling, and the buzz of photo sessions. After a while, Christina started going to one of the few nightclubs in the area, where she would relax with a few potent cocktails and dance the night away. Her fiancé was unconcerned. He frequently accompanied her on these nights out because he saw how difficult the lifestyle shift was for her. Alex set out on a roughly week-long work trip to New York on Friday, August 17, 2018. Christina made the decision to go out to a nearby nightclub that evening in order to decompress and have fun. At the bar, she drank many cocktails. Eventually, a stranger came right up to her, started a polite discussion, and offered to buy her a drink. She accepted, and then her recollection abruptly vanished. Christina woke up the following morning with a severe headache. She was laying on the ground, confused, and momentarily unable to determine her location or the circumstances. She slowly got to her feet and looked about. She was relieved to find herself at her own apartment, but she couldn't recall how she got there. Pieces of the previous night returned as the fog began to clear. Before the recollection of the unknown man and the martini he bought her came back, she recalled that she had only had 2 cocktails at the bar, barely enough to induce such a blackout. At that point, everything was dark. It was becoming obvious that her drink had been tampered with. However, why? Why did he do it? Christina was taken aback by the mayhem surrounding her as she stood up. Someone had broken inside the apartment. Her jewelry, credit cards, cash, and a number of expensive designer handbags were all gone. The lack of her keyring, however, which meant that whoever did this may come back at any time and enter without restriction, was what really unnerved her. With the exception of a really bad headache that was probably brought on by whatever had been placed into her drink, Christina was fortunately unharmed. Her clothing was undamaged and intact, and there were no scars, bruises, or indications of abuse. Even while that provided some respite, she was still afraid the invader would return. Christina reported the break-in to the police that same day, but authorities had very little information to work with. The culprit left no footprints and wore gloves. Because of the previous night's blackout, Christina was unable to describe the suspect, and none of the stolen cards had been used yet. She decided not to disclose the incident to Alex, her fiancé. She didn't want to cause him anxiety or interfere with his crucial work trip. She hurriedly changed the front door's lock, but the uneasiness persisted. Christina didn't know where to go for solace and no longer felt secure in her own house. When Alex contacted his fiancée on the evening of August 21 to inform her that he would be returning home the following day, Christina initially didn't pick up. He didn't give it much thought. He assumed she was at a club and that the sound would have drowned out the phone call. However, when he attempted to call again the following morning, the phone was off. It was not like that. Alex tried to contact her repeatedly during the day, but she didn't respond. When he eventually made it home at around 8 p.m., his key did not work when he attempted to unlock the door. He explained the problem and requested help from the local emergency services. Given that a burglary had been reported at the same address only a few days prior and the culprit had escaped, the police's prompt response was extremely noteworthy. Since there was no alternative means to enter the unit by 10 p.m., cops made the decision to force entry. Alex saw there was a serious problem as soon as he entered. The flat was in complete chaos, with furniture toppled and destroyed, drawers flung onto the floor, and belongings thrown everywhere. Someone had apparently been looking for something desperately. The most unsettling finding, however, was in the bedroom. Christina's lifeless body lay on the bed, under a cover soaked in blood. She had obviously died some time ago because it had been badly scarred. It was already rigor mortis. The floor, furniture, walls, and drapes were all covered in blood splatters and streaks. Christina had been injured in almost every inch of her body. She had endured a protracted beating, been rendered completely deformed, and perhaps even tortured. Multiple ligature impressions on her neck indicated she had been strangled with foreign items, and markings on her wrists indicated she had been confined. Specific bruises and bruising in sensitive places were evidence of multiple acts of violent assault. Her face had been ruined, and her entire body was covered in abrasions and cuts that were probably caused by a knife. Her right cheekbone and lower jaw were broken, her nose was smashed into her skull, and both eye sockets were damaged. She had almost all of her skull's bones shattered, according to an autopsy. Given the extent of her injuries, it was likely that she had been trampled on rather than simply beaten. The official cause of death was determined to be mechanical asphyxia, despite the fact that all of the injuries were severe, given the extraordinary level of brutality involved, which suggested a personal motive. Christina's fiancé was immediately the main suspect, as is sometimes the case in such crimes. That theory was swiftly disproved, though, when officials verified Alex's flawless alibi. He had been in New York since August 17 and had no idea that their house had been broken into. The man Christina was seen with walked her out of the building and put her in the back seat of the car, according to surveillance footage taken outside the nightclub on the night of the crime. It was impossible to identify the man because the license plate was hidden. Meanwhile, a second camera, this one placed at the front door of her apartment complex, captured the same man escorting Christina inside. After about half an hour, he was spotted leaving the building with a big package that was probably full of stolen goods. On August 23rd, the man's identity was eventually verified when he used one of the credit cards that had been stolen, and a clear picture of his face was taken by security cameras at a retail establishment. He was identified as Andre Melton, age 31, who had a criminal history that included convictions for armed crimes and robbery. He had already escaped when a police unit was sent to his last known address. Officers confirmed his involvement by discovering multiple stolen goods from Christina's house inside his flat. Investigators started to question whether Andre may have gone back to the crime scene. If that's the case, how did he enter the apartment after Christina had replaced the locks immediately following the initial break-in? And why would he need to return at all? Surveillance footage from the night of the crime provided the answers. Later, it was discovered that Christina had returned to a neighborhood nightclub on August 21. She used a well-known app to order a ride when it was time to go home. Surveillance footage, however, shows that she wasn't alone when she left. She was with a man who seemed to be the same person who had been spotted with her earlier that night. The rideshare driver, who immediately recognized the two, was apprehended by authorities. According to him, both travelers appeared to be very drunk. He inferred from their chat that Christina had been uneasy at the club and that the man had offered to escort her home to ensure her safety. Together, they got out of the car and walked side by side into the apartment building. It's interesting to note that no CCTV footage showed the guy leaving the structure. Investigators think he might have left through the balcony door because the flat was on the ground floor. There would have been no sign of a forced exit if it had been opened from the inside and closed behind him without locking. Andre Melton was still on the wanted list at this time, while the second person's name was still unknown. Police thought the two might have been collaborating. Both men's photos were shown on the evening news, along with a request for information from the victim's family and police authorities to assist identify the unidentified man. This tactic was more effective than anticipated. Melton himself called the station that same evening. Although he acknowledged the heist, he maintained that he had never met the second individual and that he had no idea who he was. Fearing that he might be held accountable for the horrific act against Christina, he flatly refused to enter. A short while later, a guy called the station again to report that he had shared a hospital room with someone who fit the description of the unidentified suspect. The caller recalled being extremely uneasy due to the other man's unsettling tales. Even though they had only been in the same mental health facility for a few days, he claimed that the individual talked extensively about his preoccupation with violent conduct, particularly his passion with strangling people and witnessing their last moments. The circumstances surrounding Christina's death were uncannily similar to the caller's description. Sadly, there was no helpful information at the clinic. The individual was disoriented and had been brought in under the influence of illegal narcotics. He was admitted using the generic placeholder John Doe since he refused to provide his name, and after a brief stay, personnel decided he did not immediately constitute a threat to the public. On August 29, the matter eventually became public. The police department received a call from a woman claiming to be the sister of the man they were looking for. She identified him as 31-year-old Jonathan Wesley Harris, who had a criminal record that included distributing illegal drugs and several instances of violence against women. Only a month and a half before, he had been released from prison and had spent a brief period of time at the mental institution. According to the caller, Jonathan had taken a bus to Pittsburgh earlier that day to stay with friends and be quiet until the situation resolved itself. Police were able to find him and take him into custody at the bus terminal the same day because of her tip. It's obvious that Jonathan Harris wasn't prepared for law authorities to find him so rapidly. He first denied any involvement in the violent incident when he was taken into custody by the police. He even asserted that he had never visited Christina's flat or met her. However, his tale began to shift once he saw the security footage and heard the rideshare driver's statement. Harris claims that he met Christina that night at the nightclub. She allegedly begged him to pose as her lover in order to help her escape an overbearing admirer. They then drank and, he said, used illegal narcotics together for the remainder of the night. According to Harris, Christina offered they stay the night at her house and invited him back. He consented, anticipating a romantic meeting as well as payment for the drugs he said he had given her. He maintained that there had been no non-consensual interaction between them and that any wounds discovered on her were the consequence of rough play, which he said Christina had asked for following their run-in. According to Harris, Christina told him that their time together was the payment and that she would not be providing him anything else when he sought money for the drugs. He said he was angry by this response. When she started yelling for assistance, he confessed to attacking her out of rage. He said that while she was asleep, he tried to silence her by choking and tying her up. Unaware that the apartment had been looted a few days before, Harris scoured it for cash and valuables. He started destroying the entire home, leaving a path of devastation in each room, since he was furious over the lack of money. Although Harris acknowledged that he had attacked Christina once more in a fit of rage and frustration, demanding payment for the items he had brought, he maintained that since Christina was still alive and conscious when he left the apartment, he couldn't be held accountable for a crime as serious as killing her. Naturally, Harris was lying in an attempt to downplay the gravity of his behavior and escape a severe punishment. His account of what happened soon unraveled. First, the toxicology analysis revealed that Christina had only alcohol in her blood and no traces of any illegal substances. Second, she would not have been able to survive due to the severity of her injuries. Third, it was evident that Harris had exploited Christina's vulnerability since, according to the rideshare driver, she seemed scared and drunk that evening, anxious about being followed. According to the inquiry, the suspect volunteered to walk Christina home, but he wouldn't leave the apartment once he was inside. After that, he repeatedly attacked her, severely injured her, and finally strangled her to death. Then he went out the balcony door and threw the apartment in the trash. Jonathan maintained his innocence throughout the trial. His lawyer tried to reduce the accusation to aggravated assault instead of first-degree murder. Nevertheless, the jury unanimously convicted Harris guilty on all counts in spite of their best efforts. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. Andre Melton wasn't taken into custody until January 2019. After he committed another burglary in a neighboring state, authorities were able to track him down. Considering all of his transgressions, he received a 22-year prison sentence. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The date of this call was September 3rd, 2019. What began as a straightforward property theft case swiftly turned into one of the most horrific murder investigations in Alaskan history. When a woman unintentionally stole an SD card from a man, she was confronted with graphic video of a vicious murder. The fact that the victim was someone she knew, however, was the true nightmare. The life of Brian Stephen Smith was one of deceit. He was a loving husband to his wife. He was regarded by his co-workers at the Marriott Hotel as a giving individual who loved vlogging. He was a sinister and deranged mystery to his mistress. To his victims, however, he was a self-describable serial killer who had terrorized them beyond belief before taking their lives. And that one small SD card contained it all. The monster's mask would eventually be torn off by that small piece of proof. Even with him imprisoned, though, the terrifying question still stands. Are there any more victims that we are unaware of? According to reports, Smith was the kind of man who appeared to be your typical American neighbor, the kind that no one would ever suspect of being evil. And everybody, I mean everybody, affirmed his normalcy. Even after he was imprisoned, his wife maintained his innocence and refused to accept that he was capable of such atrocity. However, Smith picked up a woman one night while cruising the streets in search of companionship, ostensibly offering her a ride and a cozy place to stay while he entered a business. In his automobile, she sat by herself. She picked up a cell phone he had left behind out of curiosity. She would be horrified by what she discovered inside. A folder named Homicide at Marriott Hotel Midtown. It contained a number of graphic images and videos that showed a woman's frantic pleas for assistance. As her body lay crushed and battered, the video showed her struggling for oxygen as a guy ruthlessly recorded himself stamping on her throat. There were 12 films and 39 pictures on the SD card, all of which documented the same horrific event. These files, which we have lawfully gotten from law enforcement, are unquestionably quite graphic. Extreme violence and a vicious sexual attack against a woman inside what looked to be a hotel room were captured on camera. The voice was audible, but the individual behind the camera never revealed his face. The woman struggled back, scratching at him, attempting to get away, but he strangled her. He once grumbled that his hand was growing weary. Instead of pausing, he started stomping down with his entire weight on her neck. Anyone who watched the video was left disturbed for days as the man repeatedly strangled the woman, who was already dead at one point. But the next round of pictures was much more unsettling. They displayed the woman's dead body on the ground, bare, beaten, and abused. As if recording his crime without regret, the man had even snapped close-up pictures of her face and genitalia. The file's timestamps showed that they were taken on September 4, 2019, which was less than a month before the SD card was found. In a place like Anchorage, this was really unsettling. With a population of slightly under 300,000, it is the largest city in Alaska, but violent crimes of this kind are uncommon there, since residents know one another. The individual never revealed his face, as was previously indicated, but officials were able to identify his voice. Investigators were already aware of Brian Smith for some reason, and they recognized him as soon as they heard the voice on the recordings. And this is how that voice sounded. The most notable aspect of this case was that initially, detectives thought there was only one victim. But during Brian Smith's interrogation, just as the police were about to wrap up and depart, Smith muttered something chilling, something that implied there was more than one. Authorities named the first casualty that same day as Kathleen Jo Henry, a 30-year-old, who was born on December 22, 1988. Although Kathleen was not well known, she had been active on social media until 5 days prior to the horrific videos that were captured in the hotel room. Her hometown was Eek, Alaska, a secluded community of less than 500 people, primarily Native Alaskans. You couldn't even travel from Anchorage to the location because of its extreme isolation. It was more than 400 kilometers away, over rough terrain and rocky mountains. Kathleen had relocated to Anchorage from that tiny world. Divorced, she referred to herself online as a tough Alaska chick since 1997. She obtained her GED in 2012 while jailed. She had a history dating back to 2007, which included numerous charges of theft, violence, disorderly conduct, drunk driving, and resisting arrest. On January 12, 2019, she was charged with fourth-degree assault, which in Alaska can include everything from hurling bodily fluids at law enforcement or other protected people to causing physical harm. Kathleen appeared resolute in her resolve to change her past. She had mentioned feeling optimistic about the future. There were individuals who loved her. She was well-liked and well-known for her love of poetry writing. However, it's still unclear how she met Brian Smith. Police reacted to a call regarding human remains in the city's southern section, which they thought belonged to the woman in the video. 2 days after the card was found, Brian Smith wasn't even in Alaska at the time. He and his spouse were on vacation in Virginia. You could even view their YouTube videos, where they appeared to be a loving pair. Smith had no idea what awaited him at Ted Stevens International Airport when he eventually made it back to Anchorage and disembarked from his aircraft. There were already authorities. Although he was already employed at a Marriott location close to University Lake, he had returned to begin a new position at the Residence Inn, another hotel under the Marriott brand. This new job was meant to represent a new beginning. Rather, authorities intervened as soon as his boots touched the earth, and he was immediately taken into custody and accused of murder. But the real question is, how did his wife never suspect anything, and who was Brian Stephen Smith? South Africa's Queenstown, in the Eastern Cape, is where Brian Stephen Smith was born. With the exception of a series of alarming Facebook posts and an unnerving online presence, his past is still mostly unknown. He once managed a guest home in South Africa while attending Queen's College High School. and he had aspirations of opening his own hotel someday. But for whatever reason, he decided to abandon his homeland and start over in Alaska. Why he made the move has been the subject of several theories. Some others think that he may have been involved in troubling actions long before he even stepped foot in the United States, and that his dark tendencies did not start in Alaska. We do know, however, that his life changed drastically when he met Stephanie, his future wife, while playing online games. Despite the fact that Stephanie was about 20 years older than Smith, they fell quickly and forcefully. They married in 2014, just 7 months after they first met, and Smith moved to Alaska that same year. Although Stephanie was an administrative officer for the U.S. government, she was passionate about music. One job that readily handled immigration papers was immigration and naturalization services. In retrospect, Stephanie said she had no suspicions. For the record, there was no criminal history of Brian Stephen Smith in Alaska, apart from the fact that he had served in the military after immigrating to the United States. There were little data available regarding his background in South Africa. Over the years, Smith held a number of jobs, including those at the Marriott at University Lake, Dell Engineers, and Alaska Tire Service. He seemed like a regular guy adjusting to his new life. He then formally became a U.S. citizen in September 2019, a few weeks before the shocking SD card was found. Smith, his wife, and their cat shared a house in Geneva Woods, a quiet neighborhood in Anchorage at the time of his arrest. Although they appeared to be a typical pair at first glance, Smith's internet behavior suggested otherwise. He chronicled his life in Alaska with travel vlogs and other videos on his active YouTube page. He was unaware that his compulsive urge to record everything would ultimately be a major factor in his demise. In addition to YouTube, Smith was a frequent user of Quora, a website where people post questions and receive answers. It was on Quora that he revealed another troubling aspect of himself. He was obviously prejudiced. His posts exposed a pervasive animosity, especially toward South African and African racial relations. There was little question about his prejudices, because his outbursts were full of poisonous radical viewpoints. However, Stephanie, the wife of Brian Stephen Smith, emphasized once more that she never found anything odd about her husband. He was merely a hard-working man living a tranquil life in Anchorage, Alaska, with a reliable job, in her opinion. However, as we all know, in private, murderers can be masters of deceit. Smith was leading 2 separate lives. One of his mistresses was considerably younger than his wife. She wasn't just any affair, and her name was Alicia Youngblood. His worst desires were shared by this woman. Smith himself claimed that their bond was based on delusions. They supported one another's desire for sadistic gratification in addition to their affection for one another. Smith would receive terrifying messages from Alicia about her violent dreams of attacking and possibly killing someone, and Smith was turned on rather than horrified. According to Smith's interview, his mistress was the one who initially admitted to possessing sinister secrets, including ones that allegedly included murder. Nevertheless, this proved to be merely a story. However, Smith claims that it served as inspiration for his own criminal activity. But many folks weren't persuaded. Long before Smith ever stepped foot in Alaska, they thought he had violent impulses. After all, he previously boasted that it was simple to commit crimes and dispose of dead covertly, calling the state the ideal location for carrying out horrible deeds. The fact that Smith obviously preferred to target Native Alaskan women added to the frightening nature of his acts. However, text conversations showed that long before the SD card was even found, Brian Smith had really told Alicia Youngblood about the murders. In a single message, Youngblood inquired, "Did you ever find your deleted videos? Just a teeny tiny clip would be the ultimate baby. I promise I would erase it. In fact, you wouldn't even have to send a video. Audio would be great." Then he couldn't help himself. Smith responded, "I deleted it at the airport. When I came to the US, I was so paranoid that the FBI would scan my hard drive." He began to explain his actions. He discussed slapping and kicking the woman's intimate region. He even acknowledged at one point that, even though she had died, he felt better knowing she had lived. "I would have loved to see that," Youngblood said chillingly, to which Smith reported, "I didn't know then how serious you were." Smith has previously discussed his aggressive impulses, particularly in relation to sex. He sent Youngblood videos of his violent and brutal wants in several messages, as if to see how far she would go. He confided his sinister secrets to others besides Youngblood. Smith also confided in Ian Calhoun, a buddy. Prosecutors used text messages during the trial to demonstrate that Smith had informed Calhoun of his offenses. He even alluded to wanting to show him Kathleen Henry's body before disposing of it on the Seward Highway during one of their conversations. However, Calhoun was never charged with a crime in spite of this incriminating evidence. In the end, Youngblood gave in to the cops and revealed all of her knowledge about Smith. The most unsettling aspect, though? In drive-through CCTV footage, she and Smith were seen ordering lunch casually, as Kathleen's body was inside the same truck, and Alicia Youngblood disappeared. Just as the world was eager for additional information, she committed suicide in 2021, leaving behind more questions than answers. The horror didn't end there either. It turned out that Smith had more victims than only Kathleen. Youngblood might have discovered even more terrifying information about the man she once referred to as a lover if she had survived, because Smith casually confessed to yet another murder the day he was captured. During their investigation of Smith's house, police confiscated a number of electronic devices, including USBs, SD cards, and hard drives. Among them, they discovered a disturbing film of a woman lying still on a couch. Veronica Abuchuk was the woman in question. Months had passed since Veronica vanished. Christy Grimaldi, her daughter, made the devastating Facebook plea, "I don't think anyone should have to go through this. Just hoping she is alive and well," when word of her absence first broke. Sadly, Veronica's bones had been found in April 2019, months before Smith was arrested, but nobody knew who she was because there was only a skeleton and a bullet fragment in her skull. Smith's identity and the graphic reality were only revealed after her confession. Smith then acknowledged that, when his wife was out of town, he had taken Veronica from the streets and provided her with a comfortable bed for the night. He said she smelled, so he even let her take a shower. However, his monster nature took over after that. Veronica was brutally murdered, just like Kathleen, but Smith shot her before disposing of her body in the woods. Veronica's story was made even more awful by her tragic past. Veronica never had the opportunity to raise her and her siblings, according to reports made by her daughter Christy Grimaldi. She had lived a difficult life, which Christy thought was caused by trauma experienced as a youngster. She revealed that her mother had suffered a life-altering tragedy when she was assaulted by a Catholic priest in St. Michael. Grimaldi had attempted to get back in touch with Veronica after becoming a mother herself. After learning that they had a basic yet reassuring favorite snack, rice with melted cheese, she even extended an invitation for her to move in with her. However, the streets consistently dragged Veronica back, no matter how many times she attempted to start again. She met Valerie Kassler, the person who would eventually find the solution to this whole situation, in this way, because it was Valerie who discovered the SD card, the single piece of evidence that sealed Smith's doom. How did she discover it? Well, Brian Smith had a sinister tendency that would eventually bring him to ruin. He stalked the streets every night looking for women who were at risk, sex workers, fugitives, and people society ignored. Valerie Kassler spent the following 12 hours with Brian Smith after he picked her up off the streets one evening. Valerie said there was nothing strange about him. He didn't threaten her, harm her, or even say anything out of the ordinary. He was merely another customer. However, when Smith went to an ATM to take out cash for their date, everything changed. Valerie's curiosity overcame her as she waited in his automobile. She grabbed up 2 phones he had left behind, wondering if she would recognize any of the photographs, or if they had any contacts in common. What she discovered, however, was much worse than she had ever dreamed. She happened onto the horrific footage of Kathleen Henry's vicious murder. Panic struck the once she became aware of what she was witnessing. She snatched up the phone and ran without thinking. She hid in the woods for days because she was afraid Smith would find her. He probably knew she had his phone now that she had witnessed his abilities. But Valerie had the guts to accomplish something no one else had, in spite of her anxiety. Finally, Brian Smith's reign of terror came to an end when she turned in the evidence. But it wasn't easy to get justice. Brian Smith's trial wouldn't even start until 4 long years after his arrest. Smith abruptly changed his mind after being questioned for 8 hours straight, alleging that he was coerced into confessing to the murders, even though he had previously confessed. However, there was no denying the evidence against him. Furthermore, the trial was cruel. The horrific tapes that Smith had taken were shown to the jurors. The judge contemplated whether or not to play them in public. Despite Smith's attorney's best efforts, the court refused to have the tapes removed. The entire nation watched as the case was live-streamed, revealing the horrifying details of his crimes. The jury then returned a guilty verdict on all 14 charges in February 2024. Smith was found guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder for the heinous murders of Veronica Abachuk and Kathleen Jo Henry. That wasn't all, though. In addition, he was convicted of tampering with evidence, second-degree sexual assault, and even mistreating their bodies after they passed away. The jurors made it quite evident that his treatment of Kathleen was extremely cruel. Smith was automatically sentenced to 99 years in prison for torturing her. An additional 30 to 99 years were added after Veronica's murder. His final sentencing was also scheduled for July 2024. The courtroom was full when that day eventually came. Advocates, friends, and victims' families came, many of them dressed in red to pay tribute to murdered or missing Indigenous women. In front of the court, Veronica's daughter expressed her strong desire for Smith to remain incarcerated for the remainder of his life without the possibility of release. The judge concurred. Even her niece expressed hope for a better trial outcome in one interview. Smith received a 226-year prison term, with no possibility of parole or future freedom. However, the case did more than merely provide the relatives of the victims with justice. It brought attention to a far larger issue, the horrifying reality that Alaskan Indigenous women must deal with on a daily basis. Because women like Kathleen and Veronica had been going missing for too long and no one was paying notice, activists came out, calling for change and asking authorities to take more action to protect these communities. However, the fate of Cassandra Boskovsky remained a mystery long after Brian Smith was convicted. In the summer of 2019, she was last heard from, and then, one day, she just disappeared. Cassandra was more than a case of a missing person. She had 7 children and maintained good relationships with her family and friends. Her abrupt quiet was alarming. Cassandra was then formally reported missing in September 2019. However, it wasn't until investigators obtained Smith's phone later that year that the truth would start to come to light. Unsettling pictures of a woman lying on the ground, presumably dead or unconscious, were hidden among the files. The woman in the photographs looked a lot like Cassandra. Her relatives were certain it was her. However, the police never formally named her as a victim. In spite of the graphic evidence, although Smith acknowledged being with the woman in the photos, he maintained that he left her alive. She wasn't formally pronounced dead by a jury until September 2024, 5 years later. Her family put in a lot of effort to demonstrate that she was one of Smith's victims, citing little but obvious clues that the woman in the pictures was Cassandra, such as a butterfly tattoo the size of her feet. Emotions were running high when the jury returned its decision. There felt profound sadness mixed with relief. Cassandra's family members desired more than a formal announcement. Justice was what they want. Just like Smith had been held responsible for the others' deaths, they wanted him to be held responsible for hers. However, Brian Smith has not yet been charged or found guilty in relation to the death of Cassandra Boskovsky. Her case serves as a heartbreaking reminder of the number of Indigenous women abducted, the number of families kept in the dark, and the length of time it can take for justice to be served, if it is served at all. I'd like to know what you think now. Is it your opinion that Brian has additional victims, even in South Africa? Might he have been doing this? Please share your comments below, and keep in mind that the most terrifying monsters aren't those found in horror films. They are the ones waiting for their next move. while hidden in plain sight. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Pretending to be in love can be done for a variety of reasons, but it usually occurs when someone has a specific objective in mind, such as gaining money, wanting closeness, or trying to influence events to their advantage. However, everything seems very real to the person on the other side of the deceit, and the more this emotional game is played, the more unexpected the result can be. Nobody could have predicted that an apparently innocent romance between college students would take such a fatal turn. Yet the case of Brenda Michele Gordillo shocked Argentina with its unfathomable cruelty. On May 16, 1995, Brenda Michele Gordillo was born in the Catamarca province of Argentina. Raised with her two elder brothers, Federico and Ivan, she was the only daughter and youngest of three siblings in a middle-class household. They took care of her and protected her at all times. Additionally, she was especially close to her mother, Florencia. Brenda was an intelligent student who was organized, responsible, and tenacious. She got along with others, avoided confrontations, and settled arguments amicably. She flourished in social situations. Her early decision to seek a career in psychology to assist people was not surprising, as she had a natural aptitude to mediate conflicts. Brenda enjoyed being on stage, participated in school theater performances, and was active in dance and gymnastics. People were drawn to her since she had a wide circle of acquaintances, and they frequently sought her guidance and valued her viewpoint. She was admitted to a prominent university in the capital after high school, where she studied psychology with an emphasis on conflict resolution and negotiation. Professors predicted that she would have a bright future, and she soon rose to the top of her program. Prior to a sad incident that occurred during her second to last year of college, Brenda had intended to remain in the capital and pursue a profession there. Her brother called her one evening with the heartbreaking news that their father had died unexpectedly after a heart attack. Their mother, who was now left alone at the family home, was particularly shocked by the loss, but the whole family was as well. Brenda's brothers had already gotten married and moved out before then. Following her studies, Brenda went back to her homeland of Catamarca to be with her mother while she was still in Buenos Aires getting her degree. In addition to finding employment, she made the decision to continue her education by enrolling in a nearby university's law school. She once again became fully involved in school life and met new acquaintances, including a young man named Naim Vera. On June 11, 1999, Naim Vera was born in Catamarca, and he was the youngest of two sons in a wealthy and well-known family of renowned physicians. His mother was a pediatrician with a private practice, and his father was a renowned cardiac surgeon. Growing up, Naim was surrounded by his elder brother Jaime, who was the total antithesis of him. The best opportunities were given to them by their parents. However, Naim was different from a young age, whereas Jaime was driven and aspired to become a doctor like them. He was attractive and naturally charming, but he was also sluggish, entitled, and self-centered. He was well-liked because he constantly wore stylish, high-end clothing and exuded confidence. He knew how to make an impact, and the girls at school were smitten. Naim started dabbling with illegal substances in his later school years, which frequently got him into problems. But because of his family's influence, he never really suffered any repercussions. With multiple instances connected to bullying, physical altercations, and aggressive behavior, he gained a reputation for being conceited and hostile. His disposition frequently eclipsed everything else, even though he had a fortunate background. After graduating from high school in 2018, Naim made the decision to change his ways and break his bad habits and careless choices. After receiving therapy for his substance abuse problems, he was eventually admitted to law school. He met Brenda there, and he fell in love with her right away. Brenda was likewise immediately drawn to the assertive and self-assured young man. When they first met, he had just turned 19 and she was 23. She appreciated his attentiveness, despite the obvious age difference. They talked for hours at a pub on their first date together, and later that evening they visited Naim's parents' apartment, which he had the key to. They developed an intimate relationship that evening and started going out on a regular basis after that. Brenda felt genuinely in love for the first time in her life, and everyone could see it. The shift was noted by relatives and friends. She appeared to be happier than before. But in reality, none of them had ever met the man who had captured her heart. Brenda casually mentioned that Naeem was her future fiancé, but she only showed her mother and brother photos of him from social media, despite the fact that she talked about him frequently. As time went by, it became evident that Naeem had no plans to introduce Brenda to his friends or family. They never made public appearances together as a couple, and their connection was limited to the same apartment. Brenda told herself that he just needed more time, even though it seemed odd. She secretly feared that Naeem's hesitation stemmed from their age gap. Even though Naeem was getting farther away from Brenda over the course of the months-long secret meetings, Brenda stayed devoted to the connection. She clung to the belief that their relationship was still solid and refused to accept the change in his behavior. Brenda got a call one day from an unknown number. The man on the other line warned her and identified himself as Naeem's cousin. He warned her to exercise caution. According to him, Naeem has a violent background and would have already faced harsh judicial repercussions for his prior deeds if it weren't for his powerful parents. Brenda refused to heed to the caller's advice to break up with him before it was too late. In the middle of February 2019, Brenda found out she was expecting. Although she was completely taken aback by the news, she felt very thrilled, despite her first disbelief. She thought that Naeem would be compelled to take things more seriously and commit to her at last, and that this would be the pivotal moment in their relationship. Brenda broke the news at their next meeting. Naeem was stunned at first, but then his expression changed dramatically. He became enraged and insisted that he was not prepared to be a parent and that he had no immediate plans to have a child. With the promise of paying for everything, he coerced Brenda into ending the pregnancy. Brenda flatly refused. She clarified that she had health issues and that it was truly miraculous that she was pregnant. As their disagreement got more heated, Naeem advised Brenda that it would be best if they broke up permanently. They stopped dating for a period, but they kept messaging one another on social media. During this period, Brenda confessed in a close friend that she still wanted to see him again and that she missed him deeply. She went so far as to claim that she had never loved someone as much as she did him. Finally, at the end of February, Naeem gave her a call. He recommended that they have a calm conversation in person. Brenda was ecstatic, certain that he had reconsidered. Her best friend, with whom she had shared the news, assured her that everything would be fine. On the evening of February 28, 2019, the meeting was scheduled. Brenda had received an invitation to a classmate's birthday celebration that evening. She went to Naeem's flat after the celebration and didn't leave again. Brenda did not attend her university courses the following day, Friday, March 1, which was very rare for her. No one could get in touch with her, and she had never missed a lecture without a good reason. Nobody was aware of her location. Brenda's daughter had informed her mother that she would not be returning home that evening, and her mother was aware of the birthday celebration. She did not, however, say if she would remain with her partner or a buddy. At first, her mother wasn't concerned because she had intended to go directly to class in the morning. Brenda didn't know something was amiss until the university called later that afternoon to inquire about her location. Family and friends began looking for her right away. She wouldn't simply vanish without telling anyone. Everyone knew. Nevertheless, there was hope now. Maybe she had just been with Naeem and had forgotten the time. However, while her loved ones were desperately phoning for any information, something else happened that completely altered the situation. In a moment, whatever last hope was gone. Brenda had left. Naeem Vera, his father, and 2 lawyers entered the Catamarca police station early on the morning of March 1, 2019. "I wanted to confess and tell the authorities about a tragic event that had happened the night before," the young man said. After being led to an interrogation room, he quietly gave his account of what had happened. Despite his obviously troubled appearance, he spoke confidently and remained composed. Naeem asserted that he had planned to have a sexual encounter with a female acquaintance at his flat that night. He claimed that they had previously spent time together in this manner, devoid of obligations or demands, but this one night they got into a fight, and he asked her to leave right away. A staircase connected the apartment's 2 levels. Naeem claimed that during the intense argument, Brenda retreated a step, stumbled, and fell down the steps. He maintained that it was too late when he attempted to apprehend her. She was not responding when he got to her. There was nothing he could do to help. The fall had caused Brenda to sustain a catastrophic neck injury. Naeem became terrified when he learned he was responsible for the incident. He decided to get rid of the evidence out of desperation and fear. There was nothing else he could do but try to eliminate the remains. He retrieved lighter fluid from a cabinet, poured it over Brenda, and sparked a match using a big outside grill on the terrace. The fire started right away, but the heavy smoke became unbearable as the flames rose too high. He became aware that things were getting out of hand at that very moment. Surprised to see someone grilling meat in the middle of the night, a man from a nearby flat peeked out, but as Naeem caught sight of him, he waved and smiled with a welcoming attitude. This neighbor later testified in court that Naeem seemed quite calm, if not content, and didn't see anything out of the ordinary. He didn't consider calling the police. Naeem quickly came to the conclusion that his scheme was failing and that a grill was not a crematorium. He dragged the remains back inside, knowing he would never be able to get rid of them entirely. He cut off the lower and top parts of the corpse with a big knife. Then, still not knowing how to get rid of them, he put everything in boxes, put it in garbage bags, and put everything in his car. In a moment, he decided to drive without direction. He threw out the bottom half in whatever dumpster he happened to pass. Regarding the top part, he left the city and pulled over close to a little gully a short distance off the road. The corpses were thrown into the ditch and covered with rubbish, branches, and mud. A passing patrol unit almost nabbed him as he was making his way back to his car. To find out why his car was parked on the side of the road, officers pulled over. Naeem thought quickly and made up a narrative. He said he simply got a call from his girlfriend and stopped to chat. He was taken seriously by the officers, who departed without asking any further questions. Naeem tried to clean up the mess after he got back to his flat, but he soon realized it was too much for him to do by himself. He made the decision to give his cousin a call. He acknowledged everything. His cousin initially believed that Naeem was hallucinating or under the effect of illegal drugs, but after reconsidering, he called Naeem's father. From then on, Naeem had no control over the situation. In an attempt to lessen his punishment, his father coerced his son into turning himself in after speaking with lawyers. Naeem revealed the places where he had disposed of the bones during his confession. Even if he had attempted to alter his tale, the evidence was indisputable. Surveillance film from a nearby building also showed him throwing bags into a garbage, with his car in the background. The second box was soon found in the ravine by investigators, and forensic specialists were dispatched right away to inspect the remains. But the truth they discovered was startling and totally at odds with Naeem's account of what happened. There were no injuries that would have been expected from a fall down the steps, even though the body had been badly charred and later mutilated. The victim's neck was completely intact, and there were no major bruises or broken bones. Rather, a much more unsettling cause of death was discovered during the autopsy. Brenda had suffered a forceful, not accidental, crushing of the cartilage in her throat. Bare hands had been used to apply the pressure. Mechanical asphyxia was listed as the official cause of death. Brenda had fought back frantically, as evidenced by the new scratches that were apparent on Naeem's hands. Fabric threads discovered in Brenda's mouth by forensic specialists were eventually determined to be from her own scarf. This implied that something had been pushed into her lips to silence her before she was strangled. The facts presented a sobering image. This was a purposeful act of cruelty rather than an accident. Brenda's purported pregnancy came to light as soon as her friends and relatives were informed of the tragedy. When detectives questioned Naeem about it, he decided not to bring it up. He acknowledged that Brenda had been manipulating him with the pregnancy for weeks. Naeem claims that their relationship was never romantic and was just ever physical. He asserted that no talk of a future together, much less a family, had ever taken place. He offered to pay for the pregnancy termination as soon as Brenda told him she was expecting, but she declined. Hateful fights had resulted from this dispute, and on the night of the event, Brenda allegedly requested that Naeem marry her in addition to insisting on keeping the baby. He claimed that this infuriated him and he killed her as a result. But there was a serious problem with his story. Brenda had not been pregnant, according to an autopsy. It was a meaningless threat if she had been using this as pressure against Naeem. However, after more investigation, researchers discovered an unexpected fact. Brenda was unable to conceive due to a medical problem she had been diagnosed with. Since she was a teenager, she had been aware of this. Why, then, had she told Naeem that? Later, when being questioned, Virginia, one of Brenda's closest friends, offered insight. Brenda had honestly thought she was pregnant, she explained. She had experienced symptoms, missed her period, and was ecstatic that the physicians had misdiagnosed her illness. Rather than responding with enthusiasm or encouragement, Naeem disregarded her and severed their relationship as soon as she told him the news. Only 2 of Brenda's closest friends were informed of her pregnancy. She never told her mother about it and never had the opportunity to consult a doctor to confirm it. Virginia claims that Brenda had no desire to mislead or control Naeem. She had begun to envision a future with him and had genuinely thought she was going to become a mother. The day Naeem turned himself in and provided his version of events, he was taken into custody, but he maintained that the incident was an accident. He said that because he had been in shock, he had not asked for assistance and instead had decided to kill Brenda in such a cruel way. Most significantly, he persisted in claiming that their relationship had never been genuine and had only ever been a casual arrangement devoid of any obligations. Crimes committed in the course of a love or domestic relationship are categorized as aggravated offenses under Argentine law. This is due to the fact that the victim is thought to be in a vulnerable situation. They may have a weakened sense of self-preservation, trust their spouse, and do not see them as a threat. Naeem would face a harsh punishment, possibly life in prison, should the court find that he and Brenda were romantically involved. However, his sentence may be lowered to no more than 15 years if he could persuade the judges that their meetings were entirely informal and devoid of any emotional connections. This was the main defense put forth by Naeem and his father's legal team. They made a concerted effort to demonstrate that he and Brenda were not actually related. They made it clear that the 2 had never been spotted together in public, had never exchanged pictures, and had never identified themselves to their friends or family. Brenda's loved ones, however, presented a quite different image. She was genuinely in love with Naeem, according to her friends and family, and they firmly believed that their sentiments were reciprocated. She assumed he simply needed more time, so she never pressed for a formal introduction to his parents, so as not to put any pressure on him. Naeem had never taken Brenda seriously, according to a later admission from one of Naeem's classmates. He had been dragging her along, giving her false hope, but he really liked to spend time with her. He reportedly panicked and became anxious to find a way out when she told him about the pregnancy. The classmate claims that Naeem once threatened to commit suicide or to not have the baby. Nobody paid any attention to what he said at the time. However, Naeem allegedly asked his cousin if he knew of someone who would be prepared to solve a problem for money barely a week before to the murder. Assuming Naeem was simply ranting, his cousin brushed it off as bullshit. He didn't grasp how bad the issue was until that fateful night when Naeem called and asked for his assistance in covering up the crime. Following the incident, Brenda's loved ones received public condolences from Naeem's family, who said that the tragedy had also ruined their life. His legal team, however, persisted in fighting for his defense and trying to downplay his accountability. They attempted to portray Brenda as someone who had been coercing and controlling Naeem, saying she had fabricated the pregnancy in order to compel him to get married. They argued that she had hidden agendas and viewed him as a promising and affluent husband. Naeem himself made an effort to argue that he had acted out of acute distress, but this argument was soon disproved. He described in detail how he disposed of Brenda's remains during his initial interrogation, which was unusual for someone who was allegedly in shock. Furthermore, his neighbor's evidence was incriminating. The witness remembered seeing Naeem grilling that evening on the deck and commented on how calm he seemed. He even waved amiably at the neighbor, as though nothing unusual was taking place. The psychological evaluation concluded that the offender was legally liable since he was fully conscious of his acts at the time of the crime, but experts also found that Naeem had bipolar affective illness borderline personality disorder, and psychopathic tendencies. None of these conclusions lessened his legal responsibility. Naeem might have been able to avoid complete responsibility thanks to the Vera family's wealth and powerful connections. In the hopes that public interest would eventually wane, his legal team purposefully postponed the trial. Brenda's family was concerned that Naeem might be given a light sentence or worse, avoid punishment entirely. Florencia, Brenda's mother, chose to act independently since she could not accept this option. She coordinated a number of marches and demonstrations, calling for the offender to face consequences. In an effort to prevent the case from being ignored, feminist activists also joined the fight. In May 2021, the trial finally got underway, and the media covered it extensively. Determining the nature of Naeem and Brenda's connection was an essential part of the proceedings. Due to his youth, his defense lawyers contended that he had not been prepared for a meaningful commitment and that his relationship with Brenda was only a passing fancy. Naeem might have gotten a light sentence if they had been successful in persuading the judge. Additionally, he could have been eligible for parole within 5 to 7 years if they could prove that the crime was not premeditated. The defendant stayed aloof and unresponsive during the trial. He didn't express regret for what he had done. Nevertheless, he formally apologized to Brenda's family as advised by his lawyer, but it sounded fake, almost mocking. Naeem was convicted of aggravated homicide and attempting to conceal the crime on May 14, 2021. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. He was also compelled to pay moral damages of 3 million pesos to Brenda's family. The defendant listened to the verdict with a neutral expression, as though it didn't affect him, and declined to give a closing statement. However, his lawyers declared their plan to appeal as soon as the sentencing was revealed. The press started exposing previous occurrences that Naeem's parents had been able to conceal as the defense team got ready to contest the decision, looking for fresh witnesses and proof of his innocence. Naeem was accused of aggressive behavior and harassment by 2 former students. Both ladies acknowledged that Naeem posed a serious threat and consented to testify in court. He had never been used to rejection, they explained. He had always attracted girls. He started stalking, threatening, and trying to degrade her in every manner after one of his classmates turned down his approaches. Naeem tried to push himself on another young woman, forcing her to change schools. He responded to her resistance by posting defamatory rumors and intimate images of her online. Both controversies had been covered up by his father's legal staff. The fresh testimony was taken into consideration when the court retried Brenda Gordillo's case in March 2022. The original sentence was upheld by the court. Naeem was given a life sentence without the chance of release for a minimum of 51 years. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. These were the terrifying last moments of a 16-year-old girl who was killed by the guy she used to call her father. She was the third of 4 victims killed. The Calera family was prosperous, attractive, and seemingly ideal. The quintessential American dream. Strangers wanted a life like theirs, friends envied them, and neighbors looked up to them. However, beneath that well-maintained exterior was a raging maelstrom of secrets, deceit, and anger. Their idyllic life began to show fractures that were too obvious to conceal, and when they eventually fell apart, it was more than simply a family disintegrating. It was a catastrophe that no one could have predicted. The patriarch, James Craig Kaler, seemed to have it all: a steady career and a 6-figure salary. He provided a life of dreams. From straight-A report cards to local sports glory, his wife Karen was the epitome of the ideal housewife and supermom, running the household and providing for their 3 children, Emily, Lauren, and Sean. Under their parents' tutelage, the Kaler children appeared to flourish. They seemed to be the epitome of what a family should be. Let's go back in time and see how this ideal family came to be through silent battles, concessions, and sacrifices. To begin with, Karen sacrificed her engineering degree in order to wed Craig and help him achieve his goals. After getting married in December 1985, the couple relocated to Colorado, where Craig had secured a promising career. Karen couldn't handle the thought of a long-distance relationship at the time, even though she was still in her second year of college and had a few more years to finish her degree. Thus, Karen took a decision that would change her life. She dropped out of school to concentrate on Craig's profession and her marriage. She fully accepted the sacrifice because she was committed to making their life together wonderful. On April 8, 1991, Karen gave birth to their firstborn daughter, Emily, marking their first significant life milestone. Life appeared to be picture perfect. Karen assumed the role of a stay-at-home mother as Craig's career flourished. But even after delivering a baby, Karen's mother, Pat, saw that her daughter was constantly prioritizing Craig's demands over her own. It was strange, as if Karen no longer lived for herself. Another shift in Craig's career came in 1992, when he was offered a high-paying position in Greenville, Texas. After moving, the family welcomed Lauren, their second daughter, in May 1993. The Collars seemed to have it all: two intelligent, successful children, Karen's commitment to her family, and Craig's career success. The eldest child, Emily, was intelligent and a people-pleaser. Like her mother, she aspired to be intelligent and creative. Lauren played bass and sang, while Emily played drums and sang. However, conflicts were simmering beneath the surface. A dispute over having more children was the source of one of those difficulties. With two children, Karen thought their family was perfect, but Craig desired a third. In a somewhat unconventional step, the couple drafted a written contract. Karen agreed to have one more kid in exchange for the opportunity to have a treatment that would stop her from getting pregnant in the future. Craig complied, and their son Sean was born in March 1999 as a result. Later, Craig had a vasectomy to make sure their expanding family wouldn't experience any more surprises. Life seems to have stabilized by this time. Craig's career continued to grow once he was hired for a new position in Weatherford, Texas, a quiet town close to Dallas. Karen adjusted once more and became fully involved in her new community. She developed a solid network of friends and resources by joining a local moms organization and rising to the position of president. She also ensured that her children were engaged and active. Emily was a talented student and musician. Sean became a budding baseball star, and Lauren flourished in band and sports. Although it appeared to be the ideal life from the outside, Craig's infatuation with perfection left little room for anything that wasn't perfect. He had very high expectations of everyone, even his own family. He started criticizing his daughter Lauren since she had attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder and didn't receive straight A's like Emily. Craig didn't hesitate to make fun of Lauren since he thought she wasn't good enough. Furthermore, Craig's need for control extended beyond his family. He started to come across as stiff, impolite, and even haughty. He was challenging to collaborate with because of his fixation on appearances. He even told others that women in leadership positions weren't worthy of them, demonstrating his lack of regard for them. He also developed a reputation for being frugal, asking coworkers to buy him dances, going to strip clubs with them, and borrowing tools for house improvements rather than purchasing them. Craig maintained strict control over the family's money, even though he made a respectable $180,000 0 cents annually. Every time Karen went shopping, she had to keep the receipts, and she had a strict weekly allowance. When Craig arrived home, he would examine each one carefully and become furious if he felt something was superfluous or overly costly. However, money wasn't the only factor. Craig had complete control over their lives, including their sexual lives. Karen had to go to bed at 8:30 p.m. every night as part of their regimen. She would apologize in a whisper to her friends if she answered a phone after 8 p.m. and explain that she had to leave because Craig needed her in the bedroom at a certain time. He would pay for it if she didn't comply with his request that she go to bed at 9. Their children even learned not to bother them after 8:30 because it had become such a ritual. Karen was required to follow Craig's instructions even when she was ill. Turning him away was risky. Karen was aware that it was simpler to simply give in when his rage frequently turned violent. Now, this was not always the case. Karen's life was less regimented when they initially started dating, but Craig's expectations became increasingly severe over time. To observe Karen and her together, he even proposed introducing a third party, a woman in particular, into their relationship. Karen found it hard to say no, even though she was completely uncomfortable with this. Karen discreetly joined a gym because she was desperate for some privacy and a place of her own. Exercise had always been enjoyable to her, and it gave her a sense of control over her life again. Karen had to perform odd jobs like baking cakes to pay for the membership herself, since Craig, who was always bossy, wouldn't pay. She scraped up enough money to join Powerhouse Gym by January 2006, and she soon established herself as a regular. She eventually even started working as a personal trainer on a part-time basis. Although Craig was surprisingly cool with her working at the gym, he did have one requirement. She had to be home by the time the kids got home from school, and Karen was excellent at all she did as usual. She made pals at the gym right away, and she soon found herself griping about Craig at work. She would talk about how they were always fighting, how she never seemed to be good enough, and how angry he was all the time. Sometimes one of the children had to step in to break up their fights because they were so fierce. Things would get physical on bad days, and Karen would have bruises to show for it. Craig's dominance over her was oppressive, even though everyone at the gym knew how unhappy she was and how much she wanted to end the relationship. She was on the verge of losing it, and meeting Sunny, a personal trainer, only appeared to make matters worse. Sunny helped Karen open up about the most painful aspects of her relationship, things she was unable to discuss with anyone else. Because she was composed and understanding, Sunny and Karen developed into more than just friends over time. The two developed a close romantic and sexual relationship. How this occurred is the subject of some conjecture. Others say Karen and Sunny had already had an affair before Craig even knew about it, while others think Craig encouraged it because he had previously requested Karen to add a third person to their relationship. Whatever the origin of their relationship, it developed into a threesome. Craig even bought flowers for both women, texted Sunny in a flirtatious manner, and urged them to go on weekend trips. Later on, though, he denied pressuring the two to get together. Craig's narrative was different from Karen and Sunny's, who were upfront about their connection. The main problem, according to him, was that his meticulously constructed picture of the ideal family was disintegrating, and Karen was destroying their marriage. Craig saw a chance to take back control in 2008. A higher-paid job in Columbia, Missouri was given to him, but it would require him to leave Sunny and Karen. He took the job offer right away, but Karen was heartbroken. She had roots in Weatherford, but she didn't want to leave Sunny. Her children participated in school activities. Sean played baseball, the girls were in a band, and Karen had strong connections to neighborhood volunteer organization. But as usual, Craig's wishes won out. Karen had to finish things at home because he relocated to Columbia a few months before her. Craig was unaware of Karen and Sunny's decision to remain together over the long term at this period. He believed that it was only a brief liaison, and that Karen would become the submissive wife he wanted her to be after they parted ways. Craig thought things had returned to normal when Karen and the children eventually moved to Columbia. He even permitted her to continue working as a fitness instructor while pursuing a health science degree at the University of Missouri. But Karen had gotten a taste of independence following her time with Sunny. Simply being permitted to work or attend school wasn't enough for her. She didn't want to live a life in which Craig felt entitled to dictate everything she did. Craig started to tighten his hold on his wife, Karen, after realizing he was losing control. His compulsive tracking of her every action, including who she spoke to, what she wrote in her emails, and where she went, soon devolved into a full-scale breach of her privacy. At an old friend's New Year's Eve party in Weatherford in December 2008, this toxic fixation reached a breaking point. Sunny, the last person Craig had ever wanted to see, was there when they entered the party, even though neither Craig nor Karen had anticipated seeing her. The situation was exacerbated by Karen's overt flirtation with Sunny. In front of everyone, they were cuddling, laughing, hugging, and sipping from the same glass using 2 straws. By this time, Craig was angry. His anger and jealousy overcame him, especially because Karen and Sunny's connection was now widely known. Craig felt that the disrespect was intolerable and that it was a total slap in the face. At the party, the rage erupted, with Craig yelling at Karen and Karen yelling back. It was a spectacle rather than merely a private dispute. Craig became so enraged and humiliated by their heated argument that he told everyone that Karen was having an affair. Karen retaliated by kissing Sunny in front of everyone. They were asked to leave by the host, who was obviously uneasy. The drama didn't stop there either. Outside on the front lawn, the altercation continued and quickly became physical. Karen was pushed by Craig, who was so furious that she fell and struck her head on the floor. They were both reeling from the ramifications by dawn. Despite the confusion, Karen started to reconsider how she was pushing Craig. Sonny refused to listen to her when she suggested that they take a vacation from their relationship. She informed Karen that Craig was the issue, not her. After seeing his violent outbursts, Sonny was extremely worried about Karen's safety. Karen bravely decided to file for divorce in late January 2009. She began sleeping in a different room, but she didn't leave the house right away. She and Sonny also kept up their long-distance friendship. Craig continued to monitor Karen's correspondence and even searched through her belongings, because he was still excessively controlling. He discovered several of Sonny's greeting cards and used them to follow her everywhere. Craig would follow Karen whenever she planned to see Sonny in an attempt to ruin their time together. He was unrestrained in his jealousy. Craig became more and more unstable at work. He would show off his photo album to his colleagues, asking them questions like, "Isn't this a happy family? Why doesn't Karen want to be a happy family?" Everybody felt uncomfortable around him, but Craig didn't seem to notice or care. His need to dominate Karen's life devoured him too much. Following Craig's comments during a municipal council meeting in March 2009, the atmosphere escalated. Karen, who was present to encourage him, got drawn into yet another contentious dispute. Craig's rage became physical this time. Karen phoned the police when he assaulted her. Craig was taken into custody on charges of third-degree domestic violence. Karen told the police that Craig had become more violent and domineering over time, and that he had physically obstructed her leave, putting her against a cabinet. Craig denied the assault, saying he was merely attempting to embrace Karen, but the marks on her body revealed otherwise. Craig was taken into custody and charged. Taking the children with her, Karen left their house and leased a flat across Columbia. Additionally, she took $50,000, 0 cents, out of their joint bank account, indicating that she was at last escaping Craig's harmful and poisonous influence. Now, Craig's arrest was absolutely terrible. His acts as a city official made headlines, and his strange and disturbing behavior at work only got worse when it was revealed. The city eventually released a public statement, claiming that Craig's resignation was caused by challenging family matters, but the reality was much more nuanced. His already brittle ego took a hit when he was fired, not voluntarily. The fact that his previously flawless reputation was now in ruins, no family, no career, and no control over anything, was too much for him to bear. Craig packed all his belongings and left his home to return to his parents' Kansas farm. He thought that working hard on the farm would help him decompress, but the distance didn't help. On the contrary, it made him more obsessed with his ex-wife Karen. Craig was baffled as to why Karen had abandoned him. He had imagined himself to be the ideal husband. She left, even though he had given her everything. He wouldn't acknowledge that his domineering actions might have driven her to the edge. He continued to stalk her at this time, reading her emails, texts, and even her cards. He blamed Sonny for everything and was unable to let go. Craig was furious when Sonny texted him to tell him that Karen didn't love him as much as he believed. Even though he had been cool with Karen and Sonny's connection, as long as he could see and participate in some perverse way, he began referring to them by name and using homophobic epithets. His daughter's rejection of him, however, was what ultimately drove him over the edge. They wanted to make their own decisions since they were sick of his domineering behavior. His eldest daughter, Emily, was the first to go. She demonstrated that she would no longer follow his instructions by choosing a college that he disapproved of. This felt like a slap in the face to Craig. He placed even more blame on Karen, accusing her of brainwashing the girls to rebel against him. When one of his daughters came out as bisexual on Facebook, things only got worse. Craig took this as justification to snap at her rather than offering her support. He was certain that their mother had also had an impact on this. Curiously, he began assembling a substantial case against Karen, gathering more than 3,500 pages of purported proof for his divorce lawyer. This had details about each time Karen visited Sonny, as well as screenshots of their private correspondence. He never provided any evidence to support his claims that the two ladies had sex in front of the children. Craig's actions become increasingly strange and unsettling. No one took him seriously when he told his buddies that he wanted to kill Sonny. Ignoring the warning signs until it's too late is a recurring theme in these situations. Not to mention that Craig was having affairs with several women in spite of his anger at Sonny and Karen. His actions were inconsistent. However, things appeared to be a little different with regard to his son, Sean. Craig said that the only person who hadn't entirely abandoned him was Sean. Craig tried to stay active in his son's life by spending time with him and taking him fishing and hunting. By all accounts, he was still making an effort to be a good father to Sean, even if he was a horrible husband to Karen and a domineering, aloof parent to his girls. It seemed as though Sean was Craig's one remaining chance, the one relationship that hadn't been ruined. Let's fast forward to Thanksgiving 2009. Karen continued to make an effort to maintain her family's closeness while Sean was with Craig. She wanted her girlfriend Sonny and all of her kids to spend the holiday with her grandmother Dorothy. Karen went to collect Sean from Craig's place and bring him to Dorothy's the day after Thanksgiving. At the age of 89, Dorothy resided in a peaceful farmhouse in the little Kansas town of Burlingame, which had fewer than 1,000 residents. However, a deputy was finishing up some paperwork on Saturday, November 29, 2009, when a call regarding a strange car in Burlingame was received. It was a little after 6 o'clock, following a neighbor's allegation of a little truck rushing through the neighborhood. They saw the driver arrive, exit the vehicle, and begin to stroll down the street. The man returned a short while later with a big object they were unable to recognize. The neighbors thought it might be a robbery, so they got a flashlight and went outside to confront him. However, before they could approach, the man put the thing in the back seat of the truck, got inside, and drove away. The deputies went to investigate, after the neighbors promptly alerted the sheriff's office. Minutes later, however, a second call was received, one that would result in a far more sinister revelation. Nothing could have prepared the deputies for what they would see upon arrival, but they realized right once that this was a serious situation. The first person they encountered when they arrived at Dorothy's house was Dorothy. She had been shot multiple times and lay profusely bleeding on the kitchen floor. She was scarcely alive anymore. Karen was discovered in the dining area as they hurried to the next room. She was already dead, having been shot twice. They found Emily, 18, resting behind the couch in the living room. She had been shot twice as well. She was probably instantly immobilized by the second bullet and had already passed away. Then, from upstairs, the deputy heard a faint voice requesting assistance. Lauren was the one. Lauren, 16, was still alive but severely injured, having been shot several times and barely surviving, just like Dorothy. Lauren muttered the name Craig as she was being carried away. Her feeble response to the question of who that was, "My dad," and it was not long before Lauren passed away from her wounds as well. Soon after came Dorothy, who had been struggling for her life with all her might. That left Sean, the family's lone survivor, a reluctant observer of this needless killing. He claims that when the nightmare started, he and Karen were sitting together polishing some old coins. Craig suddenly stormed in the back door, rifle in hand, and started shooting at Karen. Sean was frantic to get away and ran for his life in the confusion. More gunshots rang out through the home before he could reach Karen's phone to ask for assistance. Terrified, he realized he had to leave, so he ran away, heading for the next-door neighbor. Naturally, Craig's search order was issued right away, and the investigators quickly found his car, abandoned in the middle of nowhere, oddly out of place. As if he had been getting ready for something, the officers discovered a disturbing scene inside. A rucksack filled with necessities like soap, toilet paper, and tinned food, as well as a hoard of extra ammunition and unopened bottles of anxiety medication, but there was no sign of Craig himself. However, a few hours later he was seen appearing disoriented and unkempt while meandering down an empty road. He didn't try to flee when he noticed the officers coming. "I'm the guy you're looking for," he murmured instead, and was taken into custody without a fight. Craig's defense team contended that he was driven to the edge by his mental health problems, which included despair and numerous personality disorders. They said he lost control of his temper and snapped. The prosecution, however, presented a far more sinister image of a guy whose acts were terrifyingly premeditated. They provided a key piece of evidence to support their arguments. Craig had depression, according to his expert psychiatrist's testimony, yet he was still obviously capable of organizing the killings. One important aspect that showed his actions were deliberate rather than spontaneous was that he spared Sean's life. The last trial started 2 years after the killings. Sean, who was now 12 years old, shown incredible fortitude by taking the stand and vividly narrating the horrific events. He talked about the commotion that ensued after he saw his father shoot his mother. His evidence made it clear that Craig's actions were the result of months of simmering wrath and deliberate intent, rather than an impulsive moment of poor judgment. In her testimony, Sunny also revealed Karen and Craig's toxic relationship. She described how she tried to shield Karen from Craig's erratic behavior, and how at first he seemed unconcerned when she and Karen started dating. But his attitude changed dramatically, only turning nasty once Karen made the decision to leave him. Sunny acknowledged, though, that she had no tangible proof to support her testimony, which was based only on her recollection and what she had heard from Karen. The jury returned a unanimous decision after only 2 hours of discussion. Craig committed capital homicide. After his claim of insanity was denied, he was sentenced to the death penalty, or life in prison without the possibility of parole. When Kayla received his fate today, he remained emotionless. The execution sentence is a form of retaliation for the 4 family members who were shot dead. The defendant is currently being sentenced to death by the court on the capital murder charge. In order to avoid hearing the victim impact statements, James Craig Kaler chose not to speak on his own behalf, and even requested permission to leave the room. He was ordered to remain by Chief Judge Philip Fromm. While many people in the courtroom felt that justice had been done, Sean was not at all relieved by the verdict. 12-year-old Sean had already experienced unfathomable loss. Standing in court, he stated, "I do not want my dad to receive the death penalty because it would be hard on my grandparents. I do not want my whole family gone." His voice was steady but full of emotion. Many were in disbelief when a toddler who had seen so much suffering said these remarks. Sean still considered Craig to be a father, a man who had shown him love and kindness, in spite of Craig's horrifying behavior. In contrast, Craig displayed no remorse for the lives he had taken. He started writing letters to the primary prosecutor and other individuals after being sentenced. They weren't excuses. Rather, Craig asserted that he was relieved to have liberated Sean from what he described as a poisonous atmosphere. An appeal was promptly submitted to the Kansas Supreme Court by Craig's legal team. The court rejected their claims that his mental health problems weren't adequately taken into account throughout the trial, and that the jury was biased. One court noted that Craig's mental health had been taken into account during sentence, while another said that Kansas law does not exonerate someone just because they have a mental illness. It just did not justify his actions. Craig's appeal was ultimately turned down. He was left to deal with the fallout from his decisions as his options for additional legal action became limited. He is currently still on death row, which serves as a sobering reminder of the horrible atrocities he did. Although justice may have been done, it's difficult to determine whether it really makes up for the lives lost. We can only hope that he pays for the destruction he wrought and lives out the rest of his days tormented by his deeds. Regarding Sean, his tale is one of remarkable fortitude. He was able to overcome all of the hardships and pain he had experienced. He is a live example of fortitude and tenacity in the face of unspeakable sorrow. He completed high school and is currently employed in Kansas. His story gives hope by demonstrating that there is hope even in the most dire circumstances. However, what about this instance? It remains with you. Do you believe that the proper assistance or action could have avoided this tragedy? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. I survived. After his life was completely upended, Charlie Otero said, "The BTK, the morning of January 15, 1974, in Wichita, Kansas, was extremely cold." Charlie Otero, then 15 years old, had no idea that he was entering a nightmare that would follow him for the rest of his life. When he and his two siblings walked home from school that day, Lucky, the dog, was outside when Charlie Otero first noticed it. It was incorrect. He had just walked home from school with his siblings, expecting to see their father watching the news and their mother waiting, possibly cooking. Their younger siblings might have been playing. Lucky, instead, was pacing outside in the cold. He felt his stomach clench. A problem existed. Charlie pushed open the back door and went straight to it. The silence in the house was too great. It caught his attention as soon as he entered the kitchen. On the stove, his mother's purse overturned, spilling its contents all over the place. His mother was very careful. She never left such things. His voice asked, "Is anybody home?" Stillness. "Charlie, come quick, Mom and Dad are playing a bad trick on us," said one of his siblings, with a voice echoing through the house. He felt a sharp sensation of fear in his chest. His heart pounded in his ears as he ran down the hall, and then everything stopped. On the floor was his father. He found his mother on the bed, restrained, motionless, strangled. Even they didn't look like it. Charlie looked around the room, trying to figure out what he was seeing. Plastic was wrapped around his father's head. Around his throat, a belt twisted. His mother had a pained expression on her face. Her body was bound with ropes that pierced her flesh. Only when his throat burned did he realize he was screaming. "Something happened. They're not moving. We need help," they exclaimed as they rushed out the door to the neighbor's house, the phone in his trembling hands. Police arrived. He had no idea how long it would take. Time had lost its sense of reality. When they came inside and discovered his younger brother Joey dead in a different room, he was outside. After that, Josie was nowhere to be found. Not in the hallway, not in the bedroom, not anywhere. Until they opened the basement door, she was invisible to Charlie. He was not allowed by the police. They later informed him, however, that 11-year-old Josephine was hanging from a pipe. To the station they brought him. He was informed about Joey and Josie there. He couldn't recall his words. He was unsure if he had said anything at all. "I thank God every day that I didn't find them," he would later say, "because I don't know how I would have handled it." However, he was aware from that very moment that his family had been murdered. They characterized Dennis Rader as normal, courteous, and well-behaved. He was a loving father, a devoted husband, and an involved community member. Rader was a very ordinary neighbor in Wichita, Kansas. He was well integrated, had a steady job, and went to church. However, beneath this exterior was a predator, a monster who delighted in the rush of dominance, power, and death. He was known as the Bind Torture Killer. 1945 saw the birth of Dennis Lynn Rader in Pittsburgh, Kansas. He was raised in Wichita, where he passed for a typical young man. But there were sinister impulses simmering beneath the amiable exterior. When Rader was younger, he enjoyed killing and torturing stray animals. He dreamed of suffering, power, and control. After enlisting in the Air Force, he wed Paula Dietz in 1971. They were parents to 2 children together. Rader seemed like a typical family man. Nobody was aware of the desire to kill that was hidden beneath the surface. When he selected his first victims, the Otero family, in January 1974, that desire erupted. He had been keeping an eye on them for weeks, observing Julie's habits and the weaknesses in their house. Then he struck on the morning of January 15. Rader disconnected the phones and bided his time. The youngest, Joey, let the dog in through the back door, and Rader crept inside. Holding the Otero family at gunpoint, he fed them a false narrative about him being a California wanted man in need of only money and food. But his made-up story was far less ugly than his real intentions. Binding them all with the ropes he had brought, he pushed the family into a bedroom. Rader overpowered Joseph Otero Sr.'s resistance, securing his feet and wrists. He covered his head with a plastic bag after that. After Joseph chewed a hole through it, Rader covered him with another bag and watched him slowly suffocate. Julio Taros then made a fervent plea saying, "Please, save my son," in reference to Joey. It was a cruel illusion of mercy, but for a moment, Rader took the bag away. Shortly after, he used a rope to strangle her to death. Joey then arrived. The 9-year-old's head was covered with a plastic bag by Rader, who then added t-shirts and another bag. The child thrashed, gasping for air, and he watched until he finally stopped. The worst, however, was still to come. 11-year-old Josie Otero had been there for everything. Rader now ushered her into the basement. He wrapped a noose around her neck and fastened it to a pipe. Josie's feet were barely off the ground as he pulled the rope. With a cry, "Mama, Mama, what will happen to me?" she asked, her long hair getting in the way of his struggle, a question that still haunts people who hear it. In response, Rader said, "Well, honey, you're going to be in heaven tonight, with the rest of your family." It was frightening. He hanged her. He extended her agony by letting her toes hang just above the ground. Thus, as her body became motionless, he desecrated the scene in the most heinous manner imaginable, while he watched his accomplishment with the greatest satisfaction on his face. For 30 years, Dennis Rader escaped from justice. His confession, when he was eventually taken into custody in 2005, demonstrated how deranged his thinking was. Prosecutors showed him a macabre collection of mementos, including drawings, crime scene photographs, and trophies he had gathered from victims during his sentencing. Rader himself gave a very casual account of his crimes, making everyone who watched shiver, talking as if he were talking about a pastime. He remembered how he used a squeeze ball to train his hands to strengthen his grip for strangulation, how he broke into homes while posing as a phone repairman, how he made sure Josie's toes barely touched the ground to prevent her from dying too soon, and how he made fun of his victims' final words by imitating their frantic cries as "yada yada yada." Rader revealed in a particularly graphic moment that he meticulously documented his victims' roles in his sick fantasies. The only sound in the courtroom was the sobs of the victims' relatives, and he wrote that Josie was "my star young maiden that I will teach sex to." After seeing a picture of his sister Josie hanging dead in the basement where he used to play as a kid, Charlie Otero, now an adult, started crying. He couldn't stand the sight and buried his face in his hands. Rader was given 10 consecutive life sentences, each with no chance of parole or escape, just a cell to spend the rest of his wretched life in. However, there was no real closure for the families of his victims. In the words of one victim's son, "What do you expect from a demon?" He had other victims besides the Otero family. Months after the murders of the Otero family, on April 4, 1974, Rader struck once more. Catherine Bright, 21, was unaware that she was being stalked by a predator in Wichita. Rader picked her out, observed her, and became familiar with her habits. He took the initiative and broke through the screen door when she left her house that day. However, the plan didn't work out. He hadn't anticipated the presence of her brother, Kevin Bright, who was 19 years old. Taking out his gun, Rader made Kevin restrain his sister by giving him a rope he had brought specifically for this purpose. He led Catherine into a different room after that. He struggled with her, so much so that his usual technique of strangling her failed. Angry, he reached for a knife and gave her 3 stab wounds to the lower abdomen and back. Her body gave one last shudder and then went limp as she bled out. Rader strangled Kevin and then shot him in the head in an attempt to kill him, but Kevin resisted. He played dead, clinging to life until Rader departed, and then he escaped, running for his life with all the strength he had left. In contrast to the Oteros, Kevin Bright lived. The story of the man who went by BTK is one he lived to tell. But Dennis Rader wasn't even close to being done. Shirley Ruth Relford, 25, was the victim of Dennis Rader's deranged fantasies and was discovered dead in her Wichita home on March 17, 1977. She was stalked by Rader, who had followed her 5-year-old son home to find out where they lived. Once inside, he produced a pistol. An immediate and suffocating fear gripped the room as the weight of his presence drained the air. After tying up her 3 kids, he locked them in the bathroom and confined them. Their hushed screams and desperate banging on the door didn't deter him. He guided Relford to the bedroom, where she was so overcome with fear that she puked. with accuracy and what appeared to be a great deal of practice. He was unconcerned, though. He restrained her with the icy efficiency of a man who had done this before, binding her legs to the bedpost. Subsequently, the rope and the plastic bag were stretched tightly over her face. Her body twisted and writhed against the bed as he pulled. The muffled screams of her children just down the hall blended with her choked sobs. They pleaded for their mother, but Dennis's inner monster would not hear them. He had made up their minds already. He was also going to murder them. Rader only had their mother's dead body as a trophy, though, because the kids escaped before he could complete the rest of his scheme. And then he vanished into the night, reverting to the ordinary world in which nobody had any suspicions. Although he was still Dennis Rader, the family man, the churchgoer, and the courteous neighbor, BTK lurked in the shadows, waiting for his next victim. The next person Dennis Rader targeted was Nancy Jo Fox, who was 25 at the time. He had spent weeks observing her, learning her habits, and following her routine. Her single status made her a prime target. On the evening of December 8, 1977, Rader drove up to her house with a sense of excitement in his heart. Before sneaking inside, he cut the phone lines, a tactic he employed on nearly all of his victims. He then waited in the shadows of her kitchen. Nancy didn't realize the nightmare that was waiting for her when she finally entered the room. He pounced just as she was about to react. He pushed her to the ground while brandishing a gun. He told her to undress in an uncanny, calm voice. Despite the flash of fear in her eyes, she obeyed. She lay helpless on her bed while he bound her ankles and wrists, enjoying the control. Dennis fastened her neck with a belt. He gave her a slow squeeze, making her pain worse. Her fate had been decided the instant she entered that door, despite her struggle and gasp. Rader leaned close to her before she passed away and made a sick confession in a whisper. He was the one who killed Otero. He used a payphone the next day to dial 911. He said in an emotionless voice, "You will find a homicide at 843 South Pershing," and then hung up. Despite Nancy Jo Fox's death, the monster remained at large. In a letter to the Wichita television station KK on February 10, 1978, Rader took responsibility for the killings. He came up with a lot of names for himself, including BTK. He demanded media coverage. He asked, "How many do I have to kill before I get a name in the paper or some national attention?" in this second letter. The letter contained a poem entitled, "Oh Death to Nancy," a parody of the lyrics to the American folk song, "Oh Death." Rader claimed that he was motivated to kill by a supernatural force he named Factor X, which he described as the same force that drove Jack the Ripper, the Son of Sam, and the Hillside Stranglers. Additionally, he requested that the police reply with a covert message. During one of the station's evening newscasts, police chose to flash a subliminal message because they knew the BTK killer watched KAKE. "Now call the chief," the message briefly said, and included a drawing of an upside-down pair of glasses that had been discovered at the Fox crime scene. They hoped the message would persuade the murderer to come forward. But it didn't work. Dennis became obsessed with a 63-year-old woman named Anna Williams, and in 1979 he set his sights on her. He waited inside her house for hours, getting angrier every minute when she failed to come home in time. He was angry. He ruined his perfect plan. Inadvertently, Anna Williams avoided death that evening. His later killings became more sophisticated and purposeful. In 1985, 53-year-old Maureen Hedge was abducted from her home. After bringing her lifeless body to the church where he served as president of the council, Dennis Rader photographed her, twisted her corpse, and then disposed of it in a ditch. A similar horror was experienced by Vicki Wegerle, who was 28 years old. In 1986, she strangled herself. Dennis pretended to be a telephone repairman, which led the police into a false sense of security. The last person he is known to have killed was Dolores Davis, 62, who was strangled with pantyhose and then discarded beneath a bridge in 1991. The BTK case was no longer active by 2004. Prior to Dennis, who couldn't help but play the game again because he needed attention, the police had no leads and no fresh evidence. In an attempt to mock law enforcement and relive the times he had caused his victims to suffer, he sent 11 cryptic messages to local media between March 2004 and February 2005. In a letter to the Wichita Eagle in March 2004, a fictitious Bill Thomas Killman admitted to killing Vicky Wegerle in 1986. Photos of the crime scene and a copy of Vicky's pilfered driver's license were enclosed. Vicky's fingernails provided DNA evidence that the BTK killer was the culprit. Despite gathering the DNA of hundreds of men, police were unable to find a match. Rader kept up his sick game, dropping off packages at random places. One mimicked the murder of Nancy Fox by containing a doll that was bound and had a plastic bag over its head. He wrote in one letter, "They know nothing at all. I did it by myself and with no one's help. I can't stop it, so the monster goes on. Good luck hunting." He came up with his own nickname by concluding the letter with the words, "Bind them, torture them, kill them. BT." Lieutenant Ken Landwehr, the lead investigator, was threatened by a poem held by another. He left a cereal box in the parking lot of a Home Depot in January 2005 in the hopes that it would be discovered. He inquired about it in his subsequent message when it wasn't. After looking over surveillance footage, police discovered a man operating a black Jeep Cherokee, which was Rader's registered vehicle. But the last error was his own conceit. Rader asked police in February 2005 if it was possible to track down a floppy disk. In a newspaper ad, they replied that it would be safe. Rader sent a purple floppy disk to a news station playing The Bait. In just a few minutes, police were able to extract metadata that showed Dennis had last edited it at Christ Lutheran Church. After a brief search, they found Dennis Rader, the church council president. His Jeep was parked outside his home, supporting the police's presumption. Although they required DNA evidence, a warrant was issued. Rader's daughter gave them a pap smear at a clinic at Kansas State University. A familial match to the BTK evidence was confirmed by the results. This led to Dennis Rader's eventual arrest. "Mr. Rader, do you know why you're going downtown?" one of the officers asked him as he walked up to him. Dennis Rader had no hesitation in responding. "Oh, I have suspicions." Police confiscated a cylindrical container, black pantyhose, and computer equipment during their search of his home office and church. In front of the cameras the following morning, Wichita Police Chief Norman Williams said, "The bottom line, BTK is arrested." Following his guilty plea, Rader was evaluated psychologically by forensic psychologist Robert Mendoza. Mendoza determined that he had antisocial, obsessive-compulsive, and narcissistic personality disorders. Rader was a conceited individual who was completely devoid of empathy, obsessed with order and structure, and in dire need of praise. Because of his inflated sense of self-importance, Rader thought he was unique, above the law, and a genius who had managed to deceive everyone. He yearned for power, not only over his victims but also in the courtroom, where he described his atrocities in graphic detail while showing no remorse. Controversy erupted after his court-approved interview with Mendoza was aired on NBC Dateline. After suing Mendoza and his company for violating confidentiality, the Kansas Attorney General settled the case for $30,000, 0 cents. The assessment validated what the world already knew. Dennis Rader was a heartless predator who couldn't comprehend the emotional damage he inflicted. 10 counts of first-degree murder were brought against Dennis Rader on February 28, 2005. He first pled not guilty, but on June 27, 2005, he changed it to guilty, proudly detailing each murder as though it were a worldwide accomplishment. He gave a lengthy 30-minute apology during his sentencing on August 18 that he compared to an Academy Awards acceptance speech. He received 10 consecutive life sentences, each of which included a minimum of 175 years. At the time, the death penalty was not applied in Kansas. While chatting with officers about the weather on the way to El Dorado Correctional Facility, he broke down in tears when victim impact statements came on the radio. He now spends his days in a tiny cell with few privileges, confined in solitary confinement, a much more humane fate than what he inflicted on his victims. Dennis Rader's horrific nightmares and unexplained crimes have served as the basis for numerous fiction and true crime adaptations. Rader's double life served as the inspiration for Stephen King's novella, A Good Marriage, which was later made into a movie. Thomas Harris's portrayal of Francis Dolarhyde in Red Dragon was influenced by BTK. Law & Order SVU, Criminal Minds, and Netflix's Catching Killers and Mindhunter have all examined the case. Steven Wilson's eerie song Raider 2 and the thrash metal band Exodus, BTK, for their album Blood In, Blood Out, were both influenced by the monster's evil desires and the acts he committed to satisfy them. Even music has examined his crimes. However, Dennis Rader has committed more crimes. Nobody wanted to believe it, but in August 2023, authorities found evidence that Dennis Rader might have had more victims. As investigators searched his former Park City residence, they found possible trophies from other unsolved cases. The disclosures prompted them to re-examine long-standing icy disappearances such as Cynthia Dawn Kinney's. He admitted to 10 murders nearly 20 years ago. BTK, which he abbreviated for Bind, Torture, Kill, was his nickname. The notorious BTK serial killer is currently serving life sentences at a maximum security facility in Kansas, and new evidence has surfaced that could link him to more killings. Cynthia was last seen at the Osage Laundromat in Oklahoma on June 23, 1976, when she was just 16 years old. Before she disappeared, witnesses remembered a 1965 Plymouth Belvedere, which was faded and beige. After discovering an unsettling entry in Rader's writings, decades later, Sheriff Eddie Verdon linked him to the crime. Bad wash day. At first glance, the phrase seemed harmless, but authorities discovered that an ADT alarm system had been installed at a bank across from the laundromat. Dennis Rader had been in the area, working as an installer on the day Cynthia vanished. Even worse, Dennis reportedly admitted in his writings that he had fantasized about robbing a girl in a laundromat. Dennis, perhaps fearing the death penalty in Oklahoma, denied involvement, despite growing circumstantial evidence. How many more people are still out there, waiting to be found as victims of his vile fantasies? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The woman found here was just one of many who either went missing or suffered abuse at the hands of the man who lived in this house. After 2 years, the decomposing remains of these 11 women were found inside, making neighbors realize that the awful smell lingering in the air wasn't from a sausage factory, but from this very house, and it became known as the True House of Horrors. This case was so disturbing that even after his acquittal, many still believed the so-called Cleveland Strangler had more than 11 victims. That's because several other murders in this town remain unsolved to this day, and all the victims were women. So today, we remember them, because no troubled past can ever justify what they went through. And once you hear the full story, you'll understand exactly why. His name was Anthony Sowell, the man you saw casually describing how he killed his victims in that video. And like many serial killers before him, he had a troubled past. A past that shaped his twisted view of women, seeing them as nothing more than objects he could torture, harass, and kill. Anthony was one of 7 children born to Claudia Garrison, a single mother struggling to raise them all. But tragedy struck when one of Claudia's daughters, Anthony's sister, passed away, leaving behind 7 children of her own with nowhere else to go. They moved in with Claudia, bringing the total number of kids in the household to 14. Now you might have heard the old rhyme about the lady who lived in a shoe and had so many kids she didn't know what to do, but this was no nursery tale. According to Anthony's niece Leona, who was one of the 7 children forced to move in, their time in that house was pure misery. Claudia subjected them to brutal beatings and relentless abuse, while her own 7 children watched from the sidelines. In one of the most horrifying moments of her childhood, Leona recalled how Claudia, the very woman who was supposed to protect and care for her, forced her to strip naked and then brutally beat her. In a later interview, Leona recalls this horrifying experience. But the nightmare didn't stop there. Claudia's own children were reportedly spared from the worst of her wrath, but for Leona and the other girls in the house, the abuse was relentless. Now, according to Leona, one of Claudia's older sons also took part in the cruelty, routinely beating and assaulting the young girls. Tragically, it didn't stop at just one person. It is said that other male relatives living in the house joined in, creating a cycle of unspeakable violence and trauma. Leona also revealed that Anthony Soule was often silent during these horrific acts. He never intervened. Instead, he would sit back and watch as the abuse happened right in front of him. But what Leona didn't realize was that for Anthony, witnessing mistreatment had become almost normal. Growing up in a home where abuse was a daily occurrence, he began imitating the cruelty he saw. Shockingly, at just 11 years old, he started molesting his own 10-year-old niece, Leona's sister, subjecting her to the same suffering he had witnessed, continuing the cycle of pain that had been ingrained in their home. Fast forward to January 24, 1978, Anthony joined the United States Marine Corps. Surprisingly, he excelled in the military. Over the next 7 years, he built an impressive record, earning multiple good conduct medals, certificates, ribbons, and letters of appreciation. By all accounts, his military career was defined by discipline, hard work, and achievement. Upon his honorable discharge in 1985, Anthony returned home to Cleveland for a while. He managed to live a relatively normal life, but that facade crumbled 4 years later in 1989, when he committed his first known violent crime. It all started with Melvette Stockwell, a 3-month pregnant woman and an S-worker who believed she was simply meeting a new client. On that fateful night, she accompanied Anthony to his home, expecting a routine exchange. Do the job, get paid, and leave. But this wasn't like her other clients. As soon as they stepped inside, the charm disappeared. Anthony's entire demeanor shifted. He suddenly became aggressive, grabbing her before she could react. He tied her hands and feet with zip ties and a belt, gagging her with a rag to keep her from screaming. She was completely at his mercy. But then he stopped. Instead of attacking her right away, he told her he was going to feed her before he killed her. Imagine hearing that. You think you're about to meet your end, but instead your captor is talking about feeding you first. Like you're on some twisted death row. The horror of that moment must have been unimaginable. But then, out of nowhere, Anthony decided to take a nap before going through with his plan. That was her only chance. In a moment of sheer desperation, she managed to break free, escape through a window, and signal for help from the rooftop. A neighbor spotted her and called the police, and when officers arrived, they found her shaking and terrified. But miraculously, she had survived. Anthony was arrested and charged with rape, attempted rape, and kidnapping. In 1989, 3 women from the same street as Anthony had already been murdered. As it turned out, Anthony was already on the authorities' radar, but despite the charges against him, he pleaded guilty to a rape and was sentenced to only 5 to 15 years in prison. While behind bars, Anthony underwent multiple psychological evaluations, yet he continuously insisted he would never commit such acts again. Despite his disturbing past, Anthony managed to convince the system that he had reformed. What's even more chilling is that he was not classified as a sex offender, meaning that when he was released in 2005, he was free to roam the streets of Cleveland, Ohio, just like any other citizen. That same year, he moved into 12,220 Imperial Avenue, a house that would soon become infamous. However, 2 years later, Anthony lost his job at a local factory under mysterious circumstances. Unemployed, he began collecting benefits and making money on the side by working as a scrap metal collector. But as his financial situation deteriorated, so did his mental state. He became more withdrawn, spending most of his time in his house, avoiding neighbors, and becoming more erratic in his behavior. Those who lived nearby noticed a change in him as he looked unkempt, distant, and was no longer the same person they had once known. Then came the turning point. Anthony began a relationship with a woman named Lori, a niece of the governor in Cleveland, and they quickly spiraled into a toxic cycle of heavy drug use, particularly crack. But while Anthony was sinking deeper into addiction, Lori wanted out. And so in 2007, When Anthony was fired from his job at the factory, Lori saw it as her chance to break free. She left him, determined to leave that world behind. Anthony, however, was far from ready to let go. The heartbreak shattered something inside him, sending him into a dark spiral. He stayed behind on Imperial Avenue, but from that moment on, his reclusive tendencies became even more pronounced. He withdrew into himself. His behavior became more unstable, and then the horrors began. That same year, a 10-year-old girl living nearby vanished without a trace. Just months later, another woman, a 33-year-old nursing assistant named Tishana Culver, disappeared. Tishana had struggled with drug addiction, but she was also a dedicated healthcare worker, trying her best to turn her life around. No one reported her missing, no police alerts, no flyers. Just another woman gone. 2 months later, 25-year-old LaShonda Long, a mother of 3, also vanished. Then in October of 2008, 45-year-old Michelle Mason, who had 2 sons and was a devoted volunteer for the local AIDS task force, was also reported missing. Her mother, terrified, went to the police in early December. She begged them to look into her daughter's disappearance, but nothing happened. The case remained open, and no one connected the dots. Meanwhile, over on Imperial Avenue, a gut-wrenching stench was growing worse by the day. The entire neighborhood complained, a smell so rancid it made people gag just walking past. And the most disturbing part, Anthony Sowell himself reeked of it. Whenever someone wrinkled their nose and questioned the putrid odor clinging to him, Sowell had a ready excuse. "It's that damn sausage factory next door," he'd say with a shrug, and somehow people believed him. After all, Ray's Sausage had been in business for over 5 decades and, well, it was a meat factory. Maybe it really did stink. But the complaints kept piling up. Eventually, City Hall got involved, sending inspectors to investigate. The pressure was on, and Ray's Sausage was forced to take drastic action, spending over $30,000, 0 cents, on deep cleaning, new ventilation systems, and odor-eliminating technology. And yet, the smell didn't go away. It clung to the air, thick and putrid. By this time, Sowell was unraveling. In early December of 2008, a terrified woman ran straight to a police car parked in the neighborhood, bleeding, shaking, and screaming. She claimed Sowell had attacked her, dragged her inside his house, choked her, and attempted to assault her. When police stormed Sowell's foul-smelling home and arrested him, he had his own version of the story, insisting that she was the criminal, that she had tried to rob him. Both bore scratches and bruises, making it difficult for officers to determine who was telling the truth. Both were arrested, but later released due to insufficient proof. Just a month later, in January of 2009, Kim Smith, a 44-year-old woman who had been caring for her elderly father, disappeared. That year alone, 5 more women, Nancy Cobbs, Imelda Hunter, Janice Webb, Talicia Fortson, and Diane Turner, vanished without a trace. The alarming number of missing women in such a small area didn't go unnoticed by the community. Residents began organizing searches, handing out flyers, and trying to bring attention to the disappearances. Shockingly, Anthony himself joined these efforts, blending in with those who were desperately searching for the very women he had taken. Then came October of 2009. A woman named Shawn Morris visited Anthony's house, seemingly unfazed by the overpowering stench that clung to the air. The two spent the evening drinking, using drugs, and talking. Nothing intimate, just casual conversation. The next morning, as she prepared to leave, she realized she had left her ID upstairs. As she walked up to retrieve it, she suddenly heard a chilling click sound from behind her. Before she could react, Anthony lunged at her, attacking her without warning. He overpowered her, assaulted her just like so many before her, and then went through the house, locking all the doors and windows. It became clear that he had no intention of letting her go. But Shawn saw a fleeting moment of opportunity, one she knew she had to take. Summoning all her strength, she threw herself out of a 3rd-story window, crashing 30 feet to the ground below. Anthony, realizing what had happened, bolted downstairs, completely unclothed, desperate to drag her back inside. But this time, fate wasn't on his side. 2 passers-by witnessed the horrifying scene and immediately called 911. Because of them, Sean was rushed to the hospital with severe injuries, including multiple broken bones. Despite the brutal attack, she chose not to speak to the police about what had happened. However, someone else would just a week later. On October 27th, a woman named Latundra Billups came forward to share her own horrifying experience with Anthony Soule. She had been through a terrifying ordeal back in September, one that followed the same pattern as before. She had gone to his house for a drink, only for him to suddenly turn violent. Unlike so many others, she was lucky enough to survive. However, the trauma had kept her silent until now. Finally, in late October, her testimony was enough for authorities to issue both an arrest warrant and a search warrant for Anthony Soule. On October 29, SWAT officers stormed his house, expecting to take Anthony into custody, but what they found was far worse than they could have imagined. Anthony wasn't home, but the stench was overwhelming. Dead flies covered every surface. Then came the grisly discoveries. Decomposing bodies, one after another, some of which had been rotting away for years. The house of horrors that had plagued the neighborhood for so long was finally exposed, and a manhunt was immediately launched. For 2 days, police scoured the city for Anthony Soule. Then, on October 31, as he casually strolled down the street, officers spotted him. They pulled over and cuffed him on the spot. He looked disheveled, with dirt and twigs clinging to his clothes as if he had been sleeping outside, hiding in the bushes for days. But there was no hiding from what had been found in his home. To shed light on Anthony's victims, let's get to know them before their lives were consumed by addiction, because they all had stories, dreams, and struggles. They had every reason to keep going, and there was no reason for them to be murdered. Crystal Dozier, a mother of 7, was 35 years old when she vanished in May 2007. Her son, a U.S. Marine, desperately searched for her, but she wouldn't be found until police unearthed her remains in Anthony's backyard. 2 years later, loved ones recalled that Crystal had turned to drugs after losing one of her children, a pain that consumed her. Despite her struggles, she was a devoted mother who, in another life, could have had a... Deshauna Culver was 33 years old, a trained nursing assistant and cosmetologist who had once envisioned a future helping others. However, tragedy struck when her boyfriend took his own life, sending her into a spiral of grief and addiction. At one point, she lived only 4 houses away from Anthony, unaware of the fate that awaited her. She disappeared in June 2008, leaving behind loved ones who never stopped wondering what had happened to her. LaShonda Long, just 25 years old, was the youngest of Anthony's victims, a mother of 3. She disappeared 3 months after Tashana. No one even filed a missing persons report for her, a heartbreaking reflection of how addiction often isolates its victims from the support they need. Her remains were never fully recovered. Only her skull was found in Anthony's basement. On the other hand, Michelle Mason had fought hard to turn her life around. At 45, she was living with HIV and had battled heroin addiction, but she refused to let her struggles define her. After surviving a shooting, she dedicated her life to helping others, working with an AIDS outreach program and focusing on her children. She disappeared on or around October 4, 2008. Another life full of resilience and hope, cut tragically short. Tonya Carmichael was a mother, a fighter, and tragically the first victim to be identified from Anthony Soule's house of horrors. Though she struggled with substance abuse, her loved ones never stopped caring. When she vanished in December 2008, they knew something was wrong. Tonya's mother wasted no time. She reported her missing within a week, desperate for answers, but the police saw just another black woman with a drug problem and failed to take the case seriously. Even when her abandoned car was found near Soule's neighborhood, they ignored the red flag. Years later, forensic testimony would expose the brutality of her death, strangled with a telephone charger, discarded as if she didn't matter. But Tonya did matter. She was loved, she was missed, and her family never stopped fighting to make sure she wouldn't be forgotten. Kim Yvette Smith, 44, was a caretaker in every sense of the word. She dedicated her life to looking after her ailing father, balancing the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. In January 2009, she disappeared without a trace, leaving her father behind and breaking the hearts of those who knew her. Imelda Amy Hunter, 47, had a life marked by hardships and resilience. Raised in Chicago, she was an avid reader, a girl with dreams before her life. Life took an unexpected turn at just 14. She became pregnant by one of her teachers and gave birth to a child with cerebral palsy who also died. This unimaginable responsibility weighed on her young shoulders, and eventually addiction found its way into her life. Yet she was more than her struggles. She was a mother, a woman who had once been full of promise. Nancy Cobbs was a 44-year-old grandmother, deeply loved and fiercely missed. When she disappeared in April 2009, her family refused to sit idly by. They kicked in the doors of abandoned houses, desperately searching for her. Tragically, her body was only discovered months later, wrapped in 6 plastic bags. Forensic testimony later revealed that she had been strangled with a shoelace, another victim of Anthony's cruelty. Talisha Fortson, 31, had a difficult upbringing, bouncing from foster home to foster home. She frequently ran away, searching for something better, but addiction tightened its grip on her. Like Talisha and Amy, no one even realized she was missing until the bodies began surfacing. Janice Webb, 48, was last seen on June 3, 2009, at her boyfriend's home in Lakewood, Ohio. Just outside Cleveland, a woman with her own battles, she never imagined that crossing paths with Anthony would be her final chapter. Diane Turner, 38, had endured the unthinkable, losing all 6 of her children to the state. The pain of separation pushed her deeper into addiction, but she was still a mother who had once held hope for her family. She was the last of Anthony's victims to disappear. In September 2009, the same month that Latundra Billups, 37, survived his brutal attack. These women were not just victims, they were women who had lived, loved, and endured unimaginable struggles. Their stories deserved to be told, not just as part of Anthony's crimes, but as a reminder of the lives that were stolen and the justice they finally received. What's particularly gut-wrenching is that by the time authorities finally captured Anthony's soul, he was 50 years old, meaning he had already spent decades living freely, committing these crimes unnoticed. His arrest on October 29, 2009, was just the beginning of a long, drawn-out legal battle. Saul's trial was initially scheduled for June 2, 2010, but what followed was a series of postponements. His defense team argued that they needed more time to prepare, review thousands of pages of evidence, and analyze hours of surveillance footage taken from a neighboring property. The trial was pushed to September 7, then to February 14, then to May 2, and finally to June 6, 2011, when proceedings finally began. Saul faced 85 charges, including 11 counts of aggravated murder and 74 counts of rape, kidnapping, abuse of a corpse, and tampering with evidence. His initial plea was not guilty by reason of insanity, but he later changed it to simply not guilty. Despite his attempts to evade responsibility, the evidence against him was overwhelming. Survivors testified, forensic experts detailed the gruesome conditions of his home, and jurors were confronted with horrifying photos of the crime scene. On July 22, 2011, after weeks of testimony, the jury found him guilty on all but 2 counts. The decision was clear. Anthony Sowell was a serial killer who had preyed on the most vulnerable women in his community. When it came time for sentencing, the prosecution argued that Sowell showed no remorse for his crimes. The jurors agreed. On August 10, they recommended the death penalty, and 2 days later, Judge Dick Ambrose upheld their decision. Sowell was officially sentenced to death. On September 14, 2011, he was transferred to death row at Chillicothe Correctional Institution, a stark contrast to the freedom he had once used to terrorize his victims. Sowell and his attorneys spent years filing appeal after appeal, arguing that excessive media coverage, a closed courtroom, and poor legal representation had denied him a fair trial. The Ohio Supreme Court rejected his appeal in December 2016, and when he took the case to the United States Supreme Court in 2017, they declined to hear it. By May 2020, Sowell had exhausted all legal options. Then, before the state could carry out his execution, fate stepped in. On February 8, 2021, at age 61, Sowell died in a prison hospital from an unspecified terminal illness. Some speculated liver failure or cancer, but no official cause was released. He may be gone, but the nightmare he created still lingers, a haunting reminder of how he not only took lives, but lived among the dead, sleeping beside his victims' corpses. The trauma he inflicted didn't just disappear with his death. It still weighs heavy on the community. In fact, in 2021, 5 of Saul's surviving victims bravely shared their stories and spoke publicly, exposing the horrors they endured and the failures that let it happen. And here's the harsh reality. Back then, when Black women went missing, law enforcement barely lifted a finger. And let's be real, this isn't an isolated case. We've covered multiple cases just like this, including another infamous strangler from Charlotte who also murdered 11 Black women. The red flags were everywhere, but officers failed to connect the dots. Was it carelessness? Or did they just not care? Eventually, the city of Cleveland had to answer for its failures, paying out $1,300,000 0 cents in settlements to the families of Saul's victims. But here's the question. Was that justice? Or just a price tag for neglect? Now, I want to hear from you. Do you think there were more victims than the ones officially linked to him? Considering the unsolved murders of women in that area, could some of those cases be connected to Saul? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Some people never woke up from the nightmare that was Los Angeles, even though it was the city of dreams. Black women disappeared in South Central's forgotten areas, only to be discovered abandoned like rubbish in alleyways. The news hardly hit the front page. The killer was slow, strategic, moving undetected and in plain sight while the cops paused. Then, suddenly, the murders ceased. The streets fell silent once more, for more than 10 years. No more headlines, no more bodies. The predator seemed to have just vanished. Monsters, however, don't simply quit, do they? Because he returned years after everyone had given up searching. In South Los Angeles, the bodies continued coming up, stabbed, strangled, and dumped like yesterday's garbage. As headlines focused on the rich victims of Richard Ramirez, commonly known as the Night Stalker, who had haunted California for nearly a year, the authorities ignored the fact that something was amiss, that someone was out there targeting women. South Central women were forgotten. No task force was organized overnight, and there was no citywide fear. These were low-income Black women who were either drug addicts or sex workers. Their fate had already been determined by society. The killings persisted, despite demonstrations calling for action outside LAPD headquarters. There were too many victims and too many killers, and the case had become confused by 1986. The investigations soon faded into silence as the so-called Southside Slayer Task Force started to dwindle. The city went on. For years, a nameless predator that the city hardly acknowledged was held responsible for the killings in South Los Angeles. However, detectives started to grasp the unthinkable as they tried to make sense of the dead that were accumulating. One individual did not do this alone. Too many victims, too many patterns. It was terrible. The story of the Southside Slayer was a convenient way to describe an issue that no one wanted to deal with. In actuality, however, there were other murderers who preyed on the same forgotten women while hiding in the same hunting areas. Some vanished into the background, while others were captured. A sea of indifference drowned out their deeds. And one of them was hiding right in front of everyone. He was a father, a husband, and a former city worker. He helped fix automobiles on his block, joked around at backyard barbecues, and shared beers with his neighbors. He was just Lonnie to those who knew him. However, underneath the exterior was a man who concealed his horror behind a facade of normalcy. And you know what those who are consumed by an insatiable desire for power do? They prey on the weak and the most vulnerable members of society. He had always been dark. For decades it had been present. When Franklin and 2 other service members were stationed in Stuttgart, West Germany, In 1974, they deceived a 17-year-old girl into getting into their vehicle. She believed she was doing them a favor. Rather, they transported her to a far-off place and made her endure a terrible experience that she would never forget. She was attacked by them for hours, but Franklin erred in judgment. Thinking fast, the girl asked for his phone number while seeming as though she was interested in him. Overconfident and haughty, Franklin handed it to her. His arrest resulted from that one mistake. He served time for the offense and was dishonorably discharged from the U.S. Army in 1975, but he continued where he left off, back in South Central Los Angeles. Arrests for theft, assault, and battery ensued. He was incarcerated, but not long enough. Each time, he reintegrated into society as if nothing had occurred. Furthermore, Lonnie Franklin Jr. had opportunity outside of a jail cell, which was even more perilous than freedom. Los Angeles was rife with crime, addiction, and citizen neglect by the 1,980 SCAs. Many women were left vulnerable, particularly those who were already dealing with poverty or substance abuse, and entire communities were suffering. A few vanished. Later, some were discovered dumped in vacant areas and alleys. Many, however, were just never seen again. Authorities paid little attention even then. There were no pressing alerts or unrelenting inquiries. For them, these were merely regrettable figures in a city already rife with bloodshed. However, Franklin took note, and he made the most of it under the shadow of a chaotic city. He lived a normal life during the day and gave in to his deepest desires at night, continuing to be the monster he was for years. He was an amiable neighbor, a mechanic, a husband, and a father. Nobody had any suspicions. However, the world would finally learn the truth about Lonnie Franklin Jr., and they would be appalled. Fear had descended like a dense, oppressive fog over South Central Los Angeles by the mid-1000s, 9,000 ADS. Black women, underprivileged women, and women who seemed to be uncared for were all going extinct. Later, their lives were forgotten without even making the news, and their bodies were discovered in abandoned lots, alleys, and dumpsters. The streets were filled with whispers. One of them was a murderer. A faceless predator known to the authorities as the South Side Slayer is thought to have committed at least 13 murders between 1983 and 1985. Women who had fallen between the cracks of society were the victims. Many were struggling with addiction, and many were compelled to engage in sex work in order to make ends meet. The crimes were referred to in the newspapers as the Strawberry Murders, after the colloquial phrase for women who traded drugs for sex. However, until September 1985, the LAPD strategy lacked urgency, citywide warnings, and a focused task force. The LAPD eventually acknowledged what the community had known for years, that someone was chasing women in South Central. During a press conference at that point, they begged for assistance. They said they will look into it. However, it was too little too late for many. Margaret Prescott was the most irate person. Week after week, she and other activists gathered outside police headquarters to call for action. They criticized the department for not alerting the public sooner. They drew attention to the blatantly unfair distinction between this case and the one involving Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, that was widely reported. Everything was involved in that investigation: manhunts, news conferences, and an abundance of resources. The police went to great lengths to find Ramirez, who was terrorizing affluent white areas. However, the victims in South Central were not wealthy, they weren't Caucasian. And it meant they didn't matter, based on what Prescott said, and rightly so, about the authorities. By January 1986, there were 15 bodies. Pressure mounted on the LAPD. The case was given to more detectives. The agency established what they named the South Side Slayer Task Force, presently collaborating with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Agency, LASD. It sounded good. It sounded grave. However, no arrests were made, and no significant progress was made. As a result, Prescott and her team decided to take action. The Black Coalition Fighting Back Serial Murders was the new name they adopted to formally represent their work. They compelled the Los Angeles City Council to double the reward for information from $10,000, 0 cents, to $25,000, 0 cents in March 1986. They didn't let up. They had no intention of forgetting these women. Then, however, something altered. There was conflicting evidence. It took more than one individual to come up with the designs and techniques. One serial killer had been pursued by the police for years. They now understood how much awful the truth was. In South Central, there were multiple predators. 4, possibly even more. Suddenly, the LAPD faced a more serious issue. All of a sudden, a network of serial killers overlapped, using the same hunting grounds and preying on the same vulnerable people. The South Side Slayer Task Force began to disintegrate by the end of 1986. Millions were being spent by the city on an investigation that had no conclusive results. Additionally, the task force was reduced by the next year. The stream of hints had slowed. Leads were not moving. One of the task force commanders, Lieutenant John Zorn, acknowledged it. At this stage, the flow of clues is virtually non-existent. In other words, the cops were given up. The murderers were still at large. And he was watching Lonnie Franklin Jr., the worst of all. He waited. And that monstrosity was only beginning. The killings in South Central had been ignored for years. There were no answers, no cold cases, and no victims. The quiet of law enforcement was deafening, even when the streets of Los Angeles were still screaming with rage. But a breakthrough broke the hush in May 2007. A few years later, Janisha Peters, a 25-year-old woman, was discovered dead. A startling revelation was found by detectives after running the DNA evidence. At least 11 additional unsolved homicides from 1985 shared a DNA profile with her perpetrator. This was a single man, but the Southside Slayer was a group of people. A covert task force known as the 800 Task Force was established by the LAPD in the same year. The Robbery Homicide Unit's 6 investigators worked in quiet. Not only were they looking into a serial killer, but they were also looking into a ghost, someone who was invisible but whose evil was still plaguing the people of Los Angeles. Because this predator had remained undiscovered for more than 20 years, they believed that he was no longer killing. The murderer had disappeared, only to resurface 22 years later. 4 months later, the secret was revealed. The story was exposed by LA Weekly investigative writer Christine Pellicek. She revealed the existence of the task force, the link between the new murder and the old one found in the DNA, and, most damning of all, the silence. Police Chief William Braden and Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa had remained silent. There was no public warning, no news announcement, and no admission that a serial killer had been prowling their neighborhoods for more than 20 years. Additionally, some families learned the facts for the first time from the LA Weekly piece. Their daughters had not simply vanished. Years earlier, they had been brutally slain. The pressure was increasing by September 2008. At last, representatives from Los Angeles came forward with a $500,000 0 reward for information on the murderer. The public still didn't know much, though. There was mystery in the case. The case was then highlighted on America's Most Wanted on November 1, 2008. Now there were more eyes on the case, increased pressure, more inquiries. At last, Chief Bratton gave a press conference in February 2009. He named the murderer the Grim Sleeper, a moniker LA Weekly came up with. Why? Because the majority of serial killers don't do what this murderer did. At least it appeared that he had stopped. Between 1988 and 2002, there were no known homicides, no bodies connected to his DNA, and no hints. He was gone. Then he struck once more in 2002. That wasn't all, though. A 911 call from the 1980s was also made public by Bratton. Police had been contacted by a witness who said he had saw a man disposing of a body. He described everything in great detail, including the van's license plate number, which was associated with the now-closed Cosmopolitan Church. The Grim Sleeper was still at large despite the proof being there for decades. Pellicek then managed to interview the sole survivor. In March 2009, Inetra Washington was her name. She characterized him as a nice, tidy, somewhat geeky black man in his early 30s. He was dressed in khaki pants and a black polo shirt. He did not appear to be a monster. She had seen his face, though. She had survived the ordeal of being in his vehicle. The LAPD was finally getting close after decades of silence. At last, the Grim Sleeper's history was coming up with him, and he would not vanish this time. The fact that the police already knew his name was the scariest aspect. They simply were unaware of it. Franklin was convicted of a felony in 2003 and given a 3-year supervised probationary period, which would have been an ideal time to get his DNA, but it never happened. A year later, California approved Proposition 69, which significantly expanded the state's database by mandating DNA samples from all criminals and those arrested for specific felonies. Franklin's was not one of the thousands of samples that were gathered. Probation staff neglected to get DNA samples from individuals on unsupervised probation between November 2004 and August 2005. They were overburdened with both labor and resources. And the Grim Sleeper remained buried in that small gap. The LAPD had DNA from several crime locations by 2010. Their killer's genetic fingerprint was known to them. However, there was no match when they ran it through the system. However, they later experimented with family DNA analysis. They sought for relatives, someone in the database who shared enough genetic markers to be closely linked to the murderer, rather than a perfect match. They discovered Christopher Franklin at that point. In 2008, Christopher, the son of Lonnie Franklin, was found guilty of a felony firearms offense. The DNA was near enough to identify his father, even though he was too young to be the murderer. They now required evidence. Franklin was dining at a restaurant when an undercover policeman was dispatched there. His task was to obtain the DNA of the murderer. He pretended to be a server and surreptitiously gathered up everything Franklin came into contact with, including plates, cutlery, and a pizza crust. They conducted the tests back at the lab, and this time there was no question. It was him. The murderer was Lonnie Franklin. Lonnie Franklin Jr. was taken into custody on July 7, 2010. He was accused of 10 murders, 1 attempted murder, and a special circumstance allegation for numerous homicides by the Office of the Los Angeles County District Attorney. However, the misery didn't end there, since investigators discovered something much worse than they had anticipated when they searched his house. Police discovered 180 pictures of women in Franklin's home, some of them smiling, some of them terrified, and some of them unconscious. And that was only the start. There were hundreds of hours of video and more than 1,000 photos of women of all ages, including teenagers, middle-aged women, and even older ladies. Many of them were naked, poised, and vulnerable, and the majority were black. A few of them vanished from view. Whether they were survivors or victims was unknown to the LAPD. Chief Charlie Beck then said something horrifying. "We know this, but we don't even know if they are victims. There were nearly a dozen verified murder victims during Lonnie Franklin's more than 2-decade reign of evil. We must conduct additional research." Desperate to identify the women before it was too late, the authorities made the photos public. Then, in November 2011, there was yet another shocking discovery. After going over hundreds of old case files, detectives came to a sobering conclusion. They thought Franklin was behind at least 6 more killings. In 2005, the bodies of 2 missing ladies had never been located. 2 more had been killed during that enigmatic 14-year period between 1988 and 2002, when everyone believed the Grim Sleeper had gone dormant. And 2 more had been found, in the 1,980. He'd never stopped, though, so there was no question now. He had recently improved his concealment skills. On February 16, 2016, Lonnie Franklin Jr.'s trial finally got underway after years of postponements. The families of the victims would now finally hear the facts presented in court, after a protracted quest for justice. The prosecution made their case for about 3 months. The concluding arguments then started on May 2. The jury began deliberating 2 days later. They didn't take long. They were found guilty on all counts on May 5, which was only a day and a half later. Prosecutors made yet another shocking revelation during the sentencing hearing a week later. They thought there were 4 more women, even more victims. Franklin was now suspected of killing Rolina Morris, Georgia Mae Thomas, Inez Warren, and Sharon Alicia Dismuke. On January 15, 1984, Sharon Alicia Dismuke was discovered dead in South Park, Los Angeles, at the age of just 21. Nobody at the time connected the Grim Sleeper to her murder. Investigators didn't notice the strange parallels until decades after Franklin's arrest. The manner in which she was murdered and the manner in which her body was abandoned. Everything was in line with his signature. Inez Elizabeth Warren came next. On August 15, 1988, she was shot while she was 28 years old. When first responders discovered her in an alley in Gramercy Park, Los Angeles, she was still alive, but it was already too late when she got to the hospital. She was first not seen as a Grim Sleeper victim, just like Sharon. After Franklin was apprehended, investigators took another look, which changed everything. Alicia Monique Alexander was only 18 years old. Her entire life was still to come. However, that future was taken on September 11, 1988. Another young life was brutally taken when her body was discovered discarded in an alley close to 43rd Avenue and Western Avenue in Vermont Square, Los Angeles. Georgia Mae Thomas was unique. Years later, when the Grim Sleeper was purportedly asleep and inactive, she was murdered. She was shot and left for dead in South Park, Los Angeles, on December 28, 2000. And until Franklin's trial compelled investigators to re-examine her death, her case remained unresolved, just like the others. There was Linnea Adele Morris after that. On September 10, 2005, Jane disappeared at the age of 31. Her last sighting was close to the 9000 block of Southwestern Avenue in Los Angeles. Franklin possessed her Nevada driver's license, but she was never located. Even more unsettling are two sexual pictures of her that are hidden in his garage, among hundreds of other pictures. It was the last piece of proof linking his decades-long reign of terror to her disappearance. These women were more than a collection of names. They were friends, sisters, and daughters. Additionally, their cases were disregarded for much too long. Too many years passed before their killer was apprehended. However, there was no more hiding after the truth. Only after his arrest had investigators pieced together their ties to him, but their cases were not presented during the trial. Prosecutors were concerned that including them would make the proceedings take even longer. The jury's verdict was rendered on June 6, 2016. Lonnie Franklin Jr. received a death sentence. On August 10, 2 months later, the judge formally announced his conviction by reading out the names of all the victims he had been found guilty of killing. Franklin suddenly met an untimely end just as it appeared that justice had been done. He was discovered dead in his cell on March 28, 2020, with no visible injuries. The public was not given an official reason of death. The Grim Sleeper vanished in an instant, carrying with him whatever secrets he had kept in his bosom while he awaited his demise. It's difficult to pinpoint Lonnie Franklin Jr.'s exact murderous beginnings. According to the prosecution, Sharon Alicia Dismuke was his first victim in January 1984. However, Deborah Jackson's murder in August 1985 was the first murder they could verify. Like she never existed, she was shot and left to lie on the streets. After that, nothing existed for years. No dead, no reports, no trace. It was as though the murderer had disappeared. Was he simply becoming more adept at concealing his crimes, or did he actually stop? For decades, investigators would be plagued by that question. In actuality, though, he never slept at all. Simply put, they hadn't yet located everyone. 2007 saw the death of his final known victim. By that time, a horrifying trend had become apparent. Nearly all of them were black women, many of whom worked as prostitutes. They were easy pickings, women who were already disregarded by society. Franklin was aware of that. Additionally, he exploited it. In the vicinity of downtown Los Angeles, the bodies were consistently discovered outdoors, discarded in alleys, and allowed to decay. And the same weapon, a .25 caliber handgun, was used each and every time. What was the actual number of women killed by the Grim Sleeper? We might never be able to adequately answer that question. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. A behavioral tendency known as overprotectiveness occurs when parents or other adult relatives take on an excessive amount of control over a person's life, always protecting them from the outside world. Another important characteristic is the total abdication of personal accountability, which spares the person from having to deal with the fallout from any mistakes or inappropriate actions. The main risk associated with this dynamic is the breakdown of sound personal boundaries. People who are continuously micromanaged in one or more areas of their lives eventually start to think that all of their issues will be resolved. This creates the delusion of immunity from repercussions and an attitude of entitlement. The peaceful and tight-knit hamlet of Mountain City, Tennessee, was rocked by a vicious double crime involving two young parents in 2012. In the end, 4 persons were found guilty of this heinous conduct, but 3 of them were later shown to have been duped by someone with a very specific goal in mind. The Janelle Potter case serves as a chilling illustration of what can occur when unbridled control and compulsive protection go too far and have disastrous results. On January 17, 1982, Janelle Potter was born in a Philadelphia, Pennsylvania suburb. She was the youngest of Marvin and Barbara Potter's 2 daughters. Marvin was a former Marine, and Barbara was a secretary for a small retail business. Janelle grew up with her older sister, Christina, who was 6 years her senior. However, because of the way their parents handled things, the 2 sisters' relationship was difficult and hostile from the beginning. Janelle was delicate and frequently sick from birth due to her early birth. Her parents were very cautious and careful with her, always keeping her safe. As their youngest and most beloved daughter, she was free to do as she pleased and was forgiven for everything as long as she continued to be joyful and smile. The older daughter, Christina, was supposed to assist in taking care of her sibling. She was expected to take care of Janelle's every need at their parents' insistence, making her more of a caregiver than a sibling. Christina started to object to this unjust arrangement as she grew older. She was reprimanded and chastised for pushing back when she demanded her own time and space. Janelle was the focal point of the Potter household. She was treated like a princess, showered with praise, and made to feel that she was genuinely unique. From an early age, her parents closely monitored every aspect of her life, taking every precaution to shield her from any potential danger or error. Janelle was consequently raised in a sort of emotional vacuum, deprived of the opportunity to gain knowledge from experience or deal with the inevitable fallout from her deeds. Marvin and Barbara started to pay more and more attention to Janelle as she grew older, eventually ignoring Christina. Christina disappeared into the distance. She struggled to get even a small portion of her parents' attention and was left on her own. Her achievements were disregarded or underappreciated, despite the fact that she put a lot of effort into her studies, achieved high marks, continued to participate in sports and dance, and succeeded in many other ways. It didn't seem to matter what she did. However, Janelle was fully aware that she was the favorite. She began testing boundaries even as a child, only to discover that there were none for her. No one ever disciplined her for the frequent lies she told. Her parents blindly believed her when she blamed her sister for anything that was damaged or ruined, even though Christina hadn't done anything wrong. She was the one who received reprimands or grounding. When Janelle was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at the age of 10, her parents' level of supervision and control over her only increased. They got completely overly protective. Barbara, in particular, was mostly responsible for this, and Marvin generally followed her instructions. Janelle was not permitted to go outside with other kids her own age. She couldn't go anyplace by herself. She was always watched over. Janelle struggled academically as soon as she started school. She was deemed disinterested, inattentive, and unwilling to work hard by her teachers. But her parents didn't agree. They said the teachers were out to get her, or blamed her health issues. They consistently reassured her that homework didn't really matter and never reprimanded her for receiving low grades. At school, Janelle never quite fit in. She always blamed someone else for her arguments with pupils, made up stories, tipped off professors, and engaged in small-scale antics. Almost every day, Barbara and Marvin would show up at the school and confront the teachers and other pupils, asking that their daughter be treated like a queen and given every luxury. Janelle appeared extremely demanding and spoilt to most of those around her. Due to her frequent tantrums and altercations, Teachers even advocated for her suspension or her expulsion from the school. Her parents, however, never noticed any issues. To them, it was always the fault of others. There was nothing their darling Janelle could do wrong. They believed that she was perfect and could not make a mistake. Christina's parents never took joy in her achievements, despite the fact that she graduated with honors and was admitted into a reputable university. They no longer even acknowledged her existence. Their younger daughter was the center of their life, so Christina decided to take matters into her own hands. She moved out, obtained a job while she was still in school, and became financially independent. She progressively separated from the family because she was tired of being the scapegoat. Janelle grew more dramatic, conceited, and challenging to be around as she grew older. She was always complaining, making demands, and starting arguments. Her mother, who was always quick to protect her in any circumstance and wasn't scared to debate with anyone who dared challenge her daughter, was rarely seen without her. The calm, suburban community didn't exactly embrace the Potters. Most people thought they were strange, and some even felt sorry for Janelle since they thought her emotional health had been severely harmed by her mother's overbearing control. Nevertheless, in order to prevent any drama or dispute, the majority of neighbors decided to keep their distance. College wasn't even an option for Janelle because she had a below-average GPA when she finished from high school. But Barbara didn't seem to mind. She assured Janelle that she didn't have to work or study. Janelle was absolutely content with the fact that they could take care of her completely. She spent her days on the computer and watching TV, and no one ever set time limits for her. Her parents tightly regulated every aspect of her life, even when she was in her 20s. She was not permitted to drive, go on dates, or even socialize out with her classmates. Janelle lacked fundamental social skills, never made her own decisions, and had no friends. She didn't understand personal accountability or repercussion. Citing Janelle's precarious condition, Barbara and Marvin justified their actions as an act of love and protection. Janelle made no protests. She was released from all blame and obligation. No matter what, her parents always gave her praise and shielded her. The Potter family made the decision to move to Mountain City, a quiet, little Tennessee community of just over 3,000 people, in 2006. It was the type of community where almost everyone knew one another, and there was very little crime. At first glance, it appeared to be the ideal location for a peaceful, stress-free existence. They purchased a small but cozy house in a quiet neighborhood. The locals took notice of the visitors right away. The neighbors showed genuine interest in getting to know the new family in town, stopped by to introduce themselves and offered assistance. Everything went well at first. The neighbors even became friends with Barbara, but soon everyone started noting strange behavior from everyone in the house. The adult daughter first came across as courteous and accessible, but Janelle would react with dramatic outbursts or emotional meltdowns if anyone disagreed with her or provided even the smallest criticism. Her mother would then leap in to protect her, without even asking what had happened. Marvin established himself as a fixture at neighborhood hangouts, where he was frequently spotted having a drink and telling extravagant stories about his valiant military past. People in the town soon realized that most of these stories were either fabricated or greatly exaggerated. Nevertheless, they were sympathetic to him and called him the village storyteller in jest. Though she didn't appear to know how, Janelle also made an effort to make friends. She eventually discovered a tactic that helped her get the attention she so desperately sought. She started telling people she was very ill, claiming to have a variety of crippling and incurable illnesses. She even revealed to others that she had been given a terminal diagnosis and had not long to live. People took her seriously and felt a great deal of sympathy for someone they believed to be nearing the end of her life. Who would lie about such an event after all? However, as time went on, and she continued to make irrelevant diagnoses, people began to suspect her. Before long, a lot of people realized that her stories were not consistent. Social media has really taken off by the late 2000s. It developed into a location where people could meet new people, reconnect with old acquaintances, and perhaps find love. Still largely confined to her house, Janelle spent endless hours every day on the internet, creating accounts on various platforms. The internet became into a sort of window to the outside world, and it was actually the only one she had. She appeared to have a social life because of it. She stuffed her pages with made-up information about herself, bragging about made-up hobbies, phony achievements, and an exciting lifestyle. To her credit, she managed to pull it off with remarkable inventiveness. Janelle downloaded images from the internet, including concert and party photos, and picked out images where the faces were hidden by shadows or bright lights. After that, she added words and applied filters to each photo to give the impression that she had been there. She occasionally even went so far as to post in-depth accounts of entire events she said she had been to, replete with names, locations, and lengthy narratives. Everything appeared remarkably realistic. Janelle became well known on social media very fast. The story she was selling, one that was full of parties, travel, and thrilling adventures, was easily embraced by people who didn't actually know her. Her profile soon gained thousands of followers after she sent out hundreds of friend requests every day. She got dozens of likes and positive comments on every picture and post she uploaded, which gave her the boost she needed. She had created a whole dream world in which she was successful, well-liked, and surrounded by supportive people all the time, but eventually something started to seem lacking. She became aware that one essential component was missing from her well-constructed online persona: a romantic plot. Janelle immediately made a phony profile, pretending to be a man this time. She used the same process, searching the internet for eye-catching images, editing and applying filters, and then sharing them as though they were her own. That account also became popular, eventually gaining more than 1,000 followers. In order to create the appearance that the two were going to events together, she began sharing party photos from both pages that were exactly the same and tagged the same locations. Janelle used this fake account to post poems, emotional remarks, and praises to herself beneath her images, all of which were staged for her followers to view. Some even commented on how fortunate she was to have such a considerate love partner, expressing envy. Janelle had also joined a local online forum at about the same time. It resembled a message board or town-wide forum where inhabitants of Mountain City exchanged updates, discussed events, and posted local news. Although some users used their real identities, the platform provided anonymity, and many users used aliases. Janelle rarely posted on the forum, although she would occasionally browse it. She mainly just perused conversations. She wasn't as drawn to the platform because she couldn't shine or fake fame there. The members of this group did, after all, know her and were aware of her reputation, which many people thought was strange. When Janelle eventually made her first true friend, she was getting close to 30. She was born and reared in Mountain City and went by Tracy Grimal. Tracy was a well-read, intelligent, and approachable employee at a nearby pharmacy. Janelle started to gradually venture out into the world with Tracy. They would spend every day talking on the phone, hanging out in cafes, taking walks in the park, and shopping at the neighborhood mall. Janelle's parents welcomed Tracy into their home and, for the first time, didn't object to her making friends. Janelle flourished in this new laid-back environment. She was heard. She no longer had to manipulate or exaggerate in order to command attention. The fact that someone actually cared about her was utterly novel and reassuring. After a while, Tracy introduced Janelle to her wider network of relatives and friends, and before long, the two of them were spending time with a large group of people, rather than just one. Billy Payne, Tracy's stepbrother, was one of those pals. He was young, intelligent, attractive, and quick with a joke. Billy was the type of person who, wherever he went, inherently became the focus of attention. Janelle was enthralled at once. She felt genuine romantic feelings for the first time in her life, but they weren't reciprocal. Janelle had no idea how to casually express affection or flirt. Rather, she yelled for attention and grew obviously agitated when it wasn't given back. Billy was pushed away by her strong and unpredictable behavior. She immediately caught his attention as strange, and he began to avoid her. Janelle started acting in an obsessive preoccupation as her emotions grew stronger. She started showing up wherever Billy happened to be and sending him loving notes on social media, but Billy continued to distance himself. After roughly 6 weeks, he came clean about his relationship with Billie Jean. He declared her to be his girlfriend in front of the entire bunch of friends. Billy gave his new relationship his whole attention after that and ceased spending any time with the group. Janelle, meantime, was falling apart. She was emotional, unpredictable, and demanding, like someone who had lost their favorite item. Her entreaty to Tracy to intervene between her brother and Billie Jean only served to exacerbate tensions between the two friends. The town began to hear rumors that Billy and Billie Jean were engaged at about the same time. The pair was praised by others who described them as a perfect combination. Even on the town's local chat site, their romance became a big issue. Except for Janelle, everyone appeared sincere in their happiness. She didn't think she had just lost a crush. The love of her life had been stolen. That feeling of loss eventually gave way to resentment, which in turn gave way to retaliation. After a while, Janelle made amends with Tracy, her lone friend, and sought assistance in finding a new partner. In agreement, Tracy presented her to Jamie Curd, her cousin. Jamie, an IT specialist at a nearby company, was 7 years Janelle's senior. He had never been very successful in relationships, in part because he was perceived as a little aloof and awkward. He and Janelle might have been a good match on paper, but she had other plans. Janelle devised a strategy because she was afraid her parents would disapprove of her dating someone much older. Under the guise of needing assistance with her computer, installing software, troubleshooting, or setting it up, she invited Jamie around. Every time she lavished him with praise in front of her parents, highlighting the importance of his abilities. Jamie became a welcome regular at Barbara and Marvin's house when they invited him to stay for supper one evening. A month or so later, Janelle told her mother in private that she was attracted to Jamie. She lost little time in moving forward at full speed with her mother's approval. Janelle and Jamie announced their relationship a few days later and started going everywhere together. In actuality, though, Janelle had no genuine feelings for Jamie. She was trying to make Billy envious by using the relationship as a ruse. It was unsuccessful. Billy didn't mind at all. Janelle was able to gain an invitation to Tracy's house for a family dinner while she was still attempting to attract his attention. Clearly wanting to make a statement, she arrived clutching Jamie's hand, but she was in for a nasty surprise of her own. Billy made the shocking announcement that he and Billie Jean were getting married at dinner. He also disclosed that they didn't want to wait long to get married because they were expecting a child. The news was like a lightning strike to Janelle. Her hopes vanished in an instant, and a much darker scheme took their place. A few days after the meal, some unsavory stories started to circulate on the local chat forum in Mountain City. In anonymous posts, Billie Jean was accused of leading a careless life, having dated numerous men in the neighborhood and having previously received treatment for a serious illness. According to the posts, she was now tricking Billy by claiming that he was the father of her child, even though he wasn't. None of it was real, but people love to talk, and rumor spreads quickly in small towns. It was obvious that someone was stoking the flames by making fresh charges to keep the debate going. Billie Jean soon found herself the target of vicious online assaults and outright abuse. Billy supported her in spite of the deluge of criticism and public condemnation. He refused to go since he didn't believe any of it. Together they attempted to protect Billie Jean's reputation, but it soon became apparent that retaliating on social media was futile, so they reported the abuse to the police. They didn't know who was actually responsible at that point. Despite the forum's anonymity feature, local detectives quickly identified the slander campaign's origin. The pair demanded that Janelle stay away and stop all communication as soon as the truth was revealed, and they filed for a restraining order against her. However, the struggle that ensued was just the start of something much more profound. Now surrounded, Janelle made several phony social media profiles. She started sending herself threatening messages, claims of bodily harm, based on those profiles. After showing her parents these texts, she told them she was afraid for her life and believed Billy and Billie Jean were going to hurt her. Marvin and Barbara have complete faith in their daughter. When the family returned to the police, the officers discovered that Janelle was the one who had sent the texts. Nevertheless, the evidence was rejected by her parents. Their belief that their daughter was the victim persisted. Janelle and the couple's tension turned into what could only be called a protracted conflict. Billy and Billie Jean almost always ended up in a furious altercation with a member of the Potter family in town, complete with yelling, accusations, insults, and even threats. Each party requested restraining orders against the others in several police reports. This back and forth continued for almost a full year. After then, things appeared to settle down. Neighbors began to think that the dispute had finally subsided. When it ceased to garner headlines in the town forum, Actually, Janelle had just changed her approach. Rather than more yelling and public altercations, she was getting ready to act. At this point, Barbara started getting emails from a man posing as Chris, a CIA agent. He alerted her to the fact that there was solid evidence that Billy and Billie Jean were planning to hurt Janelle. The threat was genuine, he added, but there wasn't enough hard proof to make arrests. Insisting that Janelle was in grave danger, Chris also started writing to Marvin and Jamie. He underlined the necessity of taking action before the pair could carry out their purported plan. Surprisingly, this enigmatic agent was able to win over Janelle's parents and boyfriend in a matter of weeks. Before long, the four of them were exchanging messages and continuously formulating what they thought was a plan to keep Janelle safe. About a month later, Chris alerted them to the fact that Billy and Billie Jean were actively seeking a person to execute their purported scheme. He supplied a thorough step-by-step breakdown of what needed to be done and warned that time was running short. Following the agent's directions, Jamie and Marvin drove to the residence where Billy, Billie Jean, and their 8-month-old baby, Tyler, were sleeping early on January 31, 2012. The family was unaware of what was going to occur. Through a window on the first floor, Jamie and Marvin went into the couple's bedroom. Marvin had a revolver with him that he had stolen from home. He approached the bed in silence and shot Billy in the face, instantly taking his life. Billie Jean was startled by the sound and scurried out of bed in fright and bewilderment. In an attempt to save her son, she hurried to the nursery, but the guys followed her. Before she could even make it to the door, she was shot twice in the back as she was picking up her infant. Little Tyler somehow made it through the trauma. He was traumatized, but not gravely hurt. The two males left the scene of the heinous act. The sound of gunfire startled the neighbors, who promptly called emergency personnel. Within minutes, officers were on the scene. Authorities discovered a terrible scene inside the residence. The body of a young man who had been shot in the head was in one room. In another, a small toddler sat beside his mother's dead body in a pool of blood. The Potter family, who had been embroiled in a savage conflict with the victims for years, was almost instantly identified by police authorities as the source of all the evidence. Marvin and Barbara initially disputed everything, but as the pressure increased, they gave in. They exposed everything, including Jamie's direct role in the incident, the purported conspiracy to harm their daughter, and the so-called CIA agent. Investigators swiftly verified that the emails came from within the Potters' own house after tracking down the IP address associated with Agent Chris's emails. It was revealed that the enigmatic agent was actually Janelle. They had all been duped by her. All four of the people involved were arrested after her frantic attempts to defend herself failed. Jamie promptly consented to cooperate in return for a reduced sentence. He gave a thorough account of what transpired on the morning of the attack. He maintained that he had no idea who Chris was, and that he genuinely thought he was rescue the lady he loved. Jamie received a 25-year prison sentence. The perpetrator of the deadly killings, Marvin Potter, was given 2 life sentences without the chance of release. Barbara, his wife, was found guilty of aiding and abetting the scheme and was sentenced to life in prison. The mastermind, Janelle, entered this with the idea that she could control everyone and get away with it, but her complex plan backfired. She received a life sentence after being found guilty of planning a violent act. Ultimately, she had made her closest friends and family become pawns in a scheme that killed 2 innocent individuals, all while pretending that she was the one in peril. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Like many of the stories we've told, this family appeared to be a living example of the American dream, but appearances can be misleading. On the surface, it all started out as a typical night in a peaceful house with a mother putting her daughter to bed. However, by dawn, the same house would be transformed into a crime scene, with the lady and her 7-year-old daughter discovered brutally killed. By brutally, we mean that this wasn't an attempted robbery. This was anger and malice. There was only blood and silence, no shouts in the night, no evidence of forceful entrance. Palmerston North, a little secure city where doors are left unlocked, was rocked to its foundation. Why attack an innocent family, and who may have done this? Suspicions quickly began to surface, due to a late-night trip, an oddly stained clothing, and a computer that was shut off at a certain moment. Suddenly, the story that everyone believed to be true began to change. Because the monster may have been closer than anyone thought in this instance. You will remember the Lundy murders narrative for a long time. They lived in Palmerston North and were a close-knit family consisting of Mark, Christine, and their daughter Amber before everything fell apart. Amber was the only child of Mark and Christine, who had been married for 17 years. She was intelligent, vivacious, and adored by her parents. Together, they operated a kitchen sink sales company. It wasn't particularly glamorous, but it usually covered the expenses. However, behind the scenes, things weren't quite as stable. The business was always in debt, frequently owing its supplier about $100,000, 0 cents. And in 1999, Mark took a risk and went overboard rather than retreating. Dreaming of a vineyard and possibly a new beginning, he purchased 2 pieces of land near Hawke's Bay to cultivate grapes. But such aspirations are not inexpensive. Mark skipped several dates for settlement, according to the landowner's later testimony. Interest rates rose as high as 14% and penalties began to mount. The Lundys were deeply in debt by August 2000, with penalty interest alone amounting to about $140,000, 0 cents. Additionally, the last day to make the payment was August 30th, which was also the day when Christine and Amber were discovered dead. The couple had signed documents to raise their life insurance from $200,000, 0 cents to $500,000, 0 cents just 5 days before to the killings. The page still bears Christine's signature, but the new policy hasn't been processed yet. Bruce Parson, the insurance representative, made it apparent that the increase was not in effect. Christine passed away prior to the paperwork being processed. Tower Insurance did pay $75,000, 0 cents of the Lundy mortgage after the murders, but there was no large payoff or $500,000 check, just sadness and suspicion. Although it appeared to be a family pursuing lofty goals, there were already fissures showing beneath the surface. Let's go back to Tuesday, August 29, 2000, before we go into those cracks. Palmerston North had a cold, unremarkable day, the sort that most people would forget, but by the following morning, the sleepy little town would be completely changed. Mark Lundy got into his car and drove off for Wellington that morning. For him, it was simply another business trip. He made a living selling kitchen sinks and fixtures, so these business trips were nothing out of the ordinary. He might occasionally be gone all day or simply for the night. There were no concerns about that Tuesday. Mark arrived at the Foreshore Motor Lodge in Petone, a quiet lower hut neighborhood, at about 5 o'clock in the evening. The receptionist noticed nothing out of the ordinary. From the outside, everything appeared to be normal after he received his room key and settled in. He seemed to have no motive to return home, and he had an alibi. At 5:30, only half an hour later, his cell phone called. Either his wife Christine or their daughter Amber was calling from home. They spent almost 8 minutes talking. One of them said they were going to McDonald's for dinner, Mark subsequently informed the police. That particular detail was verified. A McDonald's receipt, time-stamped at 5:45 that evening, was later discovered by police in the Lundy residence. An everyday scene captured on grease-stained paper was unequivocal evidence that Christine and Amber were still alive at the time. However, things started to change gradually. Christine took a friend's phone call at about 7 o'clock. She didn't sound panicked or odd, and there was no indication that something wasn't right. Whatever terror lay ahead in that house had not yet materialized. Mark, meantime, continued his evening activities back in Petone. He contacted a business associate at 8:28 to discuss investing in a Hawke's Bay vineyard project. However, a dark force was infiltrating Palmerston North. At 10:52 that evening, the family computer was manually turned off by someone, not disconnected or crashed, marking the end of life in the Lundy residence. Alarms were aroused by that innocuous behavior. Some thought it signaled that the murderer had completed their mission. At 11:30 that evening, Mark called again, but this time he was calling a Patone escort service rather than a business associate. Around 1 in the morning, a woman was allegedly sent to his motel and left. He would later use this detail as a key component of his alibi. How could a man host a guest in his motel room and be complicit in a vicious double murder in a different city? However, the escort's presence wasn't what would completely change the course of this tale. That was Wednesday, August 30, the next day. Glenn Wary, Christine's brother, stopped by the house sometime in the middle of the morning. When he knocked on the front door, no one responded, but he needed to talk to her about a business situation. The ranch slider door was unlocked when he walked around the back. When he entered, he discovered Christine's blood-covered, lifeless body on the bed. She had been hit in the head several times, so badly that pieces of brain and bone had sprayed the bedroom doorway and walls. Amber was discovered on the floor, still wearing her nightgown, face down. She hadn't gotten very far because, like her mother, she had been brutally attacked. The murderer was merciless. This was anger, not simply murder. As soon as the police arrived on the scene, they realized something was wrong. There was blood on the frame of a back window that appeared to have been tampered with, possibly to simulate a break-in. The window belonged to Christine. Only after the murders were completed did it seem as though the murderer had attempted to create the impression that someone had broken in. The scene was deliberate and ruthless. It appeared to be a robbery at first. Investigators wondered if someone had broken in for valuables because a little jewelry box was stolen, but nothing else of value was found. Why merely take a trinket box and abandon everything else? This action wasn't impulsive. It was intimate. Detectives thought the weapon was similar to a tomahawk because of the severity of the injuries. It was small, sharp, easy to swing, and equally easy to dispose of. That raised the most important question of all. Who would carry out this action? Who had the time, the chance, and the reason? At that point, Mark Lundy came into focus. The police thought he was to blame. The surprise is that they couldn't even agree on the alleged date of the incident, depending on which version of the story you follow. According to one account, Mark killed his wife and children after leaving his motel after the business calls, drove more than 150 kilometers back to Palmerston North, and then hurried back to Patone so no one would notice. Another theory made me shiver even more. That version states that the killings did not take place at night. Rather, they asserted that Mark Lundy left his motel covertly after midnight, precisely within the minuscule time frame between calling an escort service and the woman showing up at his room. He had less than an hour to drive back to Palmerston North, kill his wife and daughter in a horrible manner, get clean, and then go back to the motel as if nothing had occurred. Imagine traveling more than 300 kilometers in less than 60 minutes, carrying out a brutal double homicide, and returning with no signs of guilt, blood, or evidence. Police somehow thought he had driven that distance twice in one night, even though no one saw him on the road, no traffic cameras saw his car, no gas receipts, no roadside witnesses, and no motel employees saw him go. A disappearance that would have made for a work of fiction, but was being handled as fact. Then, not in the courtroom but at the gravesite, came the moment that would split a country. Grief is said to affect people differently. Some people cry out to the heavens, some collapse, and some shut down. However, Mark Lundy's sadness didn't just pour out. It burst in front of the cameras when he buried his wife and his only daughter. And it wasn't subdued or silent. Only a few days after Christine and Amber were discovered dead in their house, it was shown. There was a funeral. There were so many mourners in the church. The town as a whole felt shattered. There were still no arrests, despite the fact that 2 innocent lives had been taken in the most brutal manner possible. People came to find serenity, to remember, and to grieve. Then, staggered between pals, came Mark Lundy. He was scarcely able to stand. As he sobbed hysterically, cameras rolled. His face twisted in pain, his screams reverberated. People around him had to hold him up when he fell to the ground and shook uncontrollably. For those who saw, it was too much, but it was the kind of suffering that most people pray they will never go through. There was something wrong with it, and something harmful started to develop gradually. That expression of sorrow turned into a public vote on guilt when it ought to have been a private time of mourning. Did he weep excessively? Was it authentic? Or was there a darker side to the performance? Even the Court of Appeal recognized the scene's influence in 2018, years after. They thought that throughout Mark's trial, jurors were probably subjected to numerous broadcasts of his funeral breakdown. Perhaps during lunch breaks, when the news was blaring in the background, or perhaps on a neighboring screen in the courtroom. In any case, the picture stuck. Mark's own defense attorney, Jonathan Eaton, QC, wasn't sugarcoating it. He claimed that Lundy appeared pitiful and somewhat humorous in the video. At his family's burial, the man who was seen screaming and flailing had evolved into more than simply a distraught spouse. He was now a suspect caught in the public's suspicions. Whether on purpose or not, the day's public spectacle sowed mistrust in the air. And that seed might have developed into something lethal in a case already beset by hazy chronologies and evasive evidence. Because grief that appears excessively large may occasionally seem like a deception in the court of public opinion. As soon as investigators entered the Lundy residence, it became evident that this was not a straightforward break-in gone awry. Downstairs, there was silence, no evidence of a battle. Then there was an eruption of violence upstairs. Bone fragments, blood all over the place. A child's body collapsed in a doorway, and a woman who had been bludgeoned so severely that her skull was broken. Police looked for a motive, a suspect, a weapon, or anything else that would explain what had transpired that night for weeks. Then there was a breakthrough, or at least that's how it appeared. Police discovered a polo shirt hidden inside a zipped-up tool bag inside Mark Lundy's vehicle. It was stained, just enough to raise suspicions but not enough to be seen at a look. The garment was dispatched for examination. Nothing definitive was first discovered, but everything changed when the second set of testing was conducted. After examining the clothing, a laboratory in Texas, yes, Texas, came up with a startling conclusion. According to the Crown, the stains comprised tissue from the central nervous system, specifically from Christine's brain or spinal cord. Somehow, her husband's clothing had come into contact with her brain tissue. It was the type of information that goes beyond implying guilt. It shouts it out. After all, who unintentionally gets their spouse's brain tissue on their clothes? Sharpening like a blade was the prosecution's story. Late that night, they claimed, Lundy had driven all the way from Petone to Palmerston North, entered the house without a sound, and fatally struck his wife and daughter. In order to strengthen his alibi, he then phoned for an escort, washed up, and drove back. They said he later stuffed the clothing, which was soiled with the very evidence that would turn on him, in the car. This is where things go wrong, though. The testing science, known as mRNA analysis, was state-of-the-art, contentious, and in some cases untrustworthy. It had never before been utilized in a criminal trial, not even in New Zealand. In court, experts clashed. The brain tissue, according to one side, was obvious and damning. According to the other, the findings were flawed, prone to contamination, and ought never to have been accepted as proof. The timeline wasn't perfect either. Lundy was first accused by the prosecution of carrying out the killings at approximately 7:00 p.m. The evidence, however, didn't match up. The call to the escort, the McDonald's ticket, and the phone records all pointed to the fact that he was not in the vicinity of Palmerston North at the time. Thus, they modified the theory. They now asserted that the killings took place closer to midnight, within a window of time that was hardly large enough for what he allegedly accomplished. He allegedly drove the 3 hours in disguise at a high speed while it was dark. All of this was done in order to return to his motel before dawn, without any physical weapon ever being found, no witnesses, and no blood in his car. It was ripped apart by the defense. They claimed that the science was unproven, the evidence dubious, and the timeline ridiculous. However, the picture of a man wearing his wife's brain on his shirt had already been planted by that point. A husband, a dad, or a monster. The prosecution's version of events was altered during the retrial. They had earlier claimed that the murders couldn't have occurred, but now they had to occur after 10:52 p.m. It seems desperate. The defense blasted the contradiction. referring to it as trial by timeline gymnastics, because everything else fell apart if Lundy couldn't have made that trip or be in two locations at once. Nevertheless, the Crown maintained that science prevailed over time. There was brain tissue on the shirt. The reason was debt. Anger was the tool. The timeline was described as tight but not impossible. That wasn't a leap, though, for many who were following the case's development. It was a leap into a canyon. Because it was more than just, could he do it? The question shifted to, is it even possible? Almost 15 years after his first conviction, Mark Lundy was facing a second trial in 2015. With new legal arguments, expert testimony, and a thorough rethinking of the time frame that had once deceived him, a revised case was constructed. He had been sentenced to life in prison in the first trial, but the case was reviewed in 2013 after the Court of Appeal declared that his conviction was dangerous because of a mix of contentious science, a shaky timetable, and media influence. Lundy so found himself back in the dock, but this time he had fresh questions, fresh evidence, and a fresh opportunity to prove his innocence. Was it a new beginning, though? The three main pieces of evidence were the same: the strange time frame, the financial motivation, and the brain tissue found on Lundy's shirt. The defense would continue to challenge the forensic evidence's validity. They had to. But what about the motivation, the chronology? Could they present a compelling enough case to overcome the years of rumors, media hysteria, and courtroom drama? The prosecution maintained the brain tissue argument, claiming that Christine's head was the only possible source. However, the defense refused to accept it. They referred to the mRNA analysis as experimental science and discredited the reliability of the forensic results. They questioned if the study, especially when it came from a tainted sample, actually demonstrated anything about the tissue. The timeline followed. The premise of the prosecution's case remained that Lundy could have driven from Petone to Palmerston North, murdered his wife and daughter, and then driven back to Petone in the middle of the night in a manner that defied common sense. This time, however, the defense said that it wasn't only a stretch. There was no way. All of the prosecution's presumptions were questioned by them. What about the motivation, though? Why Lundy would murder his wife and daughter a few days after raising their life insurance payout was a question the defense sought to answer. It didn't add up, even though the prosecution claimed it was all about the debt. When there are simpler alternatives, why kill your family? Given that the insurance coverage had not yet taken effect, why would the indebted businessman go to such lengths? Not to mention the circus of the media. The public had become familiar with Mark Lundy's visage by the time of the retrial. The viewer had already seen enough of the funeral footage to make them sick, and the jurors was still troubled by the idea that he was a grieving father who might be pretending. They said that his dramatic reaction at the funeral was too much grief and had been the subject of lengthy analysis. Was it all an act, or was it real? It seemed to be a fight between perception and truth, as the defense portrayed Lundy as a victim of circumstance. Even if the scientific evidence was questionable, the prosecution held on to it. The defense, on the other hand, attempted to cast doubt on every single premise, including the timeline, the motive, and the forensic evidence, all while presenting a picture of a guy who had been falsely accused. The jury's verdict would ultimately depend on one point, though. Following all the arguments, expert testimony, and scientific disputes, was Mark Lundy indeed responsible for two heinous murders, or had the system failed him? Mark Lundy would be found guilty of killing his wife Christine and daughter Amber at the end of the retrial. This time, he was not saved by the disparities in the timing, the dubious forensic science, or the damaged public image. But the fight for the truth was far from ended. Although an appeal was promised by Lundy's attorneys, the final decision would not be made for years. Paul Peterson, Christine's brother, was the first person to reach the crime site in the hours after the horrific killings of Christine and Amber Lundy. This individual wasn't an investigator or a police officer, and everything about his presence looked out of balance in the icy calm of that moment, as if fate had put him in the middle of a storm that would rock his family's entire universe. Although it began as a typical day in Palmerston North, a peaceful town, Paul would remember that day for reasons that would follow him throughout his life. It started, oddly enough, with his sister calling. Despite Christine's assurance that they would talk about a family issue, Paul felt uneasy when he showed up at the Lundy residence to meet with her. A feeling of dread swept over him as he entered through the open front door. Then he discovered that Christine and Amber Lundy had been brutally robbed of their lives. Paul saw the finding as a moment that would never be able to be undone. There was no turning back once he stepped into that crime scene. He had entered a nightmare that would tear apart his family's fundamental existence. What was most noticeable, though, was the uncanny quiet that seemed to envelop him. Paul Peterson phoned the police right away after discovering the bodies, as anyone would. However, as detectives started piecing together the chronology, something didn't fit. In addition to being the first person to reach the residence, Paul had also found the bodies. The question was raised: was Paul complicit in the killings? Was he a guy gripped by the horror of what he had just discovered? Or was his calm manner in the aftermath an indication of guilt? The emergence of a disturbing pattern was immediately noticed by the police. In addition to being the first to find the dead, Paul's deeds and testimony played a crucial role in determining how the crime was told, but the way he described his discovery was a little unsettling. A cloud of suspicion hovered over Paul every time the pictures of him entering the house quietly, talking to the police, and then testifying at trial were shown back. Paul Peterson came under more scrutiny as the investigation went on. Paul Peterson was the quiet witness to all of this, remaining in the background while Mark Lundy was taken into custody and charged with killing his wife and daughter. However, many were unaware that Paul was starting to draw his own questions as a result of his own anguish. Had Paul remained too composed after the incident? His calm response to discovering the victims and his icy description of the crime scene were later questioned by some, who questioned whether this was the response of the murderers. Was it anything more sinister? Or was his cool-headedness a protection mechanism? Perhaps Paul Peterson knew more about his sister's and niece's deaths than he disclosed? The suspicion around Paul never really went away, even though he was never officially accused or connected to the crime. People in the neighborhood couldn't help but worry whether he had been too close to the crime, and some started to wonder if there was something crucial that the investigators had overlooked, like a detail in Paul's testimony or something he did before phoning the police. Ultimately, despite persistent suspicions, Paul Peterson was never prosecuted with his sister's and niece's deaths. Paul went back to being on the sidelines of the case, while the investigation shifted to heavily focus on Mark Lundy. Mark Lundy was acquitted in 2019, following years of court proceedings, when the Court of Appeal determined that the case against him had been essentially faulty. The brain tissue evidence, which had been one of the most important components of the prosecution's case, was declared untrustworthy by the court, which also decided that there was not enough evidence to warrant his conviction. It was also determined that the trial's timetable was riddled with errors and omissions that called into question the first conviction. The Court of Appeal determined that the conviction was unsafe, after the retrial revealed serious flaws in the case and fresh evidence that pointed to reasonable doubt. Lundy was consequently exonerated of all accusations. One thing is certain: even if the case has reached its legal conclusion, the truth is still elusive and just out of grasp. Is the murderer still among us, lurking in plain sight? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Sometimes it's difficult to even conceive what someone is capable of when pursuing their most cherished ambition, when another person's life becomes nothing more than collateral damage. This is because the desire to attain what one wants at whatever cost frequently leads people to surprising betrayals and horrifying deeds. Our narrative today, however, will not be about a typical murder. All of Brazil was shocked by the tragic tale of a young schoolteacher, but nowhere was the small town of São Batista more affected by the horror. Perhaps the most violent, unsettling, and unusual incident in this small community's history was the crime in the sleepy hamlet of São Batista, which is in the municipality of Catalina in the southern Brazilian state of Santa Catarina. Flávia Godinho lá de Mafra was born on April 19, 1996. Her family was big and close-knit, and she was the youngest. Working class and modest, her parents raised their children with love and care, doing their best to support them. Flavia grew up being gregarious, responsive, and kind-hearted. She loved music, excelled academically, and was often surrounded by friends. She knew she wanted to be a teacher even as a youngster, and she had no plans to leave her tiny community. After attending a nearby teacher training college, she strangely started working as an elementary school teacher at the same institution where she had previously studied. Flavia met a young man named Valdeli Mafra when she was 20 years old. They started dating as soon as they felt a love connection. Valdeli proposed to Flavia in the summer of 2019, and she accepted with pleasure. 2 months after getting married that October, the couple was given news that would change their lives. They had an expectation. Their happiness was beyond description. Born in 1994 in the same regional town of São João Batista, Rosalba Maria Grimet subsequently went by her married name, Xistel. Public knowledge of her early years and family history is limited. She was viewed as somewhat strange and excessively passionate from an early age. Many did not take her seriously since those around her frequently claimed that she made up achievements, embellished stories, and attempted to make herself look more significant. Playing on people's sympathy, Rosalba sought attention more and more as she grew older. She would fabricate tales of personal struggles and severe illnesses she said she was suffering. She attempted to prevent a partner from leaving her by telling him she had a terminal illness in one particularly concerning incident, and she pleaded with him to stay with her during what she said were her last months. She abruptly said that she had miraculously recovered when the performance lasted too long. Zulmia Xistel is a modest and reserved man that Rosalba married in 2017. He was laid back and appeared to agree with everything she said. He merely agreed when Rosalba pressed for the marriage. On the outskirts of town, in a quiet residential neighborhood, the couple moved into a modest house. Despite her reputation for dishonesty and her overbearing conduct, Rosalba's co-workers had differing impressions of her. She was a librarian at a nearby school. After getting married, Rosalba was unable to conceive for the first 3 years. Experts in medicine even said she might never be able to. She was ecstatic to learn by surprise that she was expecting in the fall of 2019. She was so happy that she told her friends, family, and coworkers about the news right away. Rosalba even shared the news with everyone she knew on social media by publishing a picture of a positive pregnancy test. She'd received an abundance of congrats and well wishes for her and the kid throughout the course of the next few weeks. But something terrible occurred in December of that year. When Rosalba was 3 months along, she miscarried. The loss left her speechless, but she kept it to herself. She instead persisted in acting as though the pregnancy was still going on. Rosalba obviously made the decision to go all in, knowing that her chances of getting pregnant again were slim. But it's difficult to determine what she had in mind at the time. Somewhere in the background, a truly unsettling plan started to take shape, and she began eating more and dressing in loose-fitting clothes to give the impression that she was still pregnant. The school began to hear of another pregnancy, that of a young teacher named Flavia, who was receiving a lot of congratulations, about 2 months after Rosalba lost the pregnancy. It was the first time the two women had gotten close. Even though they hardly spoke to one another, Rosalba suddenly became quite interested in making friends with Flavia Godinho. On social media, she added Flavia and started messaging her every day, proposing to talk or go for walks. They would have a lot in common, Rosalba said, because their alleged due dates were comparable. Knowing that Rosalba was known for being somewhat odd, Flavia was initially apprehensive, but ultimately consented to lunch with her during a work break. In an attempt to elicit compassion, Rosalba, in her usual dramatic style, told several made-up stories, and they swapped phone numbers. Her stories were only true in that she had longed for this pregnancy and had fought for years to become pregnant. The miscarriage was not mentioned by her. Despite seeing each other virtually every day at work, they initially met infrequently. As would subsequently be revealed, however, Rosalba had also used social media to connect with 2 other pregnant women from the same area, who were thought to be in a similar stage of pregnancy to what Rosalba had claimed to be. Additionally, she made an effort to become friends with them by requesting to visit their houses, or even just going out. Rosalba immediately stopped corresponding with the women she met online after learning that both of them were having boys. She had previously decided on the name Alyssa and told everyone she was expecting a daughter. Rosalba became very obsessed with Flavia after she found out she was expecting a girl around the same time. Rosalba found it harder and harder to maintain the appearance of pregnancy over time. She was often looking online for symptoms and experiences that pregnant women usually shared, and she would repeat them to her husband, family, and co-workers as though they were her own. Even after gaining about 30 pounds over the course of several months, she still didn't look like a woman in the latter stages of pregnancy. To make things worse, her spouse insisted on going to doctor's appointments with her. In order to maintain the illusion, Rosalba had to come up with a clever way to show the baby on the ultrasound screen. Zomia was a straightforward, trustworthy man. It was easy for his wife to keep him in the dark because he genuinely loved her and trusted her. When he called in ill, the doctor was out of town or the clinic was overbooked, so she would explain that appointments had been rescheduled or canceled. At other times, she would say she was lucky enough to get a last-minute visit while he was at work, and each time he believed her. In an attempt to strengthen her tale, Rosalba began writing fictitious notes on her phone that were purportedly from the doctor. These notes included cancellations, appointment confirmations, and recommendations. She frequently made factual and spelling errors and lacked knowledge of medical terminology, but Zomia never noticed. He didn't ask any questions because he wasn't good at medical things. To keep the lie continuing and avoid suspicion, Rosalba even pretended to be the doctor in a text message to her husband. She stated in one message that the pair should put their physical relationship on hold for a while in order to prevent any potential pregnancy concerns. Convinced that the advice was from a medical expert, he took it to heart. Shopping for baby supplies, including blankets, pacifiers, bottles, diapers, toys, and onesie sets, became Rosalba's obsession. Over time, her attention turned entirely to Flavia, even if she frequently went shopping with her mother, sister, or husband. In July of 2020, Rosalba organized a poignant maternity photo session. She carried small baby booties and a onesie while wearing a flowing maternity gown in the photos. She gave a charming grin for the camera as her husband stood next to her, tenderly hugging and kissing her tummy. Nobody suspected anything because everything appeared so normal. The criminal case files would eventually include those pictures. Flavia and Rosalba had almost become inseparable by the beginning of June 2020. Although they talked, shared ideas, and planned for the future during their daily time together, Rosalba was always the one to start things. By nature compassionate and understanding, Flavia found it impossible to refuse. Rosalba would use her go-to strategy, appealing to pity, to reschedule if she ever attempted to do so by claiming she needed someone to chat to about personal matters. It worked every time. Actually, Rosalba was watching Flavia intently and interrogating her about her symptoms, doctor's appointments, and tests. Then, as though those were her own experiences, she would tell her own husband and family those details. Rosalba replicated Flavia's gait, mannerisms, and dietary preferences. She even mimicked the awkward ways Flavia held her back or moved. Valdelli disliked the new friend his wife had made. His anger stemmed from the fact that they were spending so much time together, which strained their marriage. They even had several arguments about it. However, Flavia's kind and sympathetic disposition prevented her from ignoring or rejecting Rosalba. Rosalba should have given birth by mid-July, according to what she had told people, but she made up another falsehood, claiming that the doctors had miscalculated the due date. Behind the scenes, she was working on something genuinely terrifying, something that would, regrettably, soon become a reality and be taken from a nightmarish horror movie. Rosalba started planning Flavia's celebration in August in anticipation of her impending birth. In addition to inviting people and organizing a unique photo location, she was also choosing decorations. Flavia tried to decline the event in an attempt to be kind, but Rosalba took it personally and broke down in tears as she expressed how hard she was working and how much she wanted to give Flavia a meaningful gift. Flavia eventually consented without anticipating what would happen. August 28, 2020 was the date of the event. The location and exact details will be sent to everyone, as Rosalba was in charge of all the arrangements. She informed each invited attendee via phone the day before the event that it had to be rescheduled because of some last-minute problems. "I'll follow up with a new date and time soon," she replied. Her justification was compelling. No one asked why, and no one contacted Flavia, who couldn't have known. At precisely the scheduled time on August 28th, Rosalba picked up her gullible target and informed her that they were going to the baby shower. Valdelli stayed at home because it was supposed to be a women-only gathering. He had no idea that it would be his final time seeing his very pregnant wife, so he just walked her to Rosalba's car. Flavia was driving and didn't know where they were headed. According to Rosalba, it was meant to be unexpected. She recommended that Flavia wear a blindfold to maintain the surprise a few minutes into the journey. After hesitating, Flavia finally consented, feeling safe. To keep Flavia calm and avoid raising any suspicions, Rosalba spoke, lightly and informally throughout the remainder of the drive. She took them to an abandoned pottery factory and a vacant ceramic warehouse on the outskirts of town. Rosalba helped Flavia out of the automobile while she was still wearing a blindfold, and then escorted her into one of the old buildings. Flavia must have been startled by the uncanny odor and the silence. Before she could get the blindfold off, she reached up. Abruptly, her skull was struck by a large, hefty brick. Rosalba attacked repeatedly. Flavia fell to her knees. Finally, in a final display of violence, Rosalba struck her face once again. Flavia was already unconscious when she subsequently was unable to explain why. She only seemed to want to do as much harm as she could to the lady she had once referred to as a friend, without even being sure Flavia was still alive. Rosalba hastened to the second stage of her horrifying and unthinkable scheme. She arrived at the scene with a blanket, a box cutter, and some rags. Her hand was solid as she started to slash into her pal. Rosalba lacked medical training, anatomical knowledge, and an understanding of the actual process of performing a procedure such as a C-section. She just began hacking at Flavia's belly with a utility blade in an attempt to get the baby out. Extremely aggressive, she acted without accuracy and with excessive force. A box cutter is not a tool used in surgery. It did not make clean cuts. Instead, it tore through skin. Rosalba had totally miscalculated the reality of what she was trying to do. What she had envisioned as swift and tidy was rather disorganized and unkempt. She had not expected the act to take so long. As she tried to remove the infant, she repeatedly cut her by accident as her frustration and recklessness increased. The surroundings were wholly unhygienic. Rosalba had not even tried to sanitize the equipment she had brought. That the infant made it through the event at all was quite astounding. The newborn was finally taken out, and she laid her on the back seat of her car after wrapping her in the blanket. After cleaning her hands as thoroughly as she could, Rosalba changed into fresh clothing she had brought from home and tossed her blood-stained cloth into the trunk. She went to the hospital after taking a brief break to practice her story. Rosalba was in a hurry and neglected to fully close her car's trunk. Waiting at a red light, the lid barely opened to see clothes covered in blood. The people in the car behind her saw and called the police right away, providing a description of the car and its direction. The police arrived minutes after Rosalba pulled up to the hospital. They caught her as she walked toward the door with a bundle of blood in her arms. Rosalba informed them that it was her child and that the infant required immediate medical attention. As the officers waited close by, she was led to the emergency room. Rosalba told the medical staff she had unexpected labor and didn't have time to get to the hospital, her voice trembling and her eyes watering. In a panic, she threw the infant in the first blanket she found and drove over, saying the baby had fallen upon gravel on the way to her car. Rosalba insisted she was fine and refuted the doctor's suggestion that she would need to be evaluated. Red flags were raised by her behavior right away. Following the baby's examination, the medical staff was convinced that Rosalba might be concealing a violent deed and that something was seriously off. The infant's body was discovered to have a number of strange cuts and puncture wounds that obviously weren't related to a fall onto gravel. It looked like the wounds were cut in a random, haphazard fashion, using a sharp weapon. Fortunately, none of the wounds had caused harm to any essential organs, and the medical staff promptly dressed and treated them to avoid infection. Right away, medical personnel expressed their worries to the police, and collectively they demanded that the woman claiming to be the mother be examined physically. They were very clear that they would have to employ legal authority if she didn't comply. There was little else to do, so Rosalba reluctantly consented. The checkup showed no symptoms of pregnancy or childbirth as expected. There were no signs whatsoever, no physical injuries and no bleeding. Both inside and out, everything seemed regular. From start to finish, her story was a complete fabrication. However, the doctors did not immediately approach her. Calmly, they requested that Rosalba phone her husband and ask him to deliver her private documents instead. They had to carefully determine the newborn's origin and the reason for those odd wounds, as at this point she only possessed her driver's license. Although the baby's condition suggested that she had been delivered in an unhygienic setting, the full scope of the horrifying crime had not yet been revealed. Zulmia was at the hospital when Rosalba called to inform him that their daughter had been born, albeit with difficulty. She showed him where to look for the documentation and requested him to bring it, but she committed a crucial error. As she was gathering the paperwork, she overlooked a crucial piece of information. Unaware that it wasn't his wife's medical document, Zulmia took it. It was Flavia's file, which Rosalba had taken weeks before when she went to a doctor's appointment while posing as someone who needed support. Zulmia discovered the folder in the drawer where she had placed her own documents after taking it to read the test findings and recommendations. Hospital personnel quickly recognized the baby's true owner when they noticed that the medical file belonged to Gardino, a lady who was due to give birth to a daughter in early September. The most horrifying query, though, was still, where was the real mother? The cops accused Zulmia of being involved right away. He was arrested and asked where his wife had given birth to the child and how he obtained someone else's medical records. He claimed to be confused and visibly shaken and to have no understanding what was happening. He froze when they told him that Rosalba had never been pregnant and started to deny it. He said he had taken care of Rosalba during her whole pregnancy and had felt the baby's movement. Images from their maternity session were displayed, together with what he believed to be messages from the doctor who had been monitoring her pregnancy. However, those texts turned into further proof because they contained numerous misspellings and inaccurate medical terminology. The communications were promptly verified by authorities to have come from Rosalba's personal phone. After all the information was presented, Zulmia sobbed and covered his face with his hands. He had truly trusted his wife. He had eagerly anticipated becoming a father. Meanwhile, Flavia had been reported missing by her husband, Valdelli Mafra. He informed the authorities that she had gone to a baby shower with a friend and was supposed to get home by 9 p.m., but she never did. She had not picked up her phone. Valdelli, alarmed, started phoning people who were purportedly invited to the celebration. He was horrified to learn that the event had been canceled the day before. Concern increased when Valdelli was unable to get in touch with Rosalba, the friend who was purportedly in charge of planning the party. She also had her phone off. Valdelli went directly to the police, not wanting to spend any more time. The hospital report about Rosalba and the newborn had not yet been sent to law enforcement at that time, so they were unaware that the two incidents might be related. When the officers promised to start searching in the morning, Valdelli wasn't satisfied. He teamed up with Flavia's parents and other family members, and they started looking on their own. In order to cover more ground, they divided into teams. Valdelli made the decision to look around town. It was Valdelli who decided to pause and look at an abandoned factory as he passed it. It was then that he discovered his wife's body, terribly mutilated. Startled and frightened, he contacted emergency services and the police right away. He had no idea what had occurred or who might have committed such a heinous deed. Police had already heard from the hospital about a woman who had arrived with a newborn by the time they reached the location. Although she claimed to have given birth, medical professionals verified that she hadn't. She also mysteriously possessed a medical file that belonged to a woman named Flavia Godinho. Authorities knew the case was obvious when they discovered the victim's name on the stolen medical file matched the one on the abandoned facility. None of the injuries alone had proved lethal, according to forensics, although the man had been hit in the head with a brick at least 5 times. The aggressive attempt to remove the infant resulted in severe blood loss, which was the cause of death. Next to the body was the box cutter that was used. Since there was ample evidence, establishing Rosalba's guilt was merely a formality. DNA analysis verified that the child Rosalba had attempted to claim as her own was, in fact, Flavia's daughter. Even though the evidence was mounting against Rosalba, she persisted in denying everything and sticking to her story. On the blade adjacent to the body, her fingerprints were discovered. Blood from the victim was discovered in her hair, shoes, and clothes. The fact that Rosalba had lied about still being pregnant after experiencing a miscarriage months prior was also verified by investigators. She hadn't given much attention to what would happen next, but she had picked her victim beforehand and had planned the entire crime to take the baby. The charges against Rosalba were kidnapping, assault causing injury to a juvenile, and aggravated homicide. She eventually went into great detail about what happened, leaving everyone in the courtroom in disbelief in an attempt to get a lower punishment. She suffered a psychological collapse after the miscarriage, and her lawyer tried to claim that she had gotten so consumed by the thought of being a mother that she had lost her sense of reality. However, a clinical assessment found Rosalba to be mentally capable and completely accountable for her deeds. She received a sentence of 57 years in jail, with the prospect of release only after completing at least half of it. Her spouse, Zulmia Shistel, was categorically exonerated. It was established that he was unaware of his wife's plans and had nothing to do with the crime. He left São Juan Batista shortly after the arrest and sought for divorce. Flavia's family also made the decision to leave the small village where everyone knows each other after the judicial proceedings were finished. Since the tragedy had become the most talked about case in the neighborhood, they did not want young Cecilia, Flavia's daughter, to grow up in an environment where her mother's story would haunt her. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Giulia Tramontano, 29, disappeared in the evening of May 28, 2023 in the small Italian hamlet of Sanago. Her phone abruptly went silent while she was 7 months pregnant, and she stopped answering calls and messages from family members. Her living partner, Alessandro Impagnatiello, was the first to report her missing. He maintained that he had no idea where his partner may have gone and that the apartment was empty when he got home from work. There were too many odd aspects in this case from the start. Giulia had left behind the majority of her personal possessions, and there was no sign that she planned to vanish in the near future. Even more concerning details were discovered as investigators started to piece together her last known activities. Giulia had a significant dispute with Alessandro the night before she vanished, according to messages she wrote to her mother, Laura Donna, and a close friend. She wrote that the issue was giving her a lot of distress and that she was quite disturbed. However, the most crucial query was still unsolved. What actually transpired that fatal night, and why hadn't anyone seen Giulia since, if she had indeed left the house alone? Investigators would start sifting through a labyrinth of lies in the days that followed, eventually revealing a sobering reality. On May 2, 1994, Giulia Tramontano was born in the little town of Sant'Antimo, which is in the province of Naples. She was raised in a loving, supportive, and close-knit household. From a young age, her parents fostered independence and self-assurance while adopting contemporary perspectives. Their lives continued to be anchored by family customs, and she could always turn to her home for support and direction. Giulia thrived in the humanities while attending a nearby school. Her interest in real estate sprang from her fascination with architecture, potential investments, and the prospect of becoming a prosperous real estate agent. She sought a degree in the discipline after high school, rapidly becoming an expert in the industry because of her great communication skills and analytical attitude. She had established a strong reputation in the field by the time she was 25. However, this was insufficient for Giulia. She envisioned living in a large metropolis with lots of opportunities. Her career in her hometown had plateaued by the time she turned 26. She became aware of the restrictions of the local market while working at a real estate brokerage. She decided to relocate to Milan after hearing tales from friends, as she felt the city would provide her with a promising new chapter in her life. She made up her mind before the end of 2020. Milan represented self-reliance, new relationships, and the professional advancement she so desperately desired. The change came swiftly. After packing her things and bidding her loved ones farewell, she left for the city she hoped would become her new home. In Milan, Giulia threw herself into her work right away. The city's real estate market was competitive, fast-paced, and demanded perseverance and confidence. She rapidly adjusted, making contacts, going to networking functions, and closing sales. Although her new life was thrilling, she found herself yearning for something more: personal happiness amid her hectic schedule. She got to know Alessandro Impagnaiello during this period. They met at a bar in Milan where she was invited by her co-workers to celebrate a deal that had gone well. Alessandro was employed as a bartender at a five-star hotel's upscale lounge. He was a year older than Giulia, gregarious, charismatic, and naturally able to connect with others. She was drawn to his charm and self-assurance. She felt as though she could unwind, temporarily forget about the demands of work, and just savor the moment with him. Their connection felt natural throughout the first several weeks. They'd talked about the future while dining at restaurants in the evenings and taking nighttime walks around the city. Although he admitted to having a son from a prior relationship, Alessandro reassured her that he was moving on from his past and was now seeking stability. Giulia thought she had at last found someone she could be with for the rest of her life. They decided to move in together just a few months after their romance blossomed. Giulia genuinely hoped that her relocation to Milan would lead to both professional and personal success. Though she didn't know what secrets Alessandro was keeping or how drastically her choice would alter her life at the moment, she was certain that he was the one she was intended to spend the rest of her days with. In 1993, Alessandro Impagnatello was born. Although he gave off an air of confidence, his life in Milan was anything from stable. He worked as a bartender at a prestigious establishment where he was frequently surrounded by celebrities, affluent customers, and prosperous businesses. This gave him the opportunity to meticulously create the image of a man used to luxury. He was adept at putting others at ease, fast to establish rapport, and a master of persuading. His genuine objectives were always concealed under his charm and laid-back demeanor. In addition to a reliable paycheck, his work at the bar gave him important social connections. He was skilled at putting himself in the best possible light, giving the impression that he was a man who aspired to be more. His co-workers perceived him as charming but a little shallow. He never really opened up, but instead kept up the image of having a light-hearted, carefree demeanor. He appeared to be living the dream to clients and acquaintances, but there was a lot more hidden beneath this meticulously maintained facade. There were no obvious warning signs when he first began dating Giulia. On the contrary, he seemed to be receptive and considerate in the beginning of their relationship. He was fully aware of how to make a good impression and knew just what to say. However, Alessandro's actual character gradually came to light. Soon after they moved in together, the first red flags emerged. Alessandro and Giulia used to joke around a lot, but over time his jokes became more scathing. He'd make remarks about her accent, implying in a less than favorable way that Southerners were different from Northerners. Knowing how much her favorite soccer team meant to her, he openly made fun of them. Giulia initially dismissed it, believing it to be harmless joking, but as time passed, it became evident that his statements were not the only ones. The frequency of their arguments increased. Little things like the way she arranged their house, her responses to his remarks, and her responses to his inquiries caused Alessandro to become agitated. She would feel as though she was at fault because he would abruptly end talks or ignore her completely. He briefly became aloof and icy during those moments before abruptly returning to his normal self, acting as though nothing had occurred. Their new normal was this emotional roller coaster. He would be loving and attentive one moment, then utterly uncaring the next. Giulia made an effort to comprehend what was going on, but she was never given any definitive answers. She was always in doubt, because Alessandro never talked about his feelings honestly. His second existence, however, was the greatest deception, the one she never anticipated. Alessandro had been living a lie for months, but Giulia thought he was spending his nights behind the bar when he went for work. He began seeing Allegra, another lady, shortly after they moved in with. Allegra and he met at work. She was establishing a career in the hospitality sector, was younger, and spoke multiple languages. Presenting himself as a single man who had broken up with Giulia years ago, Alessandro continued to live with her because of unforeseen circumstances. By convincing Allegra that Giulia was already looking for a new apartment and would be leaving shortly, he expertly kept up this illusion. Allegra and Giulia were unaware of each other's existence. He played a different part for each of them, slipping his lies so smoothly that nothing raised any red flags. With one, he discussed the future. With the other, he lived in the now, without ever thinking about the possibility that his deceit would be exposed. In the meantime, he and Giulia's relationship was becoming more strained. She had a feeling something wasn't right, but she wasn't sure what it was. The uneasiness increased with time, but Alessandro continued his deception without realizing the truth was catching up with him. Giulia began to notice physical changes by the end of 2022. She suspected something was off because of a missed cycle, strange cravings, and persistent weariness. She purchased a pregnancy test since she didn't want to wait. She realized she was expecting a child when she noticed two distinct lines appear. The news caused conflicting feelings. She had always wanted a family, on the one hand. Conversely, the past few months had been challenging with Alessandro. She knew she had to tell him face to face, though. With trepidation, Giulia broke the news at the appropriate time. She had envisioned a variety of responses, including surprise, joy, and perhaps even mild terror. Alessandro's face, however, was still unreadable. After a few seconds of silence, he asked only one question. "Are you sure?" Giulia sensed a cold detachment in his manner. He was uninterested and didn't inquire about her condition or how far along she was. It was impossible to overlook his indifference. He never mentioned it again in the days that followed. No interest in future doctor's appointments, no conversations regarding the future. Despite feeling abandoned, Giulia clung to the notion that eventually he would accept the reality and begin to offer some assistance. Even as the new year got underway, Alessandro's disposition didn't change. Giulia increasingly found herself thinking about her future alone in the nights. She continued working, attempting to divert her attention, but a sense of unease began to grow within. Of her. In the meanwhile, early in 2023, Alessandro's double existence took an unexpected turn. He found out that Allegra, his other partner, was also expecting. He was absolutely unprepared for the news. Allegra, like Giulia, was unaware that there was another woman around. She genuinely thought she was in a committed relationship with Alessandro. But unlike Giulia, Allegra wasn't sure if she wanted to carry the pregnancy to term. Alessandro realized that his well-planned lie was unraveling and persuaded Allegra that having a kid wasn't the right choice. He told her that he would support her in whatever decision she chose at that point, but he made it clear that it would be better to end the pregnancy. After much hesitation, Allegra finally consented. To ensure that this chapter was ended, Alessandro accompanied her to the medical procedure. He believed that now that Allegra's pregnancy was over, he could concentrate on handling what he perceived to be his larger issue, Giulia's choice to become pregnant. Giulia, however, was adamant on carrying her pregnancy to term. Unlike Allegra, even though he was emotionally detached, he made several attempts to get Giulia to rethink her mind. This was a deliberate and private choice for her. She was ready to raise the child alone, even though she was aware that her relationship with Alessandro was failing. She was unaware that this decision would be the pivotal moment in her life. Alessandro became aware that he was losing control of the situation when Giulia refused to end the pregnancy. His plans were derailed by her forceful determination, which compelled him to find a different solution to what he perceived to be an issue. He started conducting methodical study on poisons. By the end of 2022, he searched the internet for ways to damage people without drawing attention to himself, determining which drugs were both efficient and hard to find. Chemical compounds from home items, plant-based poisons, and even extremely hazardous substances like cyanide and ricin were all included in his studies. But the majority of the solutions he discovered were either too hard to get or left obvious body traces. He finally decided on rodenticides, which are goods made to get rid of rodents. These weren't cause for concern and were freely accessible over the counter. Additionally, he discovered data indicating that some varieties functioned slowly, resulting in anemia, weakness, and internal bleeding, symptoms that may be misinterpreted for pregnancy issues. Alessandro started implementing his strategy in early 2023, In the hopes that Julia's health would deteriorate over time, he began incorporating trace amounts of the poison into her food and beverages. She started having strange symptoms within weeks, including nausea, dizziness, acute abdominal pain, and persistent fatigue. Julia told her friends she was feeling ill, but they thought it was a normal aspect of being pregnant. She was unaware that something far darker was taking place. Alessandro kept a careful eye on her condition, anticipating that the symptoms would worsen. But the poison wasn't having the desired impact. He was frustrated and kept looking for methods to make it more potent, but the results were still unsatisfactory. Even though Julia was still feeling bad, the pregnancy was growing and her body was fighting back. Alessandro became enraged. Now that his first plan had failed, he had to think of another option. Being in charge was nothing new to Alessandro. He knew exactly what to say and how to persuade each woman of his version of events, so he meticulously planned his lies. Julia thought that he was just going through a tough period and that he would eventually embrace the pregnancy. Allegra, however, was positive that his previous relationship had ended a long time ago. However, a single misstep destroyed his meticulously crafted illusion. Allegra's first warning sign was the uneasiness Alessandro displayed whenever the subject of his past was raised. He never revealed his social media, didn't talk about his past, and didn't bring up his ex. It didn't appear strange at first, but gradually contradictions began to accumulate. The actual pivotal moment occurred when she unintentionally stumbled upon recent images of him with Julia on his phone. Their intimacy and the way they gazed at one another made it obvious that their relationship was far from ended. Allegra wanted to avoid making assumptions. Rather, she began to listen more intently, making notes in her mind. He frequently left in the evenings, saying he was working late, but his hotel coworkers said he had left early. He occasionally made reasons that didn't quite make up when he didn't answer his phone later. Alessandro was unflappable when Allegra finally confronted him about the pictures. He responded immediately. He asserted that Julia was purposefully disseminating those images to mislead him with guilt because she couldn't accept their split. Allegra wanted to trust him, but there was something strange about the way he said it. His answers grew more and more implausible as she continued to probe. Alessandro suddenly modified his strategy after realizing he was losing control. Julia wasn't just refusing to move on, he said. In fact, she had lied about being pregnant in an effort to keep him around. His current goal was to persuade Allegra that there was no baby at all. But her doubts were further strengthened by his urgency. Alessandro even created a fake DNA test in an effort to further cement his deception. He presented a modified file that he had got from the internet as evidence that he was unrelated to the child. At first, Allegra believed this account of events, but she continued to have her reservations. She had the unshakable impression that she was missing something. She made the decision to find out for herself a few days later. She swiped Alessandro's phone while he was sleeping, looked up Julia's number, and messaged her. The response was practically immediate. Julia didn't sound like a lady who was obsessed with getting even. Conversely, she was also in search of answers. Allegra proposed that they meet in person the following day. Both women knew that everything will change as a result of their conversation. The hotel where Allegra worked was the location of their rendezvous. Both of them felt a mixture of stress and resolve as they had prearranged a time. Julia was shocked to learn that the man she had planned a future with had been living a double life, and Allegra was still unaware of the full scope of Alessandro's deceit. The discussion began carefully. Allegra was the first to share what she had learned. She explained to Julia that Alessandro had promised her that his previous relationship was gone. She went on to discuss the purported DNA test that was used to prove the baby wasn't his. Julia paid close attention. Allegra calmly declared that the exam was a hoax after she had done speaking. The timing of her pregnancy fit their relationship exactly, and she had never recommended any tests. The fact that she and Alessandro were still living together and that he had never given her any cause to think their relationship was finished was more significant. Allegra's perception of the scenario grew clearer by the minute. From the start, she had been tricked. Her whole understanding of their relationship changed, and she was convinced of the truth for the first time. She was disappointed and hurt, but she didn't have any grudges against Julia. Rather, the fact that they had both been duped by the same web of lies became painfully clear. They talked for more than an hour. By comparing specifics, the two women were able to piece together Alessandro's deceit. They no longer viewed one another as competitors by the end. Instead, an unanticipated sense of unity surfaced. It was then that Giulia made her ultimate choice. She was finished. She had no desire to remain with a man who had deceived her and concealed a second existence. Alessandro had no place in her future, which belonged to her and her child. She didn't wait for the ideal opportunity when she got home. She went straight to Alessandro and told him that their relationship was finished and that she knew everything. He reacted just as he was supposed to. He denied everything at first, but then he became defensive and said she was prying into his private affairs. But Giulia was not paying attention to his justifications. She told him strongly that she didn't want to see him any longer and that she was going to Naples. She emailed her sister and mother that night to explain her choice. They offered to assist her in any way they could and gave her their entire support. Giulia told them that she would return home in a few days, but that she had some things to attend to in Milan first. She had no idea it would be her last night. Alessandro became aware that he had lost control after their talk. All he had concealed was now revealed. Giulia was aware of his deceit, manipulation, and double existence. She had decided to go since she no longer listened to him, no longer believed him. He was angry at her composure. He was unable to comprehend how he had found himself in a position where his deceit had been exposed, leaving him helpless. He sensed that he was losing both his command of Giulia and his meticulously constructed persona. His whole existence may fall apart if she told anyone else. Their relationship reached a breaking point that day. Alessandro made several attempts to talk, but Giulia ignored them all. Without emotion, she carried on packing her belongings. He became even enraged when she remained silent. Giulia didn't react when Alessandro tried to persuade her that she was mistaken, that he loved her, and that she should change her mind. He became increasingly irritated and increased his voice in an attempt to get a response, but she would not argue. He became enraged beyond control when he learned her choice was definitive. Taking a knife off the counter, he hit Giulia in a blind rage. She had no time to respond. Even though the strike was quick and accurate, he was unable to halt it. Panic and fear of being seen drove him to continue, losing all self-control. 37 wounds from stabs. Standing over her body, Alessandro gazed at the truth of what he had just done. He had to dispose of the proof now. He was unable to let things alone. He was aware that blood left traces. He realized that merely concealing the body would not enough. In an attempt to destroy the evidence, he pulled her to the restroom, poured alcohol on her, and set her on fire. However, the flames did not act as he had anticipated. The remains were not destroyed, but the fire left them burning. Panic struck. He had no strategy. After grabbing cleaning tools and rags, he began washing the blood off the walls, the floor, and the furniture. Despite his repeated efforts to scrub, the stains persisted. The apartment continued to resemble a scene of a crime. He was certain that he could find a way to avoid blame, even though he knew he wouldn't be able to completely remove any evidence of what had transpired. He had no idea that detectives would soon put all the pieces together and reveal his guilt. Alessandro's initial response was to hide his tracks after realizing what he had done and seeing Giulia's body in the restroom. After his attempt to burn the evidence failed, he needed another strategy. Her disappearance was staged as the initial step. He chose to give the impression that Giulia had departed of her own volition. He snatched her phone and started messaging her friends and relatives in order to do this. He had to give the impression that she had decided to go on her own, since he knew they would be concerned if she disappeared without warning. She needed some alone time. He emailed her mom. Just enough information was included in the brief and ambiguous message to prevent suspicion. He then claimed in a message to one of Giulia's friends that she had departed but wasn't prepared to discuss her destination. He wanted to give himself some time so that it would appear as though she had just chosen to vanish. But it was not the end of his scheme. A few hours after the crime, he went to the police himself and reported Giulia missing, since he knew that someone would eventually sound the alarm. After an altercation, he said, she left the house, and never came back. His account was straightforward. She was gone when he returned from work that morning. He purposefully included facts to give his story credibility. He suggested that she might have left town on her own when he informed investigators that her money, passport, and personal things were also missing. Investigators paid close attention, but something didn't feel quite right. His manner was suspicious. He spoke with too much assurance, as though he was aware of the questions that would be posed. He seemed unnervingly calm, in contrast to Giulia's friends and family, who were in a panic and desperate search for solutions. Alessandro concentrated on concealing the evidence while the cops conducted a search. He realized he couldn't keep her remains in the bathroom for very long, so he initially left them there. He covered them with plastic wrap and transported them to the garage during the night. He moved the remains several times over the course of the following few days. He put them back in the garage after first hiding them in their building's basement. He was attempting to find a permanent solution to get rid of them, but the longer he put it off, the more he made blunders. Investigators started examining his claims closely, speaking with neighbors and searching for contradictions. Even though he thought he was still in charge, he was already being pursued by the police. The police followed the usual procedures for a disappearance case when Alessandro reported Giulia missing, but the first significant evidence was found in his car by forensic experts, who found blood traces. Even though he tried to sanitize it, police were able to find biological evidence thanks to current forensic technology. Giulia was the owner of the blood, according to a quick analysis. The second piece of evidence was discovered in their apartment building's communal rooms. There were light reddish stains in the hallway and on the stairs that, at first glance, appeared to be dust or liquid spills. Chemical analysis, however, showed that these were remnants of blood that had been partially cleansed. Alessandro's peculiar behavior was also observed by investigators. He showed no real worry, unlike most people whose loved ones go missing. Furthermore, he didn't actively contribute to the dissemination of information regarding Giulia's disappearance or contact her family to seek for assistance in finding her. He did nothing more than follow the official procedures for reporting someone missing, which increased suspicion. Detectives' examination of his electronic gadgets was a significant turning point in the investigation. They confiscated his iPad, computer, and phone. They discovered something startling. They first discovered search records from months before to the crime. He had read papers about how to injure someone covertly, studied the effects of various toxins, and looked for information about poisons. Even why some harmful drugs would not function as intended was questioned in some searches. He had presented Allegra with a fake DNA test, which was another crucial piece of evidence. A forensic analysis verified that the file had been downloaded from a website that let users to update medical records, and that the document had been edited. Alessandro's version of events was unraveling as the evidence grew stronger. As they pointed out irregularities one by one, investigators increased their pressure. He initially insisted he didn't know anything and stuck to his tale. However, as the police questioned him, they revealed more information that he was unable to avoid. They confronted him about his own search history, showed him pictures of the bloodstains, and called in witnesses who claimed to have heard shouting and loud noises coming from their flat. Authorities' analysis of Alessandro's movements in the days after Giulia vanished marked a significant investigative breakthrough. According to surveillance footage, he made several trips to the garage in the days following her disappearance, moving suitcases inside before leaving without anything. As the evidence grew, Alessandro's account started to fall apart. After a while, he broke down and showed where he had concealed her remains. Police found Giulia's body in an overgrown area close to Sanago on June 1, 2023. The remains had been attempted to be burned, but the procedure had been stopped, according to forensic analysis. Experts were able to identify the cause of death and obtain solid proof that connected him to the crime, in spite of his attempts to hide his identity. Italy was rocked by the news of Giulia Tramontano's terrible fate. Her story served as yet another heartbreaking reminder of the perils posed by people who appear as loving partners in a nation where cases of gender-based crimes have long been a major worry. Nationwide protests broke out after Alessandro Impagnatella was arrested. Women protested in the streets, carrying posters calling for harsher punishments for offenses involving domestic violence. Calls for structural changes to better safeguard persons in danger were heard at memorial marches in Milan, Naples, Rome, and other cities. Carla Tramontano, Giulia's sister, spoke out at one of the protests, calling on lawmakers to address the startling number of instances in which people are not held accountable until it is too late. In the meantime, police and forensic specialists sought to comprehend the offender's psychological makeup. Following a psychological evaluation, Alessandro's behavior was found to be problematic. According to the findings of court-appointed psychologists, he had strong narcissistic tendencies. He displayed no regret for what he had done, and his conduct during the court procedures and interrogation revealed a profound lack of empathy and egocentrism. He ignored the feelings and experiences of others, seeing them only through the prism of his own self-interest. His only motivation was to keep control over people around him and preserve his own reputation. Any power outage set off a quick and hazardous reaction. Alessandro made every effort to seem sorry during the trial, but neither the public nor Giulia's family were persuaded by his statements. He insisted that it was an act of impetuous wrath that he hadn't fully understood he was committing, saying he didn't understand how he could have done something so horrible. Prosecutors, however, produced a wealth of evidence, including his fake police report, attempted poisoning, fabricated DNA tests, and internet searches on poisons. The premeditation of the crime was demonstrated by each of these factors. Allegra collaborated with the authorities once Alessandro was apprehended and made public. She gave him her texts, which demonstrated that he had lied to Giulia and to her. She also testified about his persistent attempts to control her and the phony DNA test. Allegra was one of the witnesses at the trial. She was contacted by prosecutors to verify important information, including how Alessandro concealed his secret life, how he had misled about Giulia's pregnancy, and the justifications he used as the truth started to come to light. Allegra appeared extremely upset, according to people in the courtroom. She understood that the truth might have been revealed too late if she hadn't unintentionally discovered those pictures on his phone. She talked about her remorse toward Giulia during her testimony, despite the fact that she knew she had also fallen prey to his deceit. Allegra tried to disassociate herself from the catastrophe after the trial by avoiding the spotlight and refusing to talk to reporters. She reportedly left Milan and relocated to a different place in an attempt to start over, away from the memories associated with this case. Alessandro was convicted of first-degree murder with aggravating circumstances by the court. These included the crime's brutality, the victim's ongoing emotional abuse, and his willful attempts to obliterate evidence. He received a life sentence in prison. It was stressed in the judge's closing remarks that such offenses could not be justified as the result of uncontrollable outbursts or brief emotional discomfort. Over the course of several months, Alessandro's actions showed a clear and intentional aim to get rid of Giulia. Her situation turned into a heartbreaking reminder of the risks associated with people who treat their partners like property. However, Giulia's tale was not ignored. It provoked indignation and joined a larger campaign to save those who were still alive. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. What if you never answered the first knock on your door in the new year? A family celebrated January 1st in a peaceful neighborhood surrounded by trees with all the joy and warmth you could anticipate. Plans for the upcoming year, holiday leftovers, and a home filled with love. However, that house would be the scene of unimaginable horror a few hours into the new year. Neighbors saw the fire first, sirens cutting through the window silence as dense smoke poured from the windows. Even the most experienced detectives are silenced by the scene that firefighters discovered inside. It was not only startling, but pure wickedness. This was deliberate. It wasn't impulsive or haphazard. And there was no swift conclusion to whatever transpired behind that front door. What, then, could motivate someone to ruthlessly destroy a whole family, including the children? And on New Year's Day, what darkness entered through the door? In Richmond, Virginia, the first few hours of 2006 were passing in silence. There was still the quiet serenity of the holidays in neighborhoods like Woodland Heights, the kind of quiet that envelops homes where families sleep, still enjoying the festivities from the night before. However, the horror that would shake a whole city came to light as the afternoon wore on and smoke billowed from one of the houses on West 31st Street. Expecting a regular call, a kitchen fire, perhaps a tree on fire, firefighters hurried to the scene. What they entered instead was something even more evil and vicious. Although the fire was intentionally started, the real tragedy wasn't the fire itself. 4 bodies were found in the basement of the flaming house, under the soot and smoke. Electrical wires and tape were used to firmly bind their limbs, the adhesive still sticking to their blistering skin. They had all been bludgeoned, hit with terrible force by what turned out to be a claw hammer, and in what could only be called an execution, each of their throats had been sliced. It was a long and eerie scene of unbelievable brutality. Instead of just being killed, a family had been sought down, held captive, tortured, and killed inside their own house. The fact that the victims were placed closely together in the basement raises the possibility that they had been detained for a while before the last blows were struck. In addition to causing fear, the criminals had remained to observe it happen. They then set the house on fire as a last act of sacrilege, not out of panic, but with the cold, calculated intention of erasing all evidence of what had transpired there. In Richmond, the victims, Catherine, Brian, Stella, and Ruby Harvey, were recognized as parents, neighbors, artists, and entrepreneurs rather than as famous people. The mother, Catherine, was a creative and energetic woman who co-founded a well-known toy business that was more than simply a store. It was a community hub where kids were valued. In recent years, her husband, Brian, who was once a prominent member of the college rock scene, had settled into a more subdued life, choosing the calm rhythm of parenting over the cacophony of the stage. Soft-spoken and considerate, he was adored by friends for his musical soul and introspective nature. Their daughters were only starting to establish themselves in the world. At just 9 years old, the older one, Stella Ann, possessed the early knowledge and inquisitiveness of a youngster who reads well above her age. Ruby, the youngest, was 4 years old and brimming with happiness. According to her neighbors, her grin could brighten any day. Anyone who knew them, or even just heard of them, felt a deep, deep rift when they saw their lives end in this manner. Once a place of laughing, music, and toys, the mansion has been turned into a graveyard of ash and stillness. Confusion replaced grief as word of the murder spread, and dread quickly followed. There were no enemies, no known dangers, and no indications of forced entrance. There was no explanation for why this one home had been subjected to such unspeakable violence. But detectives sensed it in the back of their minds. This violent conduct wasn't impulsive, it was a show. It was in control. The atrocities that were taking place were just getting started with this probe. They didn't enter screaming or in disarray. They arrived with tape, in silence, and with calculated actions that made it clear this was more than a simple heist. It was a controlled performance. First to move, gray-bound Catherine, Brian, and tiny Ruby firmly with packing tape and dragged them into the basement. He didn't move hurriedly or show any signs of being time-conscious. Dandridge, in the meantime, turned the house into a hunting ground by scavenging the upstairs like a scavenger and searching for objects to steal from the cozy space. The front door then opened. Unaware that her home's walls had already turned into a prison upstairs, Stella had returned from a sleepover. Her daughter was brought down during the brief period of her mother's freedom. Kirsten Perkinson would never forget the picture of Catherine standing in the doorway of her daughter's friend's home, looking calm, pale, and silent. Not a single word revealed what was waiting behind her. Even if there had been something strange, something drained in her expression. Soon after, they were all bound together and encircled by 2 ferocious creatures in the basement. Their last minutes started to fall into the hands of monsters, after the appearance of safety was destroyed. It wasn't a frenzy that followed, it was accurate. One by one, Gray took his time. With the packing tape still plastered against their flesh, he drew the blade across their throats. It wasn't over, though. He lifted a claw hammer and repeatedly pounded each of them after their bodies sagged into silence, transforming a cold execution into something much more hideous and intrusive. Later, the medical examiner would attempt to turn that disorder into a clinical situation. Blunt force trauma killed Brian and Catherine. Smoke and crushing blows, Stella. Ruby was 4 years old when she was stabbed in the back, with one wound going all the way to her lung. However, the events that transpired in that basement cannot be explained by statistics or causes alone. They didn't stop there, even at the finish. A tiny art easel, possibly used by one of the females for painting, was pushed over by Gray and Dandridge, who then drenched it with alcohol and set it on fire as a last flourish. It was trivial. It had a theatrical quality. It was intended to eliminate the space's identity as well as the evidence. It might have appeared to be the scene of a terrible catastrophe as the flames spread down the basement and curled around what was left, but this was not an accident. The fire was not overlooked. The call that would end it all was made by Johnny Hott, the drummer for House of Freaks and a close friend of Brian's. When a fire department arrived to put out the fire, they discovered something that would start a storm that was considerably more destructive than fire. As if 4 lives didn't matter at all, the guys who had left that house hours earlier were already going on, serene, unhurried, and unaffected by the hellfire they had left behind. But you might ask, who were Gray and Dandridge? Darkness was nothing new to the two guys, Ray Dandridge and Ricky Gray. These two, who were born in 1977, were connected not only by blood but also by a history of criminal activity and violence. Before long, their convoluted paths would converge in unimaginable catastrophes. Ricky Gray had a past, one that was documented in his failed relationships and criminal records. Known for his explosive temper and ability to make life miserable for everybody who came into contact with him, he had spent years in and out of prison. The life of a violent ex-con was nothing new to him, and things rapidly got out of hand when he met his third wife, Treva Terrell. Their relationship was far from tranquil. The neighbors frequently overheard them fighting and yelling at each other. As of November 2005, Treva was fed up. However, she was later discovered dead in Washington, Pennsylvania, her corpse ruthlessly battered and buried in a shallow grave. The worst part is that her death was initially dismissed by the authorities as a drug overdose. The claw marks on Ricky's forearm that day were evidence of a struggle, possibly even a struggle for her life. However, the cops failed to make the connection. The murderer was right in front of them, yet they failed to notice him. Enter Ricky's nephew, Ray Dandridge, who was recently released from jail after serving over 10 years for armed robbery. Following his release in October 2005, he moved in with Ricky and Treva. Ray had already started to reveal his true nature by the time Treva's body was discovered. He also had a family history of violence. When no one was looking, what did the two of them do after Treva's body was buried? They went on. In an attempt to keep quiet, Ricky and Ray packed up and left for Arlington, Virginia by Christmas. However, the violence continued. Actually, things just grew worse. They made the decision to attack Ryan Carey on New Year's Eve, only a few days after they had moved to Virginia. Ryan was left to perish in front of his own house after being stabbed and assaulted. Later, he awoke in a medical facility. As he healed, he would tell the authorities exactly who had broken his body and rendered his right arm useless. Ray Dandridge and Ricky Gray. However, it wasn't even that bad. No, January 1, 2006 was when the really nightmare started. At that point, they arrived in Richmond to pick up the Harvey family. Up until two strangers broke into their house, Catherine, Brian, Stella, and Ruby Harvey were just going about their lives. Or at least, they were. They were broke, as Gray would later acknowledge. That was the plan's main motivation. The Harvey house had not even been their first choice. They simply took a chance after noticing the front entrance was open. They took the family prisoner once they were inside. Catherine was made to pretend that everything was great by Gray and Dandridge when the family's guests showed up for a planned playdate. They warned her that her family would perish if she made a mistake. In an effort to keep her husband and children safe, she remained composed and cooperated. After the friends departed, chaos ensued. Dandridge and Gray, however, weren't finished. In an attempt to conceal their actions and destroy the evidence, the Harvey family set fire to the house after they were presumed dead. It was unsuccessful. They turned on Ashley Baskerville, their accomplice, a few days later. She and her parents were the subsequent victims of this heinous, murderous rampage. The two males were quickly taken into custody as the authorities began to piece together the violent trail that had been left behind. On January 3, 2006, a routine robbery in Chesterfield County, Virginia, or so it seemed, was the beginning of it all. The most recent victims of a well-planned, heartless crime were a couple who lived on Hollywood Drive. Claimingly disoriented and seeking directions, the three criminals, 2 men and a woman, knocked on the couple's home. At first glance, it appeared innocuous enough, but it wasn't. The couple was caught off guard as the burglars forced their way inside as soon as the door opened. They stole a computer, a television, and $800.00 in cash as they raided the house. However, the robbers paused when the husband tried to deter them by bringing up his wife's condition and his obligation to take care of her. It was sufficient to convince them not to tie the pair up, but the harm had already been done. They had been singled out. The burglars grabbed their belongings after breaking into their house. The pieces of the puzzle started to fit together shortly after this crime. The phone at the Chesterfield police station rang on January 6, 2006. Ashley Baskerville, 21, was a friend of her daughter, and her peculiar connections to 2 men, Ricky Gray and Ray Dandridge, who had both visited at Ashley's house as houseguests and were now suspected of being implicated in the Harvey family killings, disturbed a worried resident. Investigators followed the tip right to Ashley's door, and soon cops were swarming the East Broad Rock Road home where she resided with her stepfather, Percy L. Tucker, and mother, Mary Baskerville Tucker. The police discovered a nightmare within. As a direct result of the violence that had occurred there, the house lay in ruins. Mary, Ellen, and Percy had all suffered vicious neck slashes. In a moment, their lives were gone. What they had done to Ashley was the true horror. She wasn't simply deceased. They had suffocated her. To prevent her and her relatives from screaming or running away, a plastic bag had been put around her head and securely fastened with duct tape. As a sadistic show of authority, all 3 captives had been gagged and shackled. They had been brutally silenced, and their bodies were abandoned in their own house. The cops were able to make the connection quickly. A computer and a television that were discovered in the Baskerville Tucker residence matched the pilfered goods from the Chesterfield home invasion, connecting the 2 incidents. However, the ring, the one Ashley was wearing, was the one thing that gave them complete certainty. It was the wedding ring of Catherine Harvey. Dandridge and Gray had gone on a rampage, their bloodlust unquenchable. This was more than simply a botched heist. It was the continuation of a rampage that had already caused a great deal of damage and was only getting started. From one victim to another, Gray and Dandridge's rage had intensified. Their violence is growing more vicious and callous. They started a series of events that would ultimately result in their capture and the realization of their whole depravity as they focused on Ashley and her family. Ray Dandridge and Ricky Gray were apprehended on the morning of January 7, 2006. They were staying at Dandridge's father's house in Philadelphia when the cops discovered them. Dandridge lost all self-control an hour after their arrest. He admitted to killing Ashley Baskerville and Mary and Percy L. Tucker. However, that was only the start. Gray, who had been quietly boiling in his cell, requested to talk to a detective 12 hours later. It was chilling what came next. Gray handed out a 3-page confession in great detail. He didn't mince words. He revealed in his confession how he had mercilessly murdered the Harvey family by using a claw hammer and a kitchen knife. Instead of attempting to defend his behavior, he stated, "I don't believe sorry is strong enough. None of this was necessary." However, he continued even after confessing to the Harvey murders. He continued by acknowledging that he had participated in the Tucker Baskerville killings and that he had battered his wife Treva to death, while Dandridge restrained her. Gray even admitted to attacking Ryan Carey in a vicious manner. Everything spilled out as the floodgates had opened. The cops put together more and more of the story as the investigation went on. Ashley Baskerville's involvement was confirmed by January 8, 2006. Not only was she a victim, who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, she had taken an active part in the killings and robbery. It was evident from the evidence that she had contributed, including witness statements and objects discovered throughout the investigation. Ashley served as the lookout when Gray and Dandridge broke into the Harvey residence to rob them. One day, the monsters threw out Ashley, a discarded toy, at random. Ashley feigned victimization, according to Gray and Dandridge's confessions. As part of the scheme to loot her parents, she had consented to being bound. However, Gray decided he was done with her when things went wrong. He killed her as well because he no longer needed her, then took her parents' car to flee. It was all a perverse sequence of deception, coercion, and heinous violence. The confessions from Gray and Dandridge showed how profoundly they were implicated in the deaths of so many people, and what began as a robbery turned into something far deeper. The neighborhood would be rocked by their arrests, leaving a path of broken lives and unsolved questions in its wake. Like the atrocities they committed, Ricky Gray and Ray Dandridge's judicial processes were dramatic and terrifying. The murders weighed heavily on both men when they were tried in Virginia's City of Richmond Circuit Court. Legally, things began to take shape on February 9, 2006. Due to his involvement in the horrifying killings of the Harvey family, Ricky Gray was charged with 5 counts of capital murder. These accusations included killing twice in 3 years, killing several people in one act, killing during a heist, and killing 2 children under the age of 14. Dandridge was accused of 3 counts of capital murder in connection with the Baskerville Tucker family's killings. However, his involvement in the Harvey killings would later be covered by one of those accusations as well. Dandridge first entered a not guilty plea, but as the trial progressed and the evidence against him became more compelling, he drastically changed his mind. He agreed to a compromise that would keep him in prison for the rest of his life without the chance of parole when he changed his plea to guilty for all 3 murders just before the closing arguments. He did this to escape being executed, yet it was obvious that he was guilty. However, Gray remained steadfast in his not guilty plea. In an attempt to gain some leniency, his defense team claimed that he had been sexually and physically abused as a child, and that he was under the influence of PCP when the killings occurred. However, the jury remained unconvinced. They convicted him guilty of all 5 capital murder charges following a 4-day trial and only 30 minutes of deliberation. The jury suggested life in prison for the other 3 offenses and the death punishment for the murders of Stella and Ruby Harvey, the Harvey children. Gray's death sentence was formally imposed on October 23, 2006. However, the court cases continued. Ricky Gray was also charged in December 2006 with the murder of Cheryl Warner, 37, a mother of 3 whose body was discovered in a burning house in Culpeper County. Gray would have to deal with yet another horrifying act. She had been shot and hanged in the basement. However, due to conflicting evidence, this charge was ultimately withdrawn in 2008. Gray's case continued to drag on even after he was sentenced. His execution was repeatedly postponed between 2011 and 2015 as a result of appeals in both state and federal courts. One of his appeals was denied by the 4th Circuit Court in November 2015. Additionally, Gray's execution was scheduled for March 16, 2016, in January, 1 year later. The delays, however, continued. His attorneys appealed to the U.S. once more. Later that year, the Supreme Court decided not to consider his case. After all appeals had been exhausted, Governor Terry McAuliffe finally rejected Gray's request for mercy in 2016. He was set to be executed on January 18, 2017. Additionally, around 10 p.m., Ricky Gray was put to death at the Greensville Correctional Center that evening via lethal injection. Ray Dandridge is currently incarcerated at Sussex 2 State Prison, where he is serving a life sentence. The trial wasn't the end of his story. He is still in prison, and the consequences of his crimes continue to haunt him. The trial and its aftermath demonstrated the depth of the evil that existed between these 2 men, Dandridge, who would spend his days in jail, and Gray, who would ultimately receive the death penalty. Both men left behind a path of destruction that continues to reverberate across the Richmond neighborhood. However, one question remains unanswered by those left to pick up the pieces when the dust settled. Was this really the end of their murderous rampage, or was there still more out there just waiting to be discovered? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Imagine dropping off your child at school only to have their body delivered the following day. And when the truth is out, everyone tries to shield the person responsible. From his body being found in a gym mat to the startling finding of his missing organs during his exhumation, this was the reality for Kendrick Johnson's family. Every detail of this case seems to raise more questions than it does answers, and it is already horrifying. Kendrick Johnson, the youngest of his siblings, was born in October 1995 to Kenneth and Jacqueline Johnson. He was his family's center and the source of light in their house. He was a youngster with a natural charm and an easy smile, according to his mother, who called him the joy of their lives. He was incredibly athletic and a budding basketball and football star. He had a knack for numbers and was naturally good at math and science. He also kept track of allowances in his head with ease. Above all, though, Kendrick had aspirations, big, overpowering aspirations, to become a professional football player. However, those ambitions were permanently silenced on January 11, 2013. Kendrick, 17, was found in a way that no one could have predicted. Inside a rolled-up wrestling mat in the gymnasium at Lowndes High School, or LHS, in Valdosta, Georgia, his lifeless body twisted in an odd way. He appeared to have been completely engulfed by the mat, with his head buried deep within the coil and his feet protruding from the top. It was a horrible, perplexing scene. The authorities quickly provided an explanation. Kendrick fell inside the mat while grabbing for a pair of footwear, according to the Lowndes County Sheriff's Office, which declared his death to be an accident. After conducting an autopsy, the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, or GBI, determined that positional asphyxia was the cause of his death. He was trapped upside down, suffocating. However, his parents, Kenneth and Jackie Johnson, were more aware there was a problem, and then the terrifying details came to light. The first day of classes following the Christmas holiday was January 9, 2013. The LHS pupils became accustomed to their routine. There were two gymnasiums at the school, a larger modern one and an older one. A number of enormous wrestling mats were placed upright and firmly rolled in the dark, dusty corner of the former gym. Kendrick was among the pupils who kept personal items inside the mats in order to avoid paying for lockers. However, the layout had changed since more mats had been added during the interval. Because LHS had a block schedule, classes were held on various days. At precisely 1:30 p.m. on Thursday, January 10, Kendrick was seen entering the former gym on distorted security film, but he was never spotted going anywhere. He never showed up for his next weightlifting class. The school day came to a close, the corridors were deserted, and hours went by. After a freshman basketball game that night, he was meant to return home, but he never did. His phone rang incessantly, but there was no answer. It was midnight. His mother, Jackie Johnson, saw the terrible situation in her bones. She thus filed a missing persons report, like any mother would. Jackie Johnson's heart thumping with fear, she came at the school the following morning, January 11. She begged the officials who issued flyers for missing persons. There wasn't enough time. Then, at around 10:30 a.m., a group of female students were sitting on top of the wrestling mats in the old gym, completing surveys. They were chatting absently when they noticed a pair of socks that were just barely visible through one of the rolled-up carpets. Thinking it was a joke, one female laughed, but her curiosity overcame her. The sight of a body sent chills down her spine as she scaled the bleachers and peered down into the mat. The air thickened and the laughter ceased. The silence in the gym was broken by her scream. A guy student hurried up and attempted to remove Kendrick with shaking hands. He flinched in horror as soon as he touched the body because the smell of decay hit him like a wave. Something horrible had obviously occurred here. Together, a teacher ran forward. The mat was knocked over. Kendrick's body sagged forward, his eyes frozen, in a scream that never left his lips, his face unrecognizable, grotesquely bloated. Chaos broke out in the school. A lockdown was issued by administrators. Away from the horror that was taking place in the old gym, students were led into the new one. Jackie Johnson's world was falling apart somewhere in the midst of the mayhem. The words that would permanently alter her life were said by a voice. His body had been located. For 21 hours, Kendrick had been by himself, suffocating in the darkness. When their son's body was dug up for a second autopsy, Jackie and Kenneth Johnson's sadness gave way to dread because, as it turned out, all of his organs were gone: the heart, lungs, liver, and brain. A terrible farce of justice. His body had been crammed with newspaper in their place. The official diagnosis of asphyxia was directly contradicted by the second autopsy, which found blunt force injury. Later on in the video, this will be clarified. Kendrick had been heard, and it had been covered up by someone. Nevertheless, there are still unresolved doubts about his death. Was there a terrible accident that claimed Kendrick Johnson's life? Or had he been killed, silenced, buried, or forgotten? The truth is still hidden 10 years later. However, there is no doubt that someone knows the truth about what actually transpired. Authorities from Lowndes County acted swiftly, interrogating each student present in the gym when Kendrick was discovered. Their tales coincided: the eerie silence of the gym, the blood accumulating beneath Kendrick's head, and the two pairs of shoes, one next to his feet and the other underneath him, were all captured on camera. However, something didn't feel right. There was no blood on the school book or yellow folder that Kendrick had been carrying, nor was there any blood outside the mat. The shoes he had been wearing had none. Tests revealed that the old blood found on a neighboring column wasn't Kendrick's. Bloody tissues discovered in the girls' restroom trash can were identified as belonging to a female student who had experienced a nosebleed. Kendrick's socks, however, were only half removed, his body contorted in a manner that was impossible to describe. The Johnson family rejected the accidental death verdict. They turned to civil rights organizations for assistance. The NAACP and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, or SCLC, stepped in. There were protests. Outside the courthouse, Kendrick's parents were also taken into custody for civil disobedience. They were fighting what they thought was a cover-up, and the case was getting out of hand. The Department of Justice intervened in response to growing criticism and began its own inquiry, but even that ended in failure. Two brothers, Brian and Brandon Bell, whose father was an FBI agent, were the subject of allegations. They were publicly accused by the Johnsons, which stoked more controversy. However, one of the boys was out of state when Kendrick vanished due to a strong alibi. The case became more ambiguous. Once among Kendrick's strongest supporters, the SCLC and NAACP walked away after their own investigations revealed that his death was indeed an accident. However, that response was rejected by his parents. Was there a terrible accident that claimed Kendrick Johnson's life? Or was his death staged to keep someone safe? There are two sides to a coin, each giving a different tale, and this case is still a mystery. The old gym at Lowndes High School was familiar to Kendrick Johnson. He avoided paying for a locker by concealing his shared pair of footwear inside the rolled-up wrestling mats, which he utilized as makeshift storage like many other students do. He had done it innumerable times before. It was a habit. On January 10, 2013, Kendrick was seen entering the gym by himself on security camera. He was not followed. Nobody witnessed what transpired next. However, detectives think Kendrick's last minutes were a tragic series of ill-advised maneuvers based on the physical evidence. Kendrick, who was 5 feet 10 inches tall, grabbed for the mat that held his shoes, only to discover that it had been moved over the holiday break and was now trapped under a number of others. The gap was barely accessible. He did what he had probably done before. Instead of tipping the mat over, which would have been a noisy move that would have attracted unwanted attention, grasping the side of the mat with his right hand, he climbed in. With his left hand extended to grasp the shoe inside, he dropped himself head first. However, the cramped area made it impossible for him to flex his elbow and raise himself back up as he went further. His muscles ached. Panic struck. He eventually slipped farther down after losing his hold on the edge of the mat. His shoulders were stuck against the mat's walls, trapping him since his body was now completely inverted. Gravity was against him more and more as he struggled, making it harder for him to move. He may have even tried to kick himself free in an attempt to shift his weight. In the process, he knocked his shoes off their soles, and they fell close to his feet. His head was flooded with blood. His surroundings became more gloomy. As his lungs squished beneath his own weight, oxygen levels fell. He suffocated in quiet, trapped and defenseless, alone in a packed student gym, just out of reach of rescue. Kendrick stayed inside the mat, undiscovered, for about 21 hours. Before his mother filed a missing persons report, Kendrick's absence was unquestioned. However, it was already too late. Rigor mortis had already set in by the time his body was ultimately found the next morning. The official decision was accidental positional asphyxia, a poor choice that quickly became fatal. The silent and sneaky murderer is positional asphyxia. It happens when a person's body gets stuck in a way that makes it difficult for them to breathe, which stops their oxygen flow until they suffocate. Positional asphyxia is a prolonged, painful death, in contrast to the spectacular struggle frequently associated with suffocating, in which the victim may not even be aware that they are in danger until it is too late. This condition usually occurs when a person's body is twisted in a way that compresses the chest or stops the lungs from expanding fully, such as when they are trapped in a car, wedged between pieces of furniture, or, as was the case with Kendrick Johnson, discovered upside down inside a rolled-up gym mat. The oxygen levels fall with each short breath, and finally, unconsciousness takes over. Death is certain if assistance is not received in a timely manner. Similar patterns can be seen in medical results from other cases of positional asphyxia. Suffocation symptoms including darkened or discolored skin, fluid buildup in the lungs, and blood leaking from the lips and nostrils are frequently found in victims in abnormal positions. However, the fact that these fatalities can be misconstrued for something else is what makes them so unsettling. However, there was more to the coin. In a rolled-up gym mat, Kendrick Johnson was discovered dead upside down. That much is true. Nothing else in the official story, however, makes sense to his family. The Johnsons have maintained that Kendrick didn't get into the mat by himself ever since his body was found. He stayed upright. He didn't accidentally suffocate. He died. The ensuing cover-up was so calculated and complex that the truth is still hidden years later. From the beginning, it didn't make sense. The way the case was handled was the most obvious red flag. It is blatantly against Georgia law that the coroner, whose responsibility it was to supervise the body and crime scene, was not called for almost 6 hours. Whatever evidence had been present had already been compromised by the time he got there, and the gym was no longer secured. Authorities in Lowndes County made the decision to declare Kendrick's death an accident remarkably quickly. The medical examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation ruled out foul play and approved positional asphyxia as the cause of death. The matter was resolved. The Johnsons, however, weren't persuaded, because something much more sinister than an accident occurred inside that gym. There were also concerns about Kendrick's body position. One arm was twisted at his side, the other stretched above his head in an uncomfortable position. Both arms ought to have been lowered if he had been grabbing for his shoes. It was almost impossible for him to have fallen in by accident because of the way the gym mats were stacked. And how did his shoes get up neatly on top of his legs instead of under him, assuming he had gotten inside? Additionally, there was enough blood to raise suspicions. There was a pool of blood beneath his head and a line of blood on a nearby wall. However, officials never put it to the test because they thought it was outdated and irrelevant to the case. There were, of course, his organs, as we already know. Desperate for answers they believed had been denied, Kendrick's parents painfully decided to exhume his body for an independent autopsy months later. The results of the examination of the body were terrible. Newspaper had been used in place of his internal organs. The family's worries were heightened when officials later stated that this was normal practice because of decomposition. The results of the independent autopsy were much more concerning. This fresh autopsy revealed a far more brutal conclusion to Kendrick's life, even though the Georgia Bureau of Investigation had declared his death an accident caused by positional asphyxiation. It showed obvious indications of blunt force damage to the neck, indicating that Kendrick had been hit with enough force to kill him rather than suffocate. Two distinct autopsies, two entirely different findings. Which was the truthful one? His body was delivered that way, the funeral home insisted. Any involvement was denied by the coroner's office. Nobody would or could explain it. The length of time it took for officials to inform the Johnsons of their son's passing was possibly the most horrifying. It was not until long later that Kendrick's family was notified that his body had been found in the morning. They begged for answers, but the police were unresponsive and only provided evasive responses. The parents of Kendrick thought they knew who was to blame. The Johnsons did not consider the death of their son to be an accident. They were certain that he had been killed, and they thought they knew who did it. Two brothers, Brian and Brandon Bell, who also went to Lowndes High School, were named in their case. They said that their father, an FBI agent, had ordered one of the brothers to entice Kendrick to the gym, where he was viciously assaulted. The lawsuit claimed that a fight over a girl was the motivation. However, the Bell family denied any involvement. According to school records, one of the brothers was apparently in another area of the school on the day Kendrick was last seen alive, while the other was out of town. This served as evidence by the authorities that the brothers had strong alibis. The Johnsons, however, were not persuaded and maintained that the evidence had been falsified to shield the family. They may have had the answers. The motionless, unblinking eyes of the security cameras installed inside the former gym at Lowndes High School, the very location where Kendrick Johnson was discovered dead, may have caught them. However, those responses are absent. Grant Fredericks, a forensic video analyst, discovered something quite disturbing when he looked over the school's camera tape. It was more important to consider what the cameras hadn't recorded than what they had. Two cameras inside the gym missed a whole hour and 5 minutes, which included Kendrick's last moments. A total of 2 hours and 10 minutes of footage had been lost from two additional cameras. The video then cuts back to exactly 1:09 p.m., just in time to see Kendrick walking inside the gym. However, what took place prior to that? Who had entered already? The most important piece of evidence in the whole case, the footage, is just gone, so we don't know. The fact that the camera's timestamps didn't match raised even more red flags. There was a broken timeline that was easy to manipulate because the cameras inside the gym seemed to be operating 10 minutes ahead of the ones outside. In the 1 hour of footage that was missing, a camera outside the gym did catch something significant. A large number of pupils entered the facility. Did they notice anything? Did they answer questions, or were they involved in anything that needed to be kept secret? Fredericks's findings were increasingly troubling as he went deeper into the video recordings. Some of the recordings couldn't be played since they were corrupted. Others had suffered severe image loss due to improper processing. "I can't say why they were done that way," he said, "but they were not done correctly, and they were not done thoroughly. Where the truth ought to have been, there was a digital void, empty spaces, instead of a clear, unquestionable account of Kendrick's last moments. The chain of custody, or rather, its total breakdown, was what made it worse. The video system was not immediately taken over by law police. Rather, they had deferred to the IT department of the school to determine which footage to release. Fredericks issued a warning, saying that you don't want someone who might be accountable to decide what they provide the police. But that's precisely what took place. The video had been taken out by a school staff, not an investigator. 5 days after Kendrick's body was discovered, it was then turned over to the authorities. Anything might have been changed, removed, or changed by then. In those missing minutes, in those corrupted files, in those altered timestamps, somewhere in the digital abyss lies the truth about what happened to Kendrick Johnson. Frederick's conclusion was chilling. Until I have the digital video system in my hand, and I can say everything is intact, and this is what was recorded, I would still be highly suspicious of this. But someone made sure. We would never see the truth if it was caught on camera. Why were there so many unexplored leads? Why did the Bells appear to be exempt from scrutiny? The Johnsons thought their father's strong connections were the reason. Law enforcement held fast to their position while the Johnsons demanded answers. The death of Kendrick was an accident. Officials rejected the family's claims that the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the sheriff's office handled the matter improperly as unfounded. Nevertheless, unsettling information kept coming to light. The body was moved before authorities arrived, according to a coroner's report, which also characterized the case's management as extremely subpar. Someone had messed with a sealed body bag. Determined to find the truth, authorities refused to comply completely. The Bell brothers were named in a lawsuit brought by the Johnsons in 2015, along with more than 30 other defendants, including police enforcement, school administrators, and medical examiners. The Lowndes County Sheriff's Office was accused of fabricating the incident by putting Kendrick's body underneath the mat to give the impression that it was an accident. But without any confessions, concrete proof, or eyewitnesses, their case collapsed. Still, there were unanswered questions. But investigators refused to back down. Citing a regional crime lab assessment that revealed no serious injuries on Kendrick's body, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation rejected homicide charges. The independent autopsy followed. The Johnsons employed forensic pathologist Dr. William Anderson, who determined that Kendrick's death was due to blunt force injuries to the neck rather than suffocation. He declared it a murder. 2 contradicting reasons of death, 2 autopsies. Which was the real one? The Johnsons have been searching for answers for more than 10 years. They protested, filed lawsuits, and exposed what they see as widespread corruption in Valdosta, Georgia. Kenneth Johnson, Kendrick's father, has stated, "We live here. We know how this town is. We know how they will lie. We know how they will cover up for one another." Desperate for fresh proof, they dug up Kendrick's body twice. The parents' efforts to reveal the truth have cost them thousands of dollars. However, each time they approach, the case becomes more obscure. A federal inquiry was started by the Justice Department, but its results were never made public. The courts ruled that there was insufficient evidence and dismissed important lawsuits. The press went on. The town went on. Kendrick's parents, however, will never, because they think they are aware that their son was killed and that the truth is being concealed by someone, somewhere. The battle for justice is far from ended, yet the truth is still hidden. What then was it? A murder that was well hidden, or a tragic accident? There are still no conclusive answers, neither for Kendrick Johnson's family, nor for those who have followed this case. Years have gone by, yet the truth is still elusive due to missing video, contradicting reports, and rumors of a cover-up. The quiet surrounding Kendrick's killing is louder than ever, and justice is still elusive. Will the family of Kendrick Johnson ever receive the justice they are due, or will the truth always remain hidden? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon.